Chapter 188. Li Zixuan felt a little dizzy after hearing Bruiser's words. It seemed like he could call him anything he wanted. But if he called him whatever he wanted, wouldn't it mess up the seniority? In the end, Li Zixuan stopped thinking about it. He rubbed Iron Egg's head angrily and said in a muffled voice, "Call me by my original identity. Don't think too much. Go back and do your homework. Don't embarrass me in this week's exam." Oh. The next day, Li Zixuan ate his breakfast and brought Iron Egg to school. Lan, who had been playing truant recently, came along today. Of course, it wasn't because she suddenly liked to study, but because Li Zixuan drove a luxury car to school today. The little girl was still excited about yesterday, so she came along. After Li Zixuan's consolation the day before, Bruiser was no longer unhappy. The three of them chatted on and off in the car. Before long, they arrived at the Imperial College. Wow, whose carriage is this? It's so grand. I don't know. This carriage is really big. It should be Mr. Li's carriage. I know the driver. It's San Bao. The person who spoke was a student of the School of Mathematics. Under the gaze of dozens of students, Don't Touch Me slowly came to the entrance of the School of Mathematics. The three of them got off the carriage one after another. The students in the school heard the commotion outside and ran out to take a look. They were shocked by the huge carriage in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Li. What a luxurious carriage. It's even four-wheeled. The interior of this carriage should be very spacious. SSS Little Xian, where did you buy this carriage? It's even more luxurious than the carriages in the palace. I'll go up and take a look." When Li Tai saw the carriage, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This little fatty didn't know how to be polite. He excitedly jumped into the carriage. After a while, a series of exclamations came from inside. "Damn! This stool is so comfortable. The space here is so big. Damn, there's even a latrine. There's a switch on the pipe. Ah. Impressive." He actually went easy on him. Li Tai screamed inside for a while, then came down and said excitedly to Li Zixuan, "Xiao Xian, sir, where can I buy this carriage? I must buy one too. This carriage is just too perfect. I can't buy it anywhere right now, but I should be able to buy it at the Strange Interest Pavilion soon." "Go back to class," Li Zixuan said indifferently. Li Tai's face was full of regret. He touched the carriage and reluctantly returned to the teaching house. The rest of the students couldn't help but take a few more glances at this luxury car before returning to class. The commotion caused by the carriage in the Imperial College was far from over. During the break between classes, students from other schools joined in to watch. It had to be said that under the leadership of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department, the entire directorate of Imperial College had started a 3-minute class and a 15-minute break. If they didn't do this, there was no other way. The students would keep making a fuss. Now, the instructors of the other schools hated Li Zixuan to death. This carriage looks so luxurious. I wonder what's inside. It would be great if we could go in and take a look. When San Bao heard this, she immediately opened her arms and shielded the carriage behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. "This carriage is so domineering. I want to ask my father to buy one too. Do you know where to buy one?" The person who spoke was obviously from a wealthy family. He didn't even ask for the price, only where to buy it. "I've never seen this before. But since this carriage is from Professor Li, he probably knows about it. I know where to buy it. Wang Mingming, hurry up and tell me. If you're right, I'll reward you with money." "Thank you, young Master Chui. I heard from my friends in the Mathematics and Mathematics Department that this carriage is from the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. It will be sold at the Strange Taste Pavilion after a while." Good. When the time comes, I'll definitely buy one." "Ah Cho, reward me." "Yes, young master." "Thank you, young Master Chui." During the fourth period, Kang Yingda came to the door of the mathematics department. He waved at Li Zishuan, as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Li Zishuan let the students study by themselves. He followed Kang Yingda outside the classroom. "Chancellor Kang, you're looking for me?" Li Zishuan asked softly as they approached the carriage. "Yes, during the morning assembly a few days ago, His Majesty said that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. I'm here today to find out more about pinyin," Kang Yingda said with a serious face. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. Yan Xiaoning was still talking to him about this yesterday. He didn't expect Kang Yingda to come looking for him today. So it's about this. "Chancellor Kang, why don't we talk about it in the carriage?" Li Zishuan didn't wait for Kang Yingda to reject him. He pulled open the curtains and invited Kang Yingda in. Kang Yingda hesitated for a moment, nodded, and got into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Kang Yingda was shocked to see that the interior decoration of the carriage wasn't inferior to a small independent room. He finally understood why Li Zishuan insisted on him getting into the carriage to talk. This was simply a moving luxury room. After sitting on the soft sofa, Kang Yingda was shocked again. This time, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He put on a serious face and said to Li Zishuan earnestly, "Little Xian, Mencius once said that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body. I know that your family is wealthy, but you can't be too immersed in luxury." Li Zishuan was speechless. He saw that Elder Kang was old and it was quite tiring for him to stand outside. That's why he let him get into the carriage and talk things over slowly. Who knew that he would be lectured the moment he got into the carriage? Who the hell could he find to reason with? "Chancellor Kang, students nowadays study hard all their lives. Other than realizing their ambitions, most of them use their knowledge to change the lives of their families. This kid's luxurious carriage is used to motivate them. It's to tell them that if they want to sit in such a good carriage like this kid, they must study hard. This way, they will have a goal and be able to study even more diligently. What's more, even though my family is wealthy, I have never forgotten to help the poor. Han Family Manor and Plum Village have nearly 500 families. Because of this kid, they are able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. It shouldn't be too much for this kid to use the extra money to enjoy life, right?" Li Zishuan said with sincerity. Traditional Confucian scholars like Kang Yingda usually believe that people with lofty ambitions must endure hardships and not enjoy life wholeheartedly. Li Zishuan didn't agree with this kind of thinking. "What's wrong with me spending the money I earn for myself to enjoy? It's not against the law. What's more, I'm not the kind of person who is heartless and stingy. I've already helped the poor people around me, how can I not be allowed to enjoy life? How can there be such logic in this world?" Kang Yingda was rendered speechless by Li Zishuan's seemingly strong excuses. He couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is really good at talking about crooked practices. I've really underestimated him. Li Zishuan didn't want to make this principal too embarrassed and immediately stopped while he was ahead. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough cough, Chancellor Kang, let's talk about pinyin." Chapter 189. In front of the Institute of Mathematics. In the luxurious carriage of the Li family, Li Zishuan forcefully changed the topic. Kang Yingda saw that he could not persuade the young man in front of him, so he simply went with the flow and discussed the issue of pinyin with Li Zishuan. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in the carriage. Li Zishuan took the brushes and wrote and drew while teaching Kang Yingda some pinyin knowledge. This old Confucian scholar's cultural foundation was indeed profound. In less than half an hour, Kang Yingda had a simple grasp of pinyin. Not bad, not bad. Professor Li, pinyin is indeed magical. If you can spread this method of learning words, your name will definitely go down in history. I want to be the first to spread pinyin in the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. I wonder if Professor Li is willing? After Kang Yingda understood the magical effects of pinyin, he could not help but praise. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course. Although the students of the Imperial College had long learned how to read, there was still a need to teach them how to read. Most of the students belonged to the elite class of the current young people. After they understood the benefits of pinyin, when they left the Imperial College, they would either become officials, enter the court, or just become teachers. However, they would all bring pinyin to other places. They would also be the first batch of seeds to spread pinyin. Thus, Li Zishuan agreed with Kong Yingda's idea very much. Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll have to trouble Professor Li to teach pinyin to all the instructors, professors, and teaching assistants of the Imperial College every afternoon. I estimate that after 4 or 5 days, all of them will have mastered the pinyin literacy method. At that time, they will teach the students of the Imperial College. What do you think? Kong Yingda thought for a moment and said the pinyin teaching plan that he had been considering for a long time. Kong Yingda had learned that Li Zishuan would be lazy every afternoon. Although this guy had his own legitimate reasons, the fact that he was lazy was indisputable. Therefore, Kong Yingda deliberately set the training time to be every afternoon. This way, it would not delay the teaching plan of the School of Mathematics, and it would also promote pinyin in the shortest time possible. When Li Zishuan heard old man Kong's words, he was immediately flabbergasted. Damn, is this old man purposely messing with me? Does this count as me digging a hole and burying myself? Chancellor Kong, you mustn't do that. You might not know, but this junior contracted a strange illness when I was young. Later on, I was saved by my master, and this junior avoided the misfortune of dying early. However, for the next few years, this junior must rest every afternoon. Otherwise, this junior will definitely lose my life. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea and immediately cried out pitifully. Although Kong Yingda didn't know what it meant to spit out a mouthful of old blood, at this moment, he was really about to vomit blood because of Li Zishuan. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people and things. What kind of strange things had he not heard? As soon as he heard Li Zishuan's words, he knew that this kid was talking nonsense. You. Kong Yingda pointed at Li Zishuan with a face full of anger. He was so angry that he trembled and couldn't say anything. When Li Zishuan saw the situation, he felt that he had gone overboard. He immediately stood up and patted Kong Yingda's chest to soothe his heart. Chancellor Kong, calm down. This kid was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously. Kong Yingda drank a cup of tea and only then did he catch his breath. He lectured Li Zishuan with a solemn face. Brat. I know that you have some attainments in mathematics and have some smarts in other areas, but you have to know that a Taoist also has a conscience. At the beginning, a man's nature is good because he has a conscience. Therefore, a teacher should follow a person's good nature and promote their good nature while suppressing their evil. This is to pass on Taoism. As a teacher, if you don't study how to teach and educate people wholeheartedly, how can you be a role model for others? The spread of pinyin is extremely important to the education of our great Tang. You have to do it diligently. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to stay in the Imperial College to teach and not go anywhere. Kong Yingda's voice was stern and he was so frightened that he spat at Li Zishuan's face. Li Zishuan's face was full of helplessness. It seemed that old Kong was really angry this time. Yes, Chancellor Kong's lesson is right. This kid will definitely teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he could continue to rest in the afternoon, Li Zishuan could only compromise and sacrifice these few days to teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't go up and fight with this old man. Although he was sometimes a little muddle-headed, he still knew how to respect the old and love the young. Moreover, Kong Yingda had the moral high ground and his words weren't without reason. The spread of pinyin was indeed very important. Kong Yingda nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to get off the carriage. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, I heard from His Majesty that you, the Crown Prince, King Wei, and the others are working together to compile a dictionary that includes pinyin. If you don't have enough manpower, you can tell me and I will send some scholars of the Imperial College to assist you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Chancellor Kong, but I have enough manpower. He had received news yesterday that Su Shizhang, Xue Shou, Yan Xiangzuan from the Eastern Palace, as well as Xiao Diyan, Gu Yin, Jiang Yaqing, Xia Yan and the other scholars of the literature hall under Li Tai were all in the back hall of the workshop. The compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary was already in full swing and they had enough manpower. Yes, this dictionary is very important. Professor Li, you must pay attention to it. After the compilation of the dictionary is completed, you must inform me. I must go and take a look at such a grand literary event. Of course, of course. Rest assured, Chancellor Kong. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and promised. He only hoped that the Chancellor would leave quickly and not create any more trouble. A moment later, Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent away the old-fashioned great scholar of the present age. He thought to himself, it seems that this brother's good days are about to come to an end. This is really King miserable. But it should only take a few days of hard work. He hoped that the instructors of the Imperial College could learn pinyin fast enough. After a while, the bell for the morning class rang. Li Zishuan went home with Iron Egg and Lanner in a low mood. The two little guys could see that Li Zishuan was not in a good mood, so they did not talk and laugh along the way. They were very obedient and accompanied Li Zishuan. After lunch, the two little guys continued to go to school. Of course, it was still the luxury car that picked them up. Li Zishuan enjoyed this last leisurely afternoon alone in the west courtyard. He could not help but start to think about spring again. If only my baby Yushi was here. He could hug his wife every day, eat, sleep and play with Daodu. This kind of life, even the gods would not change. As he thought about it, he could not help but drool. Chapter 190. Li Zishuan was a little drowsy by the summer breeze. When he was on the verge of waking up and falling asleep, he saw Xiao Shi in a bright yellow dress, walking over gracefully. She said softly to Li Zishuan, "Young master, Wang Rinbiao and his father want to see you. Butler Wang is waiting in the front hall." Oh. Li Zishuan's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Well, Xiao Shi, come with me to have a look." At the same time, there was a touch of coldness in his heart. The Wang family should give me an explanation for the kidnapping of Xifeng Stockade. In the front hall of Li Mansion, Wang Rinbiao and a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky waist were sitting on both sides. The two of them looked at each other and did not say a word. The hall was very quiet for a while. Wang Zhong looked at the tea table beside the two of them. Some of the tea was about to turn cold. He hesitated for a moment and was finally forced to retreat by the oppressive atmosphere. He retreated to the side and did not dare to say a word. The main reason was that the pressure on the middle-aged man was too strong. In a moment, Li Zishuan came to the front hall. Wang Rinbiao took the lead to stand up and said to Li Zishuan, "Mr. Li, long time no see. How have you been? Let me introduce you. This is my father. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday. Today, he went to the palace to see His Majesty, and then came to visit Li Mansion with me." According to the rules of the imperial court, the provincial governor of a state could not leave the territory under normal circumstances. Wang Rinbiao's father came directly to Chang'an and had to report to the Ministry of Personnel. However, he was also a relative of the imperial family. If he directly reported to Li Er, no one dared to say anything. Li Zishuan's eyes stopped on the middle-aged man. He thought that this man turned out to be Wang Yu, who married Li Yuan's sister. Qing Yao Jin had told him a lot about the Wang family in Taiyuan-Chi County. Today, he finally saw the real person. This person's facial features were resolute and sharp. From his face, one could vaguely see the shadow of Wang Rinbiao. There was also a dignified aura around him. It was probably because he had been in a high position for a long time. Regardless of what he was thinking, Li Zishuan still cupped his hands towards Wang Yu and bowed. This humble official pays his respects to Governor Wang. In the first year of Zhenguan, Li Er divided the world into 10 provinces. There were a total of 360 provinces in the country. These provinces were divided according to their population into Upper Province, Middle Province, and Lower Province. The provincial governor of Upper Province was secondary grade 3, the provincial governor of Middle Province was primary grade 4, and the provincial governor of Lower Province was primary grade 4. The Sui province that Wang Yu was in charge of belonged to the Central Province. As the provincial governor of Sui province, if calculated according to rank, he belonged to the upper 4th rank. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, was a secondary class 5th rank official, regardless of whether he was a county founder of the country or a doctor of the Imperial College. But logically speaking, it was already a miracle that he was able to reach secondary class 5th rank at his age. Because Li Zishuan was a full 4 ranks lower than Wang Yu, he had to open his mouth and address himself as a humble official. In the officialdom, one had to abide by the rules of the game. If one casually treated a superior with disrespect, then one would not only offend one person, but also the entire official class. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Yu's tense face. He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Sir Li Zishuan, there is no need to be so courteous. Although this official is far away in Sui province, I have long heard of Sir Li Zishuan's matter. The curved yuan divine plough has spread throughout the world, benefiting the millions of poor commoners of my great Tang. Today, this official represents the elders of Sui province in thanking Sir Li Zishuan." After saying this, he actually gave Li Zishuan a deep bow. Li Zishuan was shocked and hurriedly said, "There is no need for this, Provincial Governor Wang. Although this little one invented the curved yuan plough, His Majesty has already rewarded me. Thus, this little one cannot accept this gratitude." At the same time, his impression of this provincial governor Wang had changed quite a bit. This person held a high position and came from a large clan, but he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. In terms of personality, he was very similar to Wang Renbiao. The only difference was that he had a very powerful aura. No matter what, the commoners of various lands have benefited from the curved yuan plough. This is an indisputable fact. In truth, this old man has come today for another matter. I presume that Sir Li Zishuan has already guessed it. Wang Yu straightened his body and clasped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Today, this old man has come to apologize to Sir Li Zishuan on behalf of my unfilial son. A few days ago, that unfilial son actually colluded with bandits to kidnap Sir Li Zishuan's fiancée. He even had designs on the Li family's immortal inebriation formula. Fortunately, it did not lead to irreversible consequences. Otherwise, that unfilial son would have died 10,000 times. In the end, this matter is because this old man did not teach his son well. If Sir Li Zishuan has any requests, you can raise them. Do not harm the relationship between you and my Renbiao because of this matter." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. They had finally come to the main matter. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. From the start, this Wang Yu had a very humble attitude. Logically speaking, as the provincial governor of a province, backed by a large clan, and even married Li Er's aunt, he should not have such a humble attitude towards him. Actually, on the surface, this was indeed the case. However, Wang Yu had his own considerations. Although Li Zishuan was only a provincial governor, his growth potential was enormous. Not only did he have a good relationship with Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a bunch of other military veterans, he also had a close relationship with Li Qingxian and Li Tai. From the current situation, first of all, Li Qingxian's position as crown prince was very stable. Even if something happened in between, the throne would only fall on Li Tai's head. However, no matter what, Li Zishuan would at least be able to survive through 2 dynasties. His official position would only soar to the skies. Moreover, Li Er's intention to weaken the power of the large clans was already clear. Although Wang Yu had married Li Er's aunt, under the teeth of the storm, his every move would be infinitely magnified. Thus, Wang Yu's current standard of conduct was, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. If he caused trouble, quickly turn it into a small one, and a small one into nothing. What if I want Wang Runi to die? Regardless of the meaning behind Wang Yu's humble attitude, Li Zishuan still wanted to sound him out. Of course, if he could directly have Wang Runi die, that would be the best. He had always harbored killing intent towards those who dared to touch his woman. Hearing this, Wang Yu's body clearly trembled. A trace of paleness and struggle flashed across his wrinkled old face. No matter how mischievous his son was, he was still his son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How could he watch his son die before his eyes? Wang Renbiao looked at his father's pale face from the side. He hurriedly went up to Li Zishuan and clasped his hands. Sir Li, although my younger brother did some foolish things, in the end, you arrived in time to save Miss Han. There was no tragedy. Thus, I hope that Sir Li will be magnanimous and spare his life. Li Zishuan stared into Wang Renbiao's eyes and asked, the person who showed me the way at Rhinoceros Slope that day, was it one of your people? When he heard the second half of Wang Renbiao's words, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that day when he was in despair, a piece of silk with words written on it flew to him. Wang Renbiao looked at Wang Yu, then nodded to Li Zishuan. It was Yu Yao who was by my side. The day before the incident, Yu Yao found out that my younger brother was sending people to harm you. However, she did not hear their specific plans. Thus, I had Yu Yao follow Xiao Ying. When I found out that they were going to harm Miss Han, I ordered Yu Yao to help you save Miss Han. Thus, I hope that Sir Li can give me face and spare my younger brother's life. Chapter 191. In the hall, the atmosphere was a little tense. After Wang Renbiao finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan, hoping that he would agree. Wang Yu was silent for a moment and said, our Wang family was in the wrong in the kidnapping of Xifeng Stockade. We are willing to pay some price in exchange for forgiveness. If Mr. Li has any requests, you can tell me. I just hope that you can save my son's life. Wang Yu paused and said with a sad expression, no matter what, Ren Yi is my child. I'm almost 50 years old. To be honest, I've already become indifferent to fame and fortune. I only hope that Ren Yi can be safe and sound. I hope that Li Xiannan can understand me from a father's point of view. If Mr. Li can be merciful this time, our whole Wang family will remember this kindness in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. Although Wang Yu had been in a high position for many years, at this moment, he was just like an old father. Only, Li Zishuan didn't understand. With such an irresolute and indecisive personality, how had he managed to get to the position of patriarch? In the novels in his previous life, the heads of the big families should be indifferent and ruthless. Everything should be based on the interests of the family. Provincial Governor Wang, since you said so, and cousin Rini did provide me with a lot of help in the kidnapping that day, then let's forget about this matter. But I don't want Wang Rini to jump out and harm my relatives in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him at all costs. At that time, even if the Chui and Wang families attack me together, I will not be afraid. The 7 big families have been high and mighty for thousands of years. Others are afraid of them, but I am not. At worst, I will pierce a hole in the sky. Li Zishuan thought about it. This time, he really could not kill Wang Rini. Putting aside the friendship between Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao and the pressure from the Chui and Wang families, Li Er had protected Wang Rini before. Moreover, after the incident that day, Wang Rini, a villain, had escaped in advance. Now, except for Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao, no one knew where Wang Rini was. Fortunately, he gave up and did Wang Renbiao a favor. However, he still had to take precautions. If there was a next time, even if Li Zishuan had to chase him to the ends of the earth, he would still kill Wang Rini with his sword. Wang Yu was delighted at first, but when he heard Li Zishuan's murderous words, he was shocked. This young man was only 14 or 15 years old, but he had such a strong murderous aura. Don't worry, County Magistrate Li. That unfilial son has already been imprisoned by the clan's punishment hall. He won't come out to do evil again. For this matter, our Wang family owes you a favor. If Li Xiannan needs any help in the future, feel free to let Ren Biao know. Once this old man receives the news, I will definitely do my best to help. Li Zishuan nodded his head silently, but his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the Wang family to have a law enforcement hall. This plaything sounded similar to the cultivation sects in some cultivation novels. There were Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and so on. It seemed that none of these traditional aristocratic families were simple. In order to express my sincerity, this old man has specially prepared some humble gifts. I hope County Magistrate Li can accept them. After saying this, Wang Yu took a red sandalwood box from Wang Renbiao's hands and handed it to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was really overwhelmed by the favor. The matter had already been discussed and the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Wang Yu, as the provincial governor of a province, actually still wanted to give a small fifth-rank official like him a gift. What was he trying to do? Was this old man really the Wang family's patriarch? Why was he so low-key? No need, no need. Provincial Governor Wang is too polite. Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. After all, one's mouth was too soft for others. There are only some worthless things inside. County Magistrate Li's refusal, could it be that you are still unwilling to reconcile with the Wang family? Wang Yu pushed the box in front of Li Zixuan again. After a few more times, Li Zixuan finally accepted. In any case, Wang Yu said that the things inside were worthless. Since he had accepted them, then so be it. After chatting for a while, Wang Yu and his son tactfully took their leave. During this time, the two sides naturally reached many agreements. For example, the cooperation that Li Zixuan and Wang Renbiao had previously discussed. After the kidnapping incident, Li Zixuan had unilaterally stopped the supply of wine to the Strange Interest Pavilion and the winery. At that time, Wang Renbiao felt that the Wang family was in the wrong, so he did not raise any objections. Now that the relationship between the two sides had been mended, the cooperation was restarted. After returning to his room in the west courtyard, Li Zixuan was no longer sleepy. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the dark red sandalwood box beside his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Hey, it's quite heavy. I wonder what's inside it. Li Zixuan carefully opened the wooden box, and was immediately blinded by the light. The wooden box was divided into 2 rows and 4 rows, and there were 8 small compartments. In each compartment, there was a fist-sized luminous pearl lying quietly. Inside the luminous pearl, the fluorescent light flowed like liquid. If there was only one, it might not be so dazzling, but when all 8 of them were placed together, it was really dazzling. Oh my God! That old geezer Wang Yu actually said that these were just some worthless playthings. If they weren't valuable, then what was valuable about them? The Wang family seems to be richer than me. Li Zixuan had only seen these genuine luminous pearls in some documentaries in his previous life. Although the principle of the luminous pearl was very simple, and there were many artificial luminous pearls that cost 6 yuan on certain treasures, these natural luminous pearls in front of him were really priceless. At least, he had not seen anyone selling luminous pearls of this size on the market since he transmigrated here. He did not know where that old man Wang found so many luminous pearls. He really put in a lot of money. Father, are you going to give those 8 luminous pearls to Li Zixuan just like that? Wang Renbiao asked Wang Yu in a vermilion carriage on the street. Wang Yu had been resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he said without opening his eyes, they are just some inanimate objects that emit light. If we keep them in the family's treasury, they will only gather dust. It's better to use them to ease the relationship between the two families. Father, is the situation of the aristocratic families really so bad? Wang Renbiao was also very surprised by his father's humble attitude today. But after thinking for a while, he guessed why Wang Yu was like this, but he still did not quite believe it. Wang Yu finally opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Renbiao and said in a deep voice, "Today, I have an audience with His Majesty. His Majesty has also indirectly warned me to restrain the children of the family. And according to His Majesty's intention, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he makes a move on the aristocratic families. Renbiao, remember, His Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision. He will definitely not allow the aristocratic families to surpass the imperial court. And I believe that even if all the aristocratic families were to join forces, they would not be a match for His Majesty. The other aristocratic families cannot see the situation clearly and are futilely trying to stop the chariot with their arms. But our Wang family must see the situation clearly and learn to protect ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how strong the imperial favor is, the Wang family will be destroyed in an instant. Wang Renbiao nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, father, I will remember. Wang Yu looked at the endless stream of people outside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he sighed with a tired face. Sigh, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Chapter 192. The rain was pitter-patter, and the sky was gloomy. Due to the lack of light in the classroom, it was dark and gloomy. Li Zishuan sat at the lectern, his eyes fixed on the students who were doing their test papers. There was no lectern in the classroom, but he felt that it was uncomfortable to lecture on flat ground, so he had someone build a lectern and moved it in. It was a rare day of cool weather. After so many days of heat, it finally rained. Li Zishuan was wearing a thin white gown. He was lying on the tall and long desk in front of the lectern, looking at the students who were doing their tests. He felt very satisfied. Once upon a time, he was like them, sitting upright and still, racing against time to answer the questions. Not only did he have to ensure that his answers were correct, but he also had to ensure that they were correct. That was not a normal kind of hard work. Now, he could be considered to have opened up a god's perspective. He was high up, watching others take their tests. Naturally, he felt different. That's right. Today was the small test that was held every 7 days. However, Li Zishuan habitually called it a weekly test, in his mind, even though people in the Tang dynasty did not know what a weekly test was. His thoughts flew back to 2 days ago. Under Kong Yingda's strict supervision, Li Zishuan had no choice but to conduct 2 afternoons of pinyin, special training sessions, for all the instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College. Letting a 14-year-old child teach to these old scholars who were mostly in their 40s, and there were even some who were in their 60s, was bound to cause some people to express their dissatisfaction. However, this time, Kong Yingda personally supported Li Zishuan and made it clear that if anyone did not pay attention and did not learn pinyin in the end, Kong Yingda would personally report to His Majesty and expel them from the Imperial College. This kind of extremely strict punishment system directly nipped in the bud the restless instructors who wanted to jump out and cause trouble in the bud. One had to know that the positions of instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College were a great honor for scholars. Speaking of which, these positions were even more awesome than being a professor at Peking University or Tsinghua University in his previous life, because these positions all had ranks. In this lifetime, they had studied hard for decades, and it was not easy for them to get to where they were today. How could they bear to be stripped of this glorious position just like that? Therefore, during the 2 afternoons of classes, there was no such thing as showing off or slapping people in the face. Instead, each of them was more serious than the other, and with the help of the blackboard, the learning efficiency of these teachers of the Imperial College was surprisingly high. However, their attitude towards Li Zishuan had completely changed after they had grasped the basics of pinyin. After so many years of teaching, how could they not see the greatness of pinyin? As a result, their attitude towards learning became more and more correct. During class, the expressions on their faces were as fanatical as if they were on a pilgrimage. Sigh, these teachers learn things really fast. But this is even better. I estimate that in another afternoon, they will all be able to grasp pinyin. At that time, wouldn't she be able to return home every afternoon to sleep and tease the servant girls? How carefree would that be? Li Zishuan propped up his cheek with one hand and sat there thinking happily. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of movement below. His position had a high platform view. Some students might think that Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to see what they were doing under the table, but what they didn't know was that sitting on the podium, he could use the high platform view to see every single movement below clearly. Li Zishuan used his fingers to pick up a piece of chalk, folded it half an inch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it in a certain direction below. That half-inch piece of chalk was like a cruise missile, accurately smashing into Qing Chimo's head. Qing Chimo, who had been sneaking glances at Qin Huayu's paper, was shocked by this sudden attack. He quickly looked toward the podium and met Li Zixuan's fierce gaze. Humph. If there's a next time, I'll give you 0 marks. Li Zixuan coldly harumphed and said this arrogantly. In his heart, he thought that this was the catchphrase of the invigilator in his previous life. It felt so good to use it. The students in the classroom all raised their heads, trying to figure out who Li Zixuan was talking about. Ching Chimo rubbed his forehead as if nothing had happened. Then, this fellow acted as if Li Zixuan was not talking about him and pretended to calmly look at his paper. Even though he did not understand some of the questions, at this time, he definitely could not let everyone know that Li Zixuan was talking about him. Even though he was thick-skinned, plagiarism was too shameful. Ching Chimo expressed that he still wanted to show some face. Seeing that Ching Chimo had calmed down, Li Zixuan did not continue to pursue the matter. He walked down from the podium and began to patrol. The first place he came to was Li Tai's position. This little fatty was writing at a rapid speed. He did not seem to be affected by the commotion just now and was quickly doing calculations on the draft paper. Li Zixuan glanced at his paper and was slightly surprised. This little fatty had actually finished the second to last question. His speed was really fast. There was still nearly an hour before the exam ended. He just did not know how accurate this kid was. Li Zixuan paused for a while before continuing his patrol. He found that most of the students were still stuck at the 5th or 6th last question. Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and Kusher Qing had all finished the 3rd to last question. Moreover, Li Zixuan saw that they had all answered the questions correctly. What surprised Li Zixuan was that Meng Wenhao had also finished the 2nd to last question. Li Zixuan had learned a lot about this child's family background from Su Hongji. This child was truly from a poor family. In this era, it was dozens of times more difficult for a poor family to nurture a child into a talent than it was in modern society. It was also very difficult to pass through the layers of selections in various places and finally enter the Imperial College. Therefore, in Li Zixuan's opinion, whether it was Meng Wenhao or Meng Wenhao's father, they were truly amazing people. Li Zixuan sincerely admired their perseverance. From the part that Meng Wenhao was writing at the moment, he had completely thought through the train of thought for this question. As long as he did not take the initiative to court death, he would definitely be able to get all the points for this question. Li Zixuan secretly nodded and thought to himself, if this child can get into the top 3 in this weekly exam, then I'll pay a visit to their home and help their family solve some of their living difficulties. He admired hardworking and diligent children like Meng Wenhao from the bottom of his heart. When Ching Chimo saw Li Zixuan coming over for an inspection, he hurriedly covered his paper and glared at Li Zixuan to prevent him from looking. Li Zixuan was speechless and thought to himself, is this guy's brain short-circuited? Aren't you going to show me your paper sooner or later? Why are you covering it now? Li Zixuan snorted unhappily and returned to the podium. Chapter 193. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Li Zixuan stood up, knocked on the table, and shouted, "Stop writing, stop writing. The last student in each row, stand up and collect the papers. If you don't stop writing, I'll give you 0 marks." Ching Chimo's wrist shook, and he quickly put down his pen. He looked at Li Zixuan bitterly, and then stood up to collect the papers. After all, he was sitting in the last row. After a while, all the papers were collected. Li Zixuan tidied them up, and then he looked at the weather outside and said, "We'll have a break in the afternoon. You don't have to come. Have a good rest at home." The exams had just finished, so no one was in the mood to go to class. Moreover, it was raining heavily outside. Although the children all had straw raincoats, the raincoats were barely enough to block the rain. Also, tomorrow and the next 2 days were off, so he might as well give them an extra half-day off. "Oh, sir, that's great. We finally have a break." We actually have an extra half-day off. The students from the other schools can only be envious, haha. When the students heard the good news, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. At present, the other schools in the Imperial College were under pressure to adopt the daily schedule of the School of Mathematics. However, the School of Mathematics' 2-day break for every 5 days of classes was firmly rejected by the instructors of the other schools. Therefore, although the pace of learning in the School of Mathematics was very tense, with a small exam every Monday and a senior high exam every month, and there was a feeling of being eliminated at the end of the class, the students of the School of Mathematics had more rest time. This was something that the students from the other schools envied. Holding the papers and watching the students disappear into the misty rain, Li Zixuan put on his straw raincoat and prepared to go to the canteen of the Imperial College for lunch. "Master, you're not going back at noon again?" Iron Egg ran over and asked. I'm not going back." "Iron Egg, you can take the carriage and go back by yourself. I'll ask San Bao to bring the carriage here in the afternoon." In the past few days, Li Zixuan had to stay in the Imperial College to teach the instructors in the afternoon, so he basically didn't go back at noon. Instead, he ate in the canteen of the Imperial College. 2 days ago, Iron Egg also stayed with him and didn't go back. However, the Institute of Mathematics was closed this afternoon, so Li Zixuan asked Iron Egg to go back first. "Oh." Iron Egg responded and quickly packed his things, preparing to go out. There was a guy waiting outside for a free ride. "Hello, Mr. Li." "Hello, Dr. Li." "Greetings, Grand Master." Due to the heavy rain today, many students were unwilling to go home for lunch, so there were many people in the cafeteria. As soon as Li Zixuan came in, many students greeted Li Zixuan. Some were from the Institute of Mathematics, and some were from the Institute of Imperial College, for Gates Academy, and other institutes. This guy was now a popular figure in the Imperial College. First, he came up with the blackboard chalk, then came up with the recess system, and then came up with a 2-day recess system that made all the students in the other institutes extremely envious. In addition, in the past few days, he had been training all the instructors in pinyin, so there were often students who came over to watch the fun. Therefore, some students would occasionally call him Grandmaster. Yesterday, Li Zixuan heard someone call him Grandmaster for the first time, and he almost knelt down. After that, he went over to the student and asked for the reason, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was not even 15 years old, and he had already become someone's Grandmaster. Li Zixuan ordered a meal, found a seat at random, and began to eat. To be honest, the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. It was completely incomparable to the food in the Li family, but it was still bearable. "Hey, Grandmaster. Is there no one here? How come Iron Egg isn't eating with you today?" A loud and clear voice sounded in his ear. Li Zixuan raised his head and saw that it was the little bastard who first called him Grandmaster yesterday. His name was Sun Zifen, and Li Zixuan had almost been annoyed by Sun Zifen's name yesterday. This guy was a top student in the Imperial College, but he had only gotten in because of his father's relationship. His father's name was Sun Fujia, and he was an amazing person. During the 5th year of the Tang dynasty's Wuda era, he had obtained first place in the imperial examination and became the top scholar. He could be considered the first top scholar in China's history. After Li Er ascended the throne, he was bestowed with the title of Baron, living in Luoyang, and becoming a Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was equivalent to the modern Supreme People's Court, and the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was equivalent to the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. It was a lower third-rank official, and there were usually 2 of them. Yuan Wendao, who had impeached Li Zixuan last time, was also a Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, this guy was not as talented as Sun Fujia, so Sun Fujia was definitely more likely to be promoted to Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. Li Zixuan lowered his head and continued to eat. He casually replied, "Yes, the Imperial College will be on holiday this afternoon," so Iron Egg went back. Sun Zifen had just sat down unceremoniously when he heard Li Zixuan's words. He immediately exclaimed, "Damn, why is the Imperial College on holiday early?" Sun Zifen immediately expressed that he could not accept the fact that the Imperial College was on holiday at the weekend. Li Zixuan pursed his lips. Sometimes, he really wondered if this unlucky kid was Sun Fujia's biological son. Logically speaking, since Sun Fujia could be the top scorer in the exam, even if his son's results were not top-notch, he should at least be polite, right? In the end, this guy was obviously the same as Ching Chumo, a careless and rash person. However, he was much younger than Ching Chumo, probably only in his teens. They just finished the exam this morning. I saw that they were working too hard, so it's not too much to give them half a day off, right? Even if Chancellor Kong knows about it, he can't say anything. Li Zishuan said faintly, but his words really attracted some hatred. Ah. Mr. Li, how can you do this? That's right, Professor Li, how can you give the people from the Imperial College such a long holiday? Ah. I can't take it anymore. When the students from the other schools who were eating nearby heard Li Zishuan's words, they all started to denounce him. Li Zishuan had been eating in the canteen recently and had become familiar with many students. As his personality was more casual and he was very young, about the same age as most of them, many students liked to talk to him. Sometimes, they would make some harmless jokes, but Li Zishuan was not angry. Instead, he would go along with their jokes and tease them. This led to everyone calling him teacher, but they would always talk to him as if he was a good friend. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. Who asked our Imperial College's students to have such outstanding results? As a teacher, of course, I have to sympathize with them. What's wrong with giving them half a day off? Suddenly, there was a wave of wailing from the surroundings. Damn! Sun Zifen put down his chopsticks, indicating that he could not take it anymore. He shouted exaggeratedly, Grandmaster, do you still want people from the Imperial College? Quickly take me in as well. A 10-year-old kid was dancing and shouting there, looking very funny. Instantly, there was a wave of laughter from the surroundings. Chapter 194. In the canteen of the Imperial College. Hearing Sun Zifen's words, Li Zishuan put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and glanced at this joker. He said unhappily, go back and ask your father if he's willing to let you come to the School of Mathematics. It wasn't that Li Zishuan was belittling himself, but there was a hierarchy among the 6 schools of the Imperial College. The School of Mathematics, School of Books, and School of Law were basically at the bottom. The students of these 3 schools had to stand out in the annual assessment to have the chance to be promoted to the 4 gate schools, then the School of Imperial College, and finally the School of Imperial College. Sun Zifen was able to enter the School of Imperial College because his father was a 3rd-rank Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, if his father was more powerful and was promoted to a 3rd-rank Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court, then he might be able to enter the Imperial College directly. Under the current hierarchy of the Imperial College, it would be strange if Sun Fujia was willing to let Sun Zifen go to the School of Mathematics. Sun Zifen chuckled and said, hee, Grandmaster, my father already knows that you invented pinyin. He also admires you very much. Moreover, the Prince of Wei and the sons of the 3 dukes are currently studying in the School of Mathematics. Why wouldn't my father want me to go? Just tell me if you'll accept me as a student or not. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person watching over it. With Li Tai, Ching Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuchi Baolin, these awesome second-generation hedonistic sons of rich families leading the way, what other people had to worry about? Although Sun Zifan this fellow's mouth was unrestrained, his heart was clear. When the other students heard this joker's analysis, they all felt that it was reasonable. In this way, not only did the School of Mathematics have good benefits, the teachers were friendly, and there was also Li Tai, Ching Chumo, and these hedonistic sons of rich families supporting them. They didn't have to worry about their future. Only a fool wouldn't go to such a good place. Therefore, Li Zishuan's surroundings immediately became lively. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Li, is your school still hiring? My name is Wang Wenhua. My results in mathematics were very good back then. Wang Wenhua, you are bullsh** ting. You think your grades are better than mine? Dr. Li, don't listen to him. My grades are better than his. Please accept me. Grandmaster, please accept me. Take me in. Take me in, collect your sister. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't even eat. F***ck, if it were a group of female students crying and begging him to accept them, he would be very excited. At least it would prove that he was very manly. However, in front of him, there were some men clamoring for him to accept them. What the F***ck was this? Ahem, I can't make the decision on this matter. The rules of the directorate don't allow you to go wherever you want. You should go and talk to the chancellor. Li Zishuan hurriedly threw away the responsibility. If he really accepted them, he would offend a lot of people. When that time comes, how would he survive in the directorate? He might as well just throw the problem to old man Kong and let him have a headache. He originally thought that saying this would make Sun Zifen and the rest retreat. After all, as students, how many of them dared to meet the principal? However, he underestimated this fellow's character. When Sun Zifen heard that Li Zishuan didn't explicitly reject him, his eyes instantly lit up. He smiled and said, "Fine, if Chancellor Kong agrees to change classes with me, Grandmaster, you have to accept me." In his eyes, his father was a lower-class third-rank official. The Chancellor of the Directorate was also lower-class third rank. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean that all the students weren't afraid. There were also some gutsy students who secretly left the crowd. These people mostly relied on their own hard work to rise up from the 3 academies of mathematics, history, and law. They didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to follow Sun Zifen. However, there were still a lot of second generations who followed Sun Zifen and echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. Zifen, I'll go with you to find Chancellor Kong." I'll go too. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. After saying that, this group of people didn't even eat and ran out noisily to find Kong Ingda. Li Zishuan was stunned. This group of bastards was really out of control. He shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Let Kong Ingda have a headache. After a quick lunch, Li Zishuan came to a vermilion building in the center of the directorate. This could be considered the office building of the directorate's teachers. There were more than a dozen rooms of various sizes inside. Li Zishuan's position had been there since the beginning, but he hadn't been there before. 2 days ago, he didn't go back at noon and just rested there. During this time, he got to know quite a few teachers. Mr. Li. Professor Li. As soon as he entered the office, 2 of his colleagues greeted Li Zishuan. Strictly speaking, they were also Li Zishuan's students. Recently, Li Zishuan's reputation in the directorate was like the sun in the sky. It was necessary to show some respect. Hee, Assistant Zhao, Assistant Mao, you 2 haven't gone home yet? Li Zishuan chuckled and greeted the 2 of them. One of them was from the Four Gates Martial School, while the other was from the Imperial College. Both of them were decent people. At the very least, they wouldn't rely on their seniority to show off in front of newcomers. No, it's raining so heavily. How can we go back? Yes, that's true. They chatted for a while. Seeing that there was still a long time before the afternoon training, Li Zishuan returned to his seat and began to grade the papers. Zhao and Mao saw this and looked at each other in surprise. Although Li Zishuan came to the office 2 days ago, he only chatted with them for a while before lying on the table and sleeping. Today, he came to work here. Did the sun rise from the west? Li Zishuan didn't care about what these 2 people thought. He picked up the vermilion brush and seriously graded the papers. It should be noted that the so-called vermilion brush was not a brush dipped in red ink, but a pigment made by grinding vermilion into powder. Its main chemical composition was mercury sulfide. Although this stuff was poisonous, it didn't dissolve in water and didn't evaporate easily. As long as it wasn't swallowed directly, it wouldn't be inhaled under normal circumstances. This was why Li Zishuan dared to use this stuff. While Li Zishuan was having an easy time, Kong Ingda was in complete misery. Old Kong had just finished his meal and returned to his single office. Just as he was about to take a nap, someone knocked on his door. "Chancellor, open the door. Students are looking for you." "Yes, Chancellor, quickly open the door. We are all looking for you." Kang Yingda heard the noise outside and frowned slightly. This was because he heard a few very familiar voices from the noisy crowd. The owners of these voices were all troublemakers from the directorate. Kang Yingda rubbed his head and got up to open the door. Chapter 195. Chancellor, I want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. I also want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Me too, me too. When Kang Yingda opened the door, he was instantly stupefied by the chattering bastards in front of him. Transfer to the School of Mathematics? Ever since the directorate was divided into 6 academies, there had never been such a transfer from the top to the bottom. Sun Zifen, are you sure you want to be transferred from the School of Imperial Studies to the School of Mathematics? Kang Yingda frowned and asked. I'm sure. Chancellor, can you quickly transfer me to the School of Mathematics? Sun Zifen hurriedly nodded his head excitedly. What about you guys? Kang Yingda was in disbelief as he looked at the other students and asked. Chancellor, we all want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Kang Yingda was completely stupefied at this moment. He stared blankly for a moment before suddenly putting on a stern face and berating sternly, Sun Zifen, who instigated all of you to be transferred to the School of Mathematics? Sun Zifen said with a blank face, Chancellor, no one instigated us, we all did it willingly. Yes, we all did it willingly. Kang Yingda asked with an ugly expression, then do all of your elders know? Cough, my father still doesn't know. Sun Zifen coughed awkwardly. Transferring academies is an important matter, you all must discuss it with your elders. If they agree, then I will allow you all to do it. If they don't agree, then you all must reflect on your own actions today. Kang Yingda's thoughts turned and decided to drag it out like this. Otherwise, if so many students were to be transferred to the School of Mathematics all of a sudden, wouldn't that be a complete mess? Moreover, although these students were muddle-headed, Kang Yingda didn't believe that their fathers would also do muddle-headed things. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and smiled as he agreed, Chancellor is right, I will go home today and ask for my father's opinion. After saying that, he bid farewell to the other wastrels and left. Kang Yingda's eyelids twitched fiercely as he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Li Zixuan marked the test papers for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he went to another classroom to prepare for the training session for the instructors. In the office, the other 2 teaching assistants naturally followed him. The afternoon training session was surprisingly smooth. After a little more than 2 hours, the last bit of pinyin knowledge was taught. Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was finally done with his work. In the future, he could continue to live a leisurely life. After the teachers finished asking their questions, Li Zixuan dismissed the class in advance. He packed up his teaching materials in high spirits and prepared to go home. In this terrible weather, he should be cooped up at home teasing his servant girl. Instead, he came out to give a lecture. God knows if his brain was flooded with water. I want to go home. Li Zixuan's brain was now dominated by the strong desire to go home. As for the teacher's pinyin knowledge test, Kang Yingda was naturally responsible for it. Dr. Li, please wait. Just when Li Zixuan finished packing up his things and was preparing to leave, he heard Kang Yingda's voice. Li Zixuan secretly cursed his bad luck. Chancellor Kang, is there anything else? Li Zixuan stopped and asked. Dr. Li, Sun Zifen and the other students from the Imperial College want to be transferred to the Institute of Mathematics. Do you know about this? Kang Yingda chased after him and asked with a serious face. Li Zixuan opened his eyes wide in shock and his face was filled with disbelief as he asked, there is such a thing? That is really strange. I have never heard of such a strange thing. Could it be that Chancellor is purposely making fun of me? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that it had anything to do with him. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was the group of students who wanted to cause trouble. Kang Yingda saw Li Zixuan's exaggerated expression and frowned. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Oh, then forget it. You can go now, Dr. Li. Okay. Outside, Sanbao had already brought the carriage over. Li Zishuan took off his straw rain cape and got on the carriage. The carriage moved slowly and gradually out of the Imperial College and into the drizzling streets of Chang'an. Li Zishuan sat comfortably on the sofa and drank some hot water. He looked at the rain outside the window and was lost in thought. This scene reminded him of a modern poem, Dai Wangshu's Rainy Alley. It was a pity that he didn't have a girl with the same color and fragrance as a lilac beside him. Alright, to put it more simply, this guy was starting to miss his wife again. Sigh, ancient times have their good points, and modern times have their good points. Ancient beauties are pure and natural, and ancient beauties are more charming. Modern times have all kinds of high-tech. No matter where you are, no matter how far you are, when you miss your wife, you can send her a message, call her, or even accept a video call. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after experiencing so many years of long-distance love in modern times, he would still have to endure the pain of a long-distance love for a few months after transmigrating to ancient times. Although this so-called long-distance love was only a few dozen miles away, due to secular etiquette, this few dozen miles was a gap that he and Han Yushi could not cross in these few months. Young master, we are home. Just as Li Zishuan was lost in his thoughts, the carriage arrived at the Li residence. Li Zishuan came back to his senses. He got off the carriage and took the oil paper umbrella from Sanbao. He walked alone to the west courtyard. Sanbao looked at Li Zishuan's back and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that his young master was a little off today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Young master, you are back? Xiaoxi will go to the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup for you to get rid of the cold. When he returned to the west courtyard, he met Xiaoxi as soon as he entered the house. The little girl went up to Li Zishuan to wipe the rain off his face as she went to get the ginger soup for Li Zishuan. Don't. Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan called out softly. Xiaoxi could hear that her young master's voice was a little off. She was startled and asked, Young master, what's wrong? Ah, no young master. It was Li Zishuan who turned around and hugged Xiaoxi tightly. The little girl was shocked by this sudden attack. She instinctively wanted to twist her body and break free from his embrace, but he hugged her even tighter. Don't move. Let me hug you quietly for a while. Li Zishuan said softly. Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan was only hugging her and did not do anything out of line. The little girl felt relieved and stopped moving. She let Li Zishuan hug her quietly. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoxi felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. After a while, she heard the sound of even breathing. It turned out that Li Zishuan had fallen asleep while hugging her. The smell on this little girl's body was simply too nice. Luckily, they were not standing too far away from the bed. Xiaoxi dragged Li Zishuan onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. The little girl saw the tired look on her young master's face and couldn't help but cry. She sobbed softly at the side. Woo-woo young master, you have worked hard. Chapter 196. Xiaoxi, why did Xian go to sleep the moment he came back? Madame Li came to the west courtyard in the evening to look for her son, but was told by Xiaoxi that Li Zishuan had already fallen asleep. Madame Li could not help but ask in surprise. Madam, young master has been too tired these few days, and young master seems to be missing young mistress. Xiaoxi's face turned red as she spoke. Madame Li froze for a moment. Just as she wanted to ask Xiaoxi how she knew that Li Zishuan missed his wife, she saw Xiaoxi's flushed face. Madame Li instantly thought that something must have happened between her son and this servant girl. However, as a mother, she did not dare to say too much about this matter. In any case, her son would definitely not be at a disadvantage. At that moment, she shook her head, looked at Xiaoxi strangely, and left. At the same time, she thought that her son's wedding date should be set earlier so that she could hug her chubby grandson earlier. Ah, madam, it's not what you think. When Xiaoxi saw Madame Li's strange gaze, she immediately came to a realization. She knew that Madame Li must have misunderstood, so she quickly explained. However, Madame Li was not going to listen to this explanation. Xian, come, come, come. You didn't eat last night. Eat more today. In the morning, Li Zishuan was woken up by hunger. He only managed to make it in time to have breakfast with his mother. Yes, yes. Thank you, mother. Li Zishuan said vaguely as he stuffed food into his mouth. You child, why are you being so courteous with me? My son has been working hard in the Imperial College these few days. Mother will make something good for you in the afternoon. Madame Li said with a smile. Yes, yes. What else could Li Zishuan say? He could only nod his head happily. Xian, your wedding date with Yushi has been set. Daoist Qingxian said that the 25th of next month is an auspicious day and is suitable for marriage. Your father, Han Li, and I are discussing. Although time is a little tight, with the manpower and resources of our Li family, we can definitely prepare it. Therefore, we have set your wedding date on the 25th of next month. Madame Li looked at her son and said kindly. Ah. Li Zishuan widened his eyes in surprise. After a moment, he reacted and said excitedly, yes, yes, this is great. Mother, I thought I would have to wait for at least 2 months. Huh, look at how anxious you are. Xian, when you have a wife in the future, are you going to forget about mother? Mrs. Li couldn't help but tease her son when she saw that he couldn't wait to get married. How could I? Mother, don't worry, you will always be the most important person in my heart. Little rascal. Li Zishuan didn't have to go to school today, and after hearing such good news in the morning, he instantly forgot about the sadness in the rain yesterday afternoon. Now, he was in the mood to go out and have fun. However, there were only a few places he could go. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan decided to go to the workshop to check on the progress of the dictionary and newspaper compilation, as well as the development of the paper machine. Good morning, boss. As soon as he entered the workshop, a servant came over to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the group of people surrounding the east side of the courtyard. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what are they doing? Boss, I heard that the paper machine was completed yesterday afternoon. Today, Manager Fu and young Master Yan are trying it out. The servant replied respectfully. Oh. Li Zishuan was delighted. With Yan Xiaoning involved in the development of the paper machine, the progress was indeed much faster. He was really lucky today. Go ahead, I'll go over there and take a look. Li Zishuan waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk over. Zhao De, control the horse's speed. Zhang Xiaohua, go and fill the pulp pool. Guo Lu, go and lead the ox. As soon as he got close to the crowd, he heard Yan Xiaoning giving out orders like a marshal. Look, paper is coming out. The paper is so big, and the paper is coming out so fast. The thickness of the paper is also quite uniform. According to this speed, it will probably only take a few breaths of time for one cut of paper to come out, right? Generally, one cut of paper refers to 100 sheets, yes, yes. As soon as Li Zishuan squeezed into the crowd, he saw a huge and cumbersome machine standing in the open space on the east side of the workshop. The monster-like machine, under the pull of the animal, made caw-caw sounds of parts rubbing against each other. The paper was quickly coming out of the paper outlet. There were wooden shelves under the paper outlet. After the paper was sent to the shelves, the craftsman immediately took the paper to the side to dry it. Overall, the paper production efficiency was very high. Success. Great, we did it. Seeing that the paper machine could come out normally for 15 minutes, the group of craftsmen standing beside Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but cheer excitedly. God knows how much effort they had put in over the past few days. Xiaoning. Li Zishuan saw that their excitement was almost over and walked over. Xiao Xian, why are you here? Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. Congratulations, this paper machine will be the cornerstone of our Tang dynasty's education industry in the future. The effort you have put in today will be enough to leave your names in history. In the future, every piece of paper used by the scholars of our Tang dynasty will be credited to you. All of you are good. Lisa Schwan looked at the true technical backbone of the workshop in front of him. Among them, the older ones already had white hair, while the younger ones had just turned 20. As craftsmen, they lived at the bottom of society, but their creativity was comparable to a regular army. They deserved to be respected. Looking at them, Lisa Schwan couldn't help but think of the scientists in his previous life who worked hard on the front lines of research. They also worked hard, but a lifetime of research couldn't even compare to the money a celebrity could earn from acting in a movie. At the thought of this, Lisa Schwan couldn't help but shout. He felt injustice for the craftsmen. Oh. We are good. Lisa Schwan's words made the craftsmen's blood boil. They worked overtime because Lisa Schwan treated them extremely well in the workshop, so they wanted to repay him. They had never imagined that the thing they made would have such great meaning behind it. Thus, these craftsmen couldn't help but cheer. All the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper machine will be rewarded with 2 strings of cash. Now, go back and have a good rest. Your health is your greatest asset. Lisa Schwan looked at the craftsmen in front of him. Although most of them had excited expressions, the exhaustion in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Thus, he hurriedly had them go back and rest. Hearing that they would be rewarded with 2 strings of cash, the craftsmen who had just been satisfied on a spiritual level were now satisfied on a material level. They bowed and expressed their thanks. Thank you, boss. Thank you, young master. Lisa Schwan hurriedly waved his hand and said, go and rest. Chapter 197. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The craftsmen dispersed. Lisa Schwan followed Faubert and Yen Xiaoning to a room and said, Brother Faubert, Brother Xiaoning, thank you for your hard work these days. Faubert politely waved his hand and said, it's no trouble at all. Yen Xiaoning, on the other hand, snorted in dissatisfaction, it's really hard work. You were the one who came up with this idea. Logically speaking, you're the most suitable person to do this, and you'll be the fastest. But you just had to be lazy and leave everything to Faubert, causing us to work so hard. Lisa Schwan pursed his lips. Why did this guy's tone sound like a disgruntled housewife? But when he heard the second half of Yen Xiaoning's sentence, he immediately complained, Brother Xiaoning, I didn't slack off these 2 days. Recently, I've been teaching pinyin to the instructors of the Imperial College. I'm almost as tired as a dog. Yen Xiaoning was teased and laughed. He pretended to size up Lisa Schwan and then teased, Hey, little Xian, you really do look a little like a dog now. Pfft. Lisa Schwan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He said unhappily, Chow, get lost. After joking around for a while, Lisa Schwan began to talk business with Yen Xiaoning and the others. Brother Xiaoning, how much is the output of our paper machine and the cost of producing paper? Hearing this, Yen Xiaoning closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and said, according to my preliminary estimation, the paper production efficiency of a paper machine is about 30 to 40 times that of manual labor. Moreover, the paper produced by the paper machine has a uniform thickness and is more delicate. The quality seems to be better than the current Xian paper. Overall, the cost of our paper is about 20 copper coins per cut. As far as I know, the cost of paper for other paper mills in Cheng and is about 500 copper coins per cut. Moreover, their paper is still in short supply. When the time comes, not only will our paper be cheaper than theirs, but the quality will also be better. I believe that once our workshop starts producing at full capacity, the traditional Xian paper will be completely replaced by our paper. Hearing Yen Xiaoning's confident words, Lisa Schwan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the paper production cost could be reduced to 1/25 of the original through the paper machine. It was really amazing. Mark said that if capital had 50% profit, it would risk everything. If it had 100% profit, it would dare to break all the laws of the world. If it had 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. If Lisa Schwan sold the paper from the workshop at the price of ordinary paper, he would earn more than 25 times the profit. This huge profit was enough to make anyone go crazy. The 3 people in the room gradually thought of this. The three of them were shocked by the high profit and their breathing became rapid. Li Zixuan shook his head and forced himself to wake up. The purpose of his paper machine wasn't to make money, but to let the poor be able to read. It wasn't that he was a saint or that there was something wrong with his brain. It was just that he had promised Ma Zhou that he would let everyone in Tang be able to read. Li Zixuan had to do what he said. As for money, it was something that he couldn't earn in his lifetime. If he really wanted to make money, there were many ways. Brother Xiaoning, Faubert, our new paper can't be sold at an expensive price. My original intention of inventing the paper machine wasn't to make money. In my opinion, the price of the new paper should be set at 30 to 40 copper coins per cut. What do you think? Li Zixuan used 20% of his internal energy and said in a deep voice. Wealth moved people's hearts. In the face of such a huge profit, even Faubert and Yan Xiaoning almost lost their minds, let alone the others. Absolutely not. Young master, if you set the price like this, wouldn't you offend all the paper mills in the world? At that time, a large number of craftsmen will lose their jobs. Faubert had just been awakened by Li Zixuan's shout and heard Li Zixuan's shocking price. His heart trembled and he quickly dissuaded him. Yeah, Xiaoxian. If you set the price like this, it will be a devastating blow to the rice paper mills. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but say. Li Zixuan frowned. Faubert and Yan Xiaoning's thoughts were still somewhat stubborn and conservative. During the First Industrial Revolution in England, it also had a devastating impact on the traditional handicraft industry. In the end, large machinery production replaced the inefficient handicraft industry, which also caused a large number of traditional craftsmen to lose their jobs. But didn't England survive in the end? Not only that, England also became the world's largest country after the First Industrial Revolution. Xiaoning, Faubert, in the future, our workshop will have batches and batches of new technology. At that time, do you still want us to adapt to the backward handicraft production of this era? The purpose of our development of new technology is to break the inefficient and backward technology of the current era. As the era progresses, so does technology. We should let people catch up and adapt to the pace of our new technology. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. Our Strange Taste Pavilion workshop must lead the new technology trend and promote the technological innovation of the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan felt that he had to correct Yan Xiaoning and Faubert's thoughts. These two were the top technical backbone of the workshop. If their thoughts were shackled and they did things fearfully, it wouldn't be good for the development of the workshop. Good. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. Li Zixuan, I've underestimated you. Just when Faubert and Yan Xiaoning were still immersed in Li Zixuan's enlightening impromptu speech, Li Er's laughter came from outside the room. Li Zixuan was speechless. Why did the people of the old Li family like to eavesdrop on others? Last time, it was Li Qingqian. This time, it was Li Er himself. This father and son pair was really unique. After Li Er's laughter came, he pushed open the door and entered without any hesitation. Empress Zhangsun was accompanying him. In the room, Faubert and Yan Xiaoning finally reacted. Both of them were shocked and quickly bowed. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Li Zixuan was helpless and could only follow suit. Although he hadn't seen Zhangsun before, this woman could wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe beside Li Zixuan. Moreover, Yan Xiaoning just said that this was the empress. He, Li Zixuan, wasn't stupid. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. All rise. Li Zixuan, come here. I just heard you say that the cost of your new paper is only 20 copper coins. Is this true? Li Zixuan was speechless. Didn't you eavesdrop just now? Why are you still asking when you already know the answer? You're really too free. Your Majesty, this is only our initial estimate of the cost. However, the final result is not far off. Even though he was cursing crazily in his heart, Li Zishuan could only answer obediently. Chapter 198. Good. Good. With your cheap and high-quality paper and the upcoming Pinyin version of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, I estimate that in less than 5 years, the scholars of Tang Dynasty will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. This is a great achievement for the present and benefits for the future. Li Er sat at the head of the table with Zhang Sun and couldn't help but praise. Zhang Sun smiled and said, I congratulate your majesty. Hundreds of years ago, Qin Huang and Han Wu failed to achieve the great cause of educating the people. Now, your majesty is likely to achieve it. Ha, the empress is right. Li Er was delighted and was very proud. Li Zishuan curled his lips. You didn't invent the paper-making machine and Pinyin, so what are you so proud of? Also, is it really okay for you husband and wife to flatter each other and show off your love in public? Aren't you just bullying me because I haven't married yet? When I get married, I will pull my wife along every day and show off my love in front of you. Yesterday, I heard that your workshop had made a paper-making machine, so I brought the empress to see the effects of this thing. I didn't expect it to be so much beyond my expectations. Li Zishuan, your workshop has done well this time. Later, do a summary of the relevant personnel and submit it to me. I will reward all of them. The first part was all nonsense, which made Li Zishuan roll his eyes. However, the last part of Li Er's sentence was very conscientious. Li Zishuan was invigorated when he heard it. He quickly put on an act and cupped his hands and said, on behalf of the workshop's 3,000 craftsmen, I thank your majesty for your kindness. Pfft. Li Er spat out a mouthful of tea and immediately choked. He said in a bad mood, what 3,000 craftsmen? I am talking about the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper-making machine. Are you going to report all the craftsmen in the workshop? Replying to your majesty, the development of the paper-making machine, whether it was the smallest part or the huge wheel, whether it was the logistics or the front line of production, there were countless craftsmen in the workshop. The reason why the paper machine can be made in such a short time is definitely not something that can be done by just a few dozen people. It can't be done without the efforts of every craftsman. Although Li Zishuan's words were a little exaggerated, they were basically the truth. The structure of the paper machine was not simple. To be able to make it in such a short time was really a miracle. However, behind every so-called miracle, there were countless people who worked hard in silence. This time was no exception. He had just learned from Yan Xiaoning that during the few days of the paper-making machine's development, the entire workshop was in a state of overload. All the craftsmen in the workshop were dedicating themselves to the development of the paper-making machine. Among them, some were at the front desk, directly responsible for research and development, but most were behind the scenes. They were all on standby 24 hours a day, providing the most reliable logistical support for the research and development personnel at the front desk in all aspects. It was this kind of fighting spirit that led to the success of the paper-making machine in such a short time. After listening, Li Zishuan was silent for a long time. He could also see that when Li Zishuan said those words, there was sincerity in his eyes. It was easy to reward 30 people, but how could he reward 3,000 people? But if he didn't reward them, then where would he put his face as the emperor? To be honest, Li Zishuan was really in a dilemma. Your Majesty, I think that it would be better to let the 3,000 craftsmen in this workshop work under the general work supervisor. They are different from ordinary general work supervisors in that they are only in name. Normally, they still work in the men's workshop in Li County. Secondly, His Majesty would bestow upon them some scattered official positions, such as generals and scholars. In this way, these craftsmen would at least have an official position, and no one would look down upon them in the future. What do you think, Your Majesty? Seeing that Li Zishuan was in a dilemma, Zhang Sun had a bright idea and suggested. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. This Zhang Sun was indeed worthy of the title of Great Tang's Virtuous Empress. She really saw the problem very clearly. Her analysis was right. At present, the craftsmen in the workshop lacked the recognition of the outside world the most. Otherwise, they would still be the craftsmen living at the bottom. He raised his eyes and secretly glanced at Zhang Sun. He saw her sitting high in the seat of honor. Her facial features were beautiful, her body was graceful, and her bones revealed a graceful aura. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. I don't know how Li Zishuan got lucky to marry such a perfect wife. Good, good, the Empress is right. Li Zishuan, what do you think of this? Li Zishuan smiled happily. Li Zishuan quickly replied, I have no objection. Your Majesty is wise, Your Majesty is benevolent. Li Zishuan slapped the table and said, Good, I will write the decree later. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert looked at each other and couldn't help but be happy. Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, Fu Yuanqi, when the Tang dictionary is finished, I will reward the three of you separately. Li Zishuan was very generous today. He had just rewarded 3,000 people, and now he promised to reward the three of them. Li Zishuan really didn't know what was wrong with Li Zishuan, but if there were benefits to be gained, only a fool would refuse. He, Yan Xiaoning, and Faubert went forward to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan nodded happily. He was really happy today. No one could understand the great significance of the paper machine better than him. It could destroy the foundation of the aristocratic families. Li Zishuan, you said before that under the rolling wheel of time, whoever can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. I agree with this very much. Do it boldly. I am looking forward to what this workshop will change Tang Dynasty into in the future. I joined the army when I was young and was about to conquer the world. I like your drive to forge ahead. Li Zishuan's blood was boiling. He thought to himself that today's trip wasn't in vain. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be excited when old Li was so sure of his radical thinking. He went forward and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I believe that the changes that the workshop will bring to Tang Dynasty in the future will definitely surprise Your Majesty. Zhang Sun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, Your Majesty, this child is young, but his tone is really big. Li Zishuan held Zhang Sun's hand and stood up with a smile. Li Zishuan, I will wait and see. Farewell, Your Majesty, farewell. The few people in the room bowed again. Xiao Xian, we did well this time. I guess it won't be long before our workshop is famous in Chang'an, right? Not only that. This time, we gained both fame and profit. Li Zishuan laughed and said, you are satisfied with just this? Don't worry, there will be more opportunities in the future to make you even more satisfied. Chapter 199. Hey, Xiaoning, I still want to make another type of paper machine. Hey, don't go. Come and take a look. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of toilet paper. Now that the paper machine had been made, he only needed to add a scraper to it to make toilet paper. Therefore, he wanted to ask Yan Xiaoning to make a toilet paper machine. Who knew that this guy would turn around and leave before he finished listening? Li Zishuan quickly pulled him back. Pfft, it's easy for you to say that. We worked tirelessly for so many days to make a paper machine, and you want to do something new? If you're so good, then do it. Don't call me, I have to go back and rest. Yan Xiaoning spat in exasperation. Cough, Xiaoning, listen to me first. This paper machine doesn't need to be troublesome. Its general structure is similar to the paper machine you made before. It's just that its dryer is more special. It's a dryer with a large diameter. On the other side of the dryer, there's a scraper to remove the wrinkles from the paper. Li Zishuan pulled Yan Xiaoning and explained. Yan Xiaoning was puzzled. If you do it this way, won't the paper be soft and fluffy? How do you write on this kind of paper? Faubert thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yes, young master, the paper you make can't be used at all. Li Zishuan immediately retorted. Who said it can't be used? This kind of paper is soft and fluffy. Wouldn't it be extremely comfortable to use it to wipe your butt in the toilet? Yan Xiaoning's face was full of black lines. He was really speechless towards Li Zishuan. Don't you have toilet paper chips to use in the toilet? Why do you have to do this? Li Zishuan stomped his feet. Damn, the toilet paper is so hard. How do you use it? How can it be more comfortable than this soft paper? This was the most unacceptable thing for Li Zixuan after he transmigrated. He could live without a computer or a phone, but he couldn't live without toilet paper. Why the f***ck do you want me to use bamboo to wipe my butt? Then what do you usually use in the toilet, young master? Faubert couldn't help but ask. Cough cough, I asked someone to make the rice paper soft before using it. But this is really troublesome, Li Zixuan said after thinking for a while. Faubert and Yan Xiaoning suddenly felt a toothache. They really wanted to beat him up. What a waste. You brat, you're simply a refined scum. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but point at Li Zixuan's nose and scold. Li Zixuan rubbed his nose and felt very helpless. Isn't it just wiping your ass with a piece of paper? It's so normal. Is there a need for that? In the end, Yan Xiaoning agreed to Li Zixuan's request. There was no other reason other than Li Zixuan saying that this thing could also make a lot of money. After reducing the cost of paper, Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as paper could be mass-produced, many of his later plans could be carried out smoothly. Well, the most important thing was that the toilet paper problem was solved. He could finally see the most commonly used industrial product in ancient times. This made him feel a little closer. After leaving the room, Li Zixuan went to the back hall. He wanted to see how Ma Zhou and the others were progressing. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw that there was an earth-shattering change inside. Dozens of tables were arranged in the hall. Each table was piled with all kinds of information. Then, dozens of middle-aged scholars were bent over the tables, carefully checking and recording. These must be the scholars sent by Li Tai and Li Qingxian. Li Zixuan's arrival didn't cause any waves. Perhaps in these people's eyes, Li Zixuan wasn't as important as the documents in their hands. Lord Zhu, you're here? Ma Zhou quietly came up to greet him. Li Zixuan nodded and also said softly, yes, Brother Ma, let's talk somewhere else. Everyone here was busy with their own things. Li Zixuan really didn't have the heart to break the silence. When they came to the next room, the two of them sat down. Li Zixuan asked, Brother Ma, how is the compilation of the dictionary going? Ma Zhou cupped his hands and answered, Lord Zhu, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Wei attached great importance to this matter. They sent a total of 12 scholars. A few days ago, the compilation of the dictionary was fully launched. Currently, it is steadily being carried out. Brother Ma, did these scholars deliberately make things difficult for you? Were they arrogant and rude? Ma Zhou looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated and said, they didn't make things difficult. The compilation of the dictionary is more important than anything else. Presumably, Crown Prince and King of Wei have already told them. However, most of these scholars are knowledgeable people. They are more or less arrogant. I can understand. Li Zixuan frowned slightly. He had deliberately emphasized to Li Qingxian and Li Tai that the main person in charge of the compilation of the dictionary was Ma Zhou. He didn't expect that when it came to the final moment, those people would secretly look down on Ma Zhou. Brother Ma, who has been rude to you before? Tell me. I will tell Crown Prince and King of Wei. Li Zixuan had always attached great importance to Ma Zhou. Now, how could he sit by and do nothing? Ma Zhou quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Zhu, there is no need to do this. Ma Zhou is just a commoner. Those scholars belong to the rank 6 imperial residence or the Eastern Palace. It is natural for me to be looked down on. However, I should be the one to fight back. Ma Zhou believes that with his talent and knowledge, I will definitely be able to make these scholars look down on me. Ma Zhou's meaning was clear. He would get back the face he lost in the future. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Brother Ma is so bold. Just based on this point, those scholars can't compare to Brother Ma. Lord Zhu, you flatter me. Huh, that's good. If Brother Ma needs help in the future, just let me know. Oh, the workshop has finished the paper-making machine today. Our paper cost has been greatly reduced. Brother Ma, you can start the newspaper and the copying of ancient books. The most basic and most important technology of Chitsu culture had been prepared. The copying of ancient books for sale and the publishing of newspapers had been completed. There were no more obstacles. Yes, Lord Ju is right. I have heard about the trial production of the papermaking machine today. I am also preparing for it. A few days ago, I have selected 10 ancient books from the King of Wei's residence. We can start printing them. In less than 5 days, we can print 400 to 500 books and sell them at Chitsu Culture Bookstore. Ma Zhou spoke slowly as if everything was under his control. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Yes, that's great. Brother Ma, it seems that we will be able to let all the scholars in Tang be able to read books soon. Ma Zhou said happily, that is true. Every time I think about participating in the cause of universal education, I am very excited. Now that I think about it, joining the workshop was probably the best decision I have made in my life. Oh, by the way, according to Lord Ju's previous suggestion, I have made a new edition of the newspaper. Lord Ju, do you think it is suitable? Chapter 200. In the back hall of the workshop. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up when he heard Ma Zhou say that he had made a new edition of the newspaper. He said impatiently, Brother Ma, let me take a look. Please wait a moment, Lord Ju. Ma Zhou replied and went to get the materials. After a while, he came back in and handed Li Zishuan a stack of papers. Lord Ju, this is the new edition of the newspaper. Please take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded as he took the papers. He opened them and looked at them carefully. Detailed explanation of punctuation, this was the first section of the newspaper. It seemed that Ma Zhou had thought about it thoroughly. He wanted people to accept punctuation as soon as possible. Next was the interactive section of the literati. Li Zishuan had said that this section could be written in classical Chinese. The content and format were not much different from last time. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects to His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were all under His Majesty's control. Explanation of Jingguan law. It is said, man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Zishuan felt that this section was boring. He thought to himself, I'll leave this section for the literati of Tang dynasty to spit at each other. In any case, this young master will not read it in the future. The second section was the current news. Li Zishuan was excited. He wanted to see what Ma Zhou would write this time. As soon as he saw it, he could not take his eyes off it. Shocking. Murderer is so deranged, exterminating an entire family. This content was considered normal. It only talked about a massacre that had just been solved in Xinfeng County not long ago. The process was quite complicated. As Ma Zhou did not use classical Chinese this time, Li Zishuan was very interested. He carefully read the whole story. Next article. The drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. When Li Zishuan saw the title, he thought that the drunken scholar had used the alcohol to force himself on the brothel's top courtesan. But when he looked down, he immediately vomited blood. It turned out that the drunken scholar had drunk too much and had the urge to pee, so he had peed on the side of the road. Who knew that the brothel's top courtesan had seen him and scolded the scholar for being vulgar? As a result, the two had an argument, which finally alarmed the Cheng and Marshal Marquis. Cheng and Wu Ho rushed to the widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night, and the reason was actually like this. Seeing this title, you will definitely think that Wu Ho went to the widow's house to have an affair, right? Li Zishuan also thought so at first, but in the end, it was not the case. Wu Ho only went to the widow's house to put out the fire, and from the beginning to the end, it was just a piece of news about a fire. Shocking. A woman actually dared to do such a thing in broad daylight. What is it? You must have thought it was something embarrassing, right? In the end, the woman's skill was just a bit better, and she met a thief on the street. She was not robbed by the thief, but instead captured the thief. Shocking. Shocking. Men will be silent, women will cry. Alright, after reading up to this point, Li Zixuan was already immune to it. As expected, the content was just a notice that Chitsu Culture was offering a large sum of money for a literary competition. Ma Zhou was King trying to stir up trouble. After seeing the current news section, Li Zixuan was really shocked, and his mouth was wide open. At this moment, he really wanted to say to Ma Zhou, "Brother 666666666, tomorrow please come to the UC shock department to work." Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that Ma Zhou, who had received a traditional Confucian education, would be able to use the shocking words he had said last time, and so quickly learn how to use it. This was simply too much of a prank, okay? He wondered if Li Er would come and kill him if he knew that his future prime minister had been trained to such a state by him. How is it? How is it? Lord Zhu. When Ma Zhou saw that Li Zixuan had finished reading the current news section, he hurriedly asked with a face full of expectation. For this new version of the current news, he had pondered over the words Li Zixuan had said that day for a long time before he understood some of the essence, and then he tried to change it into this. Li Zixuan covered his face and said, "Okay. Brother Ma, your change this time is really great. This little brother really admires you. Just print it like this, the faster the better. Now we can make our own paper. You better have Master Lu arrange for the first batch of newspapers to be printed within these 2 days. The first batch of newspapers should be printed in 1,000 copies. When the time comes, remember to recruit a group of children from poor families to help sell the newspapers." Li Zixuan was a little flustered at this moment. He was originally such an excellent and honest great scholar. How did he become like this? Whose fault is it? Anyway, it's not my fault. This young master didn't mean to be like this. Ma Zhou felt that Li Zixuan's expression was a little strange, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was at the moment, so he could only agree, "Yes, Lord Zhu, now the workshop has a lot of ready-made technologies. I estimate that I can rush out the first batch of newspapers tomorrow, and by the morning of the day after tomorrow, it can be sold in Cheng'an City." Li Zixuan nodded. He had introduced another modern product into the Tang dynasty. In the future, when he had nothing to do at home, he could read the newspaper. In this era where entertainment and culture were extremely lacking, to be able to lie on the chair and read the newspaper was already a great enjoyment for Li Zixuan. Brother Ma, newspapers and dictionaries are the most important things in the future of Chitsu culture. During this period of time, you have to work hard and pay attention to these 2 things. After this period of busy, you can go and find a group of assistants. As long as you think that it's suitable, no matter how much it costs, you have to hire them. This way, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Li Zixuan instructed. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu." Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered to read the last section of Dahua Jianghu. Although he had high hopes for this section, because he could read novels from here in the future, but currently, there was only one novel written by him, so it wasn't very interesting to read it. After a while, when someone submitted a novel, he would pay more attention to this section. When he thought about it, countless scholars would fight to submit to Chitsu culture, and countless wonderful novels would appear. He just had to stay at home, sleep on the chair, and listen to Xiaoxi softly reading the novel to him. If he was happy listening to the novel, he would spend a lot of money and give the novel author a big reward, so that he could quickly release more chapters for him. Damn, this kind of life, just thinking about it makes me feel good, right? This is the life of a nouveau riche second-generation otaku. Li Zixuan couldn't help but drool as he thought about it. He seemed to have discovered something amazing. Chapter 201. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Freshly printed Datang daily. Only 5 copper coins per copy. 5 copper coins won't make you lose out or get scammed, but you can buy a big Datang daily. Brother, do you want to buy one? After spending the weekend happily at home, Li Zixuan sat in a carriage early in the morning and headed to class at the Imperial College. Inside the carriage, he could hear the sound of children hawking newspapers outside. Li Zixuan asked San Bao to stop the carriage first. He looked out through the window and saw 4 or 5 children wearing blue shirts with the logo of queer culture on them. They were holding newspapers and riding on scooters. They were peddling newspapers on the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. This was one of the benefits for the children of Chitsu culture who sold newspapers. They usually had scooters as a means of transportation. If they sold newspapers for 3 months in a row, the scooters would be given to them for free. This directly led to the long queue in front of the workshop when they were recruiting paperboys yesterday. Later, Ma Zhou only picked 40 to 50 clever children after much deliberation. Hey, which family are you from? What the hell is this newspaper? What's in it? At this time, he heard a man speaking in a rough voice. Uncle, this newspaper has articles by great scholars and some interesting things that have happened around Chang'an recently. There are also some novels serialized in it. It's very interesting. Oh. I'm not interested in the articles by great scholars, but I want to read the novels. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Here, uncle, for you. 5 copper coins per copy. Hiss, this newspaper is so big, and the words on it are all engraved and printed. It's only 5 copper coins. Kid, did you remember wrongly? Don't go back and your shopkeeper will punish you just because you remembered wrongly. This person was still a conscientious person and was not willing to take advantage of a child. He opened the newspaper and was immediately shocked by the size of the newspaper. Such a big newspaper must be worth more than 5 copper coins. That's right. Could it be that you remembered wrongly? Even if there's nothing written on such a big piece of rice paper, it's still worth more than 5 copper coins. At this moment, a passerby walked over and looked at the newspaper in the burly man's hand. The paperboy politely bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, uncles. But this newspaper is only sold for 5 copper coins per copy, so it can't be wrong. This was personally instructed by our manager. Oh my, is your manager an idiot? This is obviously a losing business. TSK. Quickly give me a copy. Let's not talk about what's written on it first. 5 copper coins for such a big piece of paper. When I go back and paste it on the wall, it will show that I'm a cultured person. Pfft. Dumbo, you're such a disgrace. Little doll, give me a copy too. My ergo doll is studying in a school in Chang'an. He is literate. I'll buy it for him to read the essays of the great Confucian scholars. While you're at it, read the novels to me. Shoo. Butcher Zhao, you're here to show off your ergo doll again. Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan shook his head. This was the first time these people bought a newspaper, and they bought it for the cheap price. It was really, San Bao, let's go. Let's go to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan said aloud. The people who bought the newspaper now were just some people who liked the novelty. The real popularity of the newspaper was definitely not because of these people. However, this was a good start. With this first batch of people taking the initiative to promote, the follow-up effect would be better. Yes, young master. Sanbao replied, and the carriage continued to move slowly. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. In this weekly exam, there are a total of 3 people who scored full marks. They are Li Tai, Kusher Qing, and Iron Egg. There are 2 people who scored 99. They are Zheng Ziren and Meng Wenhao. These students are the top 5 of this weekly exam. Excellent. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and looked at the report card in his hand and said. He felt that it was a pity for Meng Wenhao. This kid wrote a step that was slightly ambiguous in a proof question. Li Zishuan thought about it again and deducted 1 point from him. As a result, this unlucky kid would not be able to get into the top 3. Clap, clap, clap. The students in the classroom, regardless of what they were thinking, whether they were jealous or not, all of them applauded together with Li Zishuan. Although Meng Wenhao was a little annoyed, he had just looked at the paper that was handed out. There were indeed some small problems in that part of the paper. He was sincerely convinced by the deduction of 1 point. As for the last 5 of this weekly exam, as the applause gradually stopped, Li Zixuan said loudly again. However, he deliberately paused for a moment and then looked at the back row. Ching Chimo's chrysanthemum, oh no, his heart suddenly tightened. He then repeatedly winked at Li Zixuan, hinting him not to say it out loud. As for the last 5, I won't mention them today. You should know who they are. Ah no, you should know who they are. Li Zixuan's heavy breathing almost scared Ching Chimo to death. However, when he heard that Li Zixuan still did not mention his name, he could not help but feel a little happy. Here, this is the solution to the last question. Those who did it wrong, take a good look at it and clear your thoughts. You must make sure that you will not make a mistake the next time you encounter the same question. After a simple introduction of the results, Li Zixuan began to explain the test paper to them. The questions were relatively simple, so he explained them quickly. In less than 1 class, he had finished explaining. Damn, this is great. This novel is so F***ing great. This brother is too good. Suddenly, a roar came from the classroom, scaring all the students. Li Zixuan was also a little startled, but then he became angry. He quickly found the source of the sound and shouted angrily, "What the hell? Wang Meng, stand up." Wang Meng suddenly shivered. In fact, after he shouted, he had already sobered up. Now that he heard Li Zixuan's angry voice, how could he not know that he had already eaten a pill? Sir, I was wrong. Wang Meng's face was bitter, and his voice was trembling. Li Zixuan sneered, "Humph, now you know you were wrong. What were you doing just now?" Wang Meng hesitated and did not dare to say anything. Li Zixuan sternly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to quit school?" Wang Meng did not dare to hesitate anymore. He quickly took out a piece of paper from under his seat and said anxiously, Don't, sir, I'll tell you. I was reading a novel just now. This is what I bought from a newspaper boy on my way to school. It said, it's called a newspaper." The other students looked at it curiously, wanting to know what kind of magical item this newspaper was. On the other hand, Li Zixuan's old face darkened. Of all his calculations, he did not expect that running a newspaper would make students addicted to novels and affect their studies. In modern times, bad students often did this in class. He did not expect to encounter it in ancient times as well. Wasn't this like shooting himself in the foot? Chapter 202. Inside the School of Mathematics. Li Zixuan's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Wang Meng was so scared that his heart was trembling. He had never seen Li Zixuan so angry before. "Wang Meng, tell us how many points you got this time," Li Zixuan said with hatred. When Ching Chimo heard this, he grinned and looked at Wang Meng with a gloating expression. Wang Meng replied weakly, Sir, this time I got 66 points. Li Zixuan slammed the table and said angrily, "You only got 66 points and you didn't pay attention in class? If you can get full marks like Li Tai and Kusher Qing, I won't criticize you even if you didn't pay attention. Are you serious?" At this moment, Li Tai's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Li Zixuan's face was filled with black lines. This bastard never knew how to give him any face. "Shut up. I'm talking about Wang Meng," Li Zixuan said angrily. Wang Meng couldn't be angry anymore. He said softly, "Sir, I was wrong. Is the novel good?" Li Zixuan asked fiercely. "Yes." Sir, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. It's terrible. I was obsessed with it." Wang Meng was about to say that it was good, but he quickly changed his words. Li Zixuan nodded, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was the one who wrote the novel. Wasn't Wang Meng scolding him by saying that? He couldn't stand it anymore. A piece of chalk hit Wang Meng's forehead accurately. Li Zixuan said even more angrily, "Why did you read it if it wasn't good? You'll be standing in class today." Feeling wronged, Wang Meng scratched his head and thought to himself, I've already said so, is it wrong? What did Sir mean by that? Haha. Wang Meng, what are you reading in class? Take it out and show it to me. During the break, Qing Chimo saw that Li Zishuan wasn't in the classroom. He quickly went to Wang Meng and asked him for the newspaper. No, I won't be able to see it if I give it to you. Even though Wang Meng's legs hurt from standing for an entire class, his brain was still working fine. When he heard Qing Chimo's words, he immediately reacted. He picked up the newspaper and hugged it tightly. Wang Meng, you're such a disloyal brat. I'm just looking at it. I don't want your newspaper. Take it out and show it to me. Qing Chimo was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks like a monkey. That's right, that's right. Wang Meng, why don't you take it out and let everyone have a look? We definitely won't take yours. If it's really good, we'll go and buy another set. Yuchi Baolin chimed in. That's right, that's right. Take it out and let us have a look. We're all classmates. Don't be so stingy. Li Tai, the little fatty, also brought some students over to join in the fun. At this moment, Wang Meng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He felt like he was alone. All right, I'll let you have a look. But you must remember to return it to me. I haven't finished reading it yet. Wang Meng could only reluctantly hand over the newspaper. Otherwise, he really suspected that he would be attacked by the crowd. Don't worry, don't you dare ask around. I, Qing Chimo, am the most trustworthy person in Chang'an City. Qing Chimo waved his hand nonchalantly and said arrogantly. Then, he couldn't wait to take the newspaper and sat down next to him to start reading. The surrounding students also curiously surrounded Qing Chimo and began to bend over to read the newspaper. Cho Nyo, turn the page. What's so good about this scholarly article? That's right, that's right. Time is of the essence. Let's read the rest of the novel. Wang Meng was so engrossed in it last class. Turn the page and let me see if this story is interesting or not. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and read the novel. Otherwise, class will start soon. All right. I, Qing Chimo, am not interested in these scholarly articles anyway. Qing Chimo felt that it made sense. Hence, he turned the page. Instantly, the words "A Record of a Mortal's Journey" came into view. Wow, a record of a mortal's journey? Just the name alone sounds impressive. Cultivation? Could this novel be about cultivation? Could there really be people who can cultivate? I suddenly feel a surge of emotions. The students wanted to continue reading just by looking at the name of the novel. Chapter 1, A Mountainside Village. Dumbo's eyes were wide open as he stared at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering his body had already turned a deep yellow, and its original appearance could not be seen. There was also a faint musty smell. After a moment, Qing Chimo finished reading the first chapter. He smacked his lips and said doubtfully, I, Qing Chimo, don't feel that this first chapter is very interesting. How could Wang Meng have been so engrossed in it before? It's really ordinary. However, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to have some tricks up their sleeves. It seems like this world can really cultivate. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and read on. What they did not notice was that after Li Tai saw the title and the author of the novel, he curled his lips and secretly left the crowd. He had read this novel before, but he was very puzzled by the author's name on the newspaper. Chapter 2, Black Ox Town. This is a small town. Although it's called a small town, it's actually just a slightly larger town called Black Ox Town. Only those ignorant natives who live in the nearby ravines call it Black Ox Town. After a while, the surrounding students began to discuss again. This is interesting. I'm guessing that the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf Gang will have an earth-shattering battle in the future. Let's fight. Old Chang's saber is already thirsting for blood. Hurry up and read the next chapter. Seeing that the others were enjoying the novel, Wang Meng could not help but come over. He had also just finished reading the third chapter. Chapter 3, 7 Mysteries Sect. The smell in the carriage was obviously not pleasant. It's no wonder that there were nearly 30 children squeezed into the carriage. Although a child is much smaller than an adult, it still makes the car unbearably crowded. Damn, this 7 Mysteries Sect seems to be very powerful. Indeed, indeed. I just don't know if this Hanli will be able to pass the examination. It's a pity that it's gone. The author of this novel is really asking for a beating. He only wrote so little at a time. Mr. is here. Hurry up and leave. Immediately, all the students hurriedly returned to their original seats. Ching Chimo cleverly spread out the side of the newspaper that had the novel printed on it and directly spread it on Wang Meng's table. Then, he immediately slipped away. F***CK. Wang Meng looked at Ching Chimo and then looked at Li Zixuan, who had just entered. Immediately, he cursed Ching Chimo countless times in his heart and hoped that Li Zixuan would stop messing with him. Chapter 203. Li Zixuan went to the outhouse during the break. When he came back, he saw a group of people crowding around the classroom. When he walked to the door, the group of little bastards scattered like birds. He had good eyesight and naturally saw that Ching Chimo had tricked Wang Meng. However, he did not say anything this time. He only looked at Wang Meng indifferently and then continued with his lecture. Wang Meng hurriedly put away the newspaper and let out a big sigh of relief. He felt a little strange. He was not afraid of anything before, but when he faced Li Zixuan, he always felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Imperial College Building. Damn, awesome, awesome. Ziffin quickly turned the page. In a corner of the building, a chubby little boy sat next to Sun Ziffin. The two bastards had their arms around each other's shoulders and lowered their heads as if they were looking at something together. The little fatty couldn't help but urge in a low voice as he watched on. What's the hurry? I haven't finished yet. Wait a minute. Sun Ziffin impatiently mumbled. Damn, 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 the 7 Mysteries Sect is awesome. I also want to cultivate. Is there any cultivation sect in Great Tang? Sun Ziffin unhappily said, Kid, are you drunk? Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you to death when you go back? Forget it. A moment later. Huh. That's it? Damn, it's over already? Sun Ziffin could not help but shout. However, his voice was a little too loud, and Assistant Master Mao finally noticed the commotion. Sun Ziffin, you Donkai, what are you two doing? Assistant Master Mao was slightly angry and said in a deep voice. He always had a headache when it came to the students of the Imperial College. These bastards were used to being arrogant, and it was difficult to discipline them even in the Imperial College. Nothing. Teacher, you must have misheard. Sun Ziffin quickly calmed down. Then, he stood up and said with a calm face. Yes, sir. We really didn't read the novel just now. No. I mean we didn't read the newspaper just now. No, Yu Dongkai was not as calm as Sun Ziffin. His expression was slightly flustered, and in the end, he accidentally exposed himself. Sun Ziffin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly, one should not be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. He glared fiercely at the scammer next to him, wishing he could strangle him to death. When Assistant Teaching Assistant Mao heard this, how could he not know that these two bastards must have been secretly causing trouble downstairs? He walked down from the podium. Yes, the podium. After the School of Mathematics introduced the blackboard chalk, the other schools introduced the podium one after another. This was because the chalk was very useful to the teachers as it could predict the enemy's moves. Teaching Assistant Mao walked up to Sun Ziffin and said coldly, "Take it out." Only then did Yu Dong realize that he had cheated his good brother this time. He looked at Sun Ziffin pitifully. Sun Ziffin felt a headache in his heart. It was as if he had forked a dog. "Teacher Mao, what do you want?" Sun Ziffin really liked the newspaper now and could not bear to hand it over. He still wanted to put up a resistance. Stop pretending. Hurry up and take out the newspaper that Yu Dongkai was talking about. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to Sun Shaoqing and Assistant Minister Yu about your performance in the Imperial College. Teaching assistant Mao was helpless against such a troublesome student, so he could only use the student's parents to threaten him. Ugh! Sun Zifen and Yu Dongcai's faces immediately fell. They were not afraid of the teaching assistant, but they were afraid of their own parents. Here. Sun Zifen reluctantly took out the newspaper from under the table. He was cursing teaching assistant Mao in his heart. What's the difference between a teacher who uses his parents to threaten a student and a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man? This teaching assistant Mao is so boring. Teaching assistant Mao definitely did not know that in a certain student's heart, he was already the same kind of person as a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man. He took the newspaper and returned to the podium to continue his lecture. Zifen, don't be angry. If worst comes to worst, I'll buy you another newspaper when I go back in the afternoon. After the morning class, Yu Dongkai eagerly chased after Sun Zifen and said with a fawning expression. Humph, of course you should buy me another newspaper. Sun Zifen said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go buy another newspaper in a bit. Brother Zifen, where did you buy that newspaper? I bought it this morning from a newspaper boy on the roadside. I don't know where to buy it now. Sun Zifen rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he said, but I saw that at the top of the newspaper was Strange Culture. I don't know which store it came from, but judging from the name, it should have something to do with the Strange Culture Pavilion. Why don't you go to the Strange Culture Pavilion and ask? Strange Culture Pavilion? Yu Dongkai repeated in confusion. Then he suddenly said excitedly, Zifen, I heard that the Strange Culture Pavilion is the property of Professor Li's family. Didn't we tell the Chancellor that we were going to transfer to the Imperial College of Mathematics? How about it? Zifen, did your father agree to it? Sun Zifen chuckled as he took out a document from his bosom. He smiled proudly and said, hee hee, everything is under control. I'll go find the Chancellor after I finish eating. Yu Dongkai raised his thumb and praised, brilliant. Brother Zifen is brilliant. I thought I was the only one who succeeded. Sun Zifen said in astonishment, what? Your father also agreed? Yes. I was still wondering why my father was so easy to talk to this time. Brother Zifen, when you go find the Chancellor later, bring me along. If I go with you, I'll feel more at ease. Yu Dongkai expressed that he wanted to hug his thigh when he went to find the principal. When Sun Zifen heard this, he instantly thought of the things that Yu Dongkai had done in the class just now. He hurriedly refused in a bad mood, no, you go by yourself when the time comes. So that you won't trick me again. Yu Dongkai immediately became anxious. He chased up and said, don't. Brother Zifen, bring me along. I promise that I won't say a word this time. I definitely won't trick you. Are you sure you won't say a word? Yes, I'm sure. I definitely won't say a word. All right then, I'll bring you along this time. But remember to quickly buy me a newspaper. Yes, I'll send my errand boy to find out where to buy the newspaper. Yu Dongkai hurriedly said excitedly. On the other side, teaching assistant Mao finished his class and went to the canteen of the directorate. He took a meal, went to a seat by the window, and began to eat. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper in his hand and his heart skipped a beat. He thought that it would be better to eat while reading what was written in the newspaper. It actually made his students so fascinated in class. But once he opened the newspaper, he couldn't stop reading. Chapter 204. In the dining hall. Teaching assistant Mao's eyes gleamed as he read the article titled Detailed Explanation of the Use of Punctuation Marks. TSK, this punctuation mark is quite novel. It seems very practical. I wonder who came up with it. Should I suggest to the Chancellor that we should popularize this punctuation mark? Teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but mutter to himself after reading the explanation of the punctuation marks. He couldn't help but stop eating. He had been teaching for many years, so he naturally understood how important punctuation marks were to a student's reading efficiency. This was why he wanted to popularize them. After sighing for a while, teaching assistant Mao continued reading. Interaction between scholars? What is this so-called newspaper trying to do? Are they trying to gather all the scholars of the Great Tang together for a debate? When teaching assistant Mao saw the words interaction between scholars, he was a little confused. Hiss on Taizong's commentaries. The person who wrote this article is quite bold, daring to talk about court politics. Ma Zhou? Who is Ma Zhou? This person is a little too arrogant. Unlike Wang Meng, Qing Chimo, Sun Zifan, and Yu Dongkai, who had skipped over the other parts and directly read the novel, teaching assistant Mao was naturally very interested in the article on the meaning of the classics. But when he saw the title of the first article, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. Looking at the successes and failures of the past generations, the Li Shu rebelled and gathered together as bandits, and all the countries were destroyed. Although the rulers of the country wished to change their ways, none of them were safe. For those who practice politics and religion, when they are at the point of being able to practice it, it is useless to regret it as soon as an accident occurs. Thus, whenever the rulers of the country see the death of their predecessors, they know the cause of the loss of their politics and religion, but they do not know the loss of their own bodies. Thus, Yin Zhou laughed at the death of Xia Jia, and Yuan Li laughed at the destruction of Yin Zhou. At first, teaching assistant Mao thought that Ma Zhou, a commoner, was being too impudent in discussing court politics, but as he read on, he immediately put away his contempt. His expression grew more and more solemn, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of a country is not dependent on the accumulation of wealth, but on the happiness of the people. Taking recent events as an example, the Sui family stored the Luoco storehouse, and Li Mi used it, the eastern capital accumulated cloth and silk, and Wang Shichong occupied it. The western capital's treasury was also used by the state, and has not been used to this day. Xiangshi Luoco, Dongdu does not have grain or silk, that is, Shichong and Li Mi may not necessarily be able to gather the masses. But stockpiling is a common thing in a country, one must wait until one has excess strength before withdrawing it. If we take it by force, and use it to fund the bandits, it will be useless. Good. Good. Unique insight. This person is a great talent, a great talent. Based on this article alone, we can see that Ma Zhou's ability to govern the country is not inferior to some of the officials in the imperial court. When he reached the end of the article, teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but slap the table and laugh wildly. When a scholar comes across a good article, he is more excited than when he sees a beautiful woman. In history, Ma Zhou, in the 11th year of Jingguan era, wrote an article called Shang Tai Zong Shu, and presented it to Li Er. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Governance had a very high evaluation of this article, and it could be called the #1 article in public security policy since ancient times. Although some of Ma Zhou's ideas had yet to reach the realm of Mahayana, it already contained many of his later political ideas. Therefore, this article could be considered an extremely rare masterpiece. How can such a great talent be unknown? Alas, there are so many talented people in the world who have been buried. It seems that this Datong daily can also be used to discover talents, right? Teaching assistant Mao's interest in the newspaper was growing. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on the paper as if he were caressing a beautiful woman, and continued reading. Chancellor, we have something to talk to you about. The miserable Kong Yingda was once again woken up by those little bastards during his lunch break. He went to open the door with a gloomy mood. What do you want? Anyone who was interrupted during their lunch break would be unhappy. Although Kong Yingda had read the books of sages, he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, there was some anger in his words. Chancellor, we are looking for you to change the school. Although Sun Zifan could see that Kong Yingda was unhappy, he wasn't afraid and still told him the purpose of his visit. Oh. Kong Yingda looked at these little bastards in confusion and asked with a frown, "Didn't I tell you before that you need to get your father's permission? Why are you here again today?" Sun Zifan restrained the complacency in his heart and smiled faintly. "Chancellor, we went home and got our father's permission before we came to look for you." Chancellor, look, this is the statement written by my father to change the school. There is absolutely no mistake. Yes, yes, yes. Chancellor, my father also agreed. This is the statement written by my father. This is written by my father. Chancellor, please take a look. The 7 or 8 students behind him immediately scrambled for the documents in their hands and stuffed them into Kang Ingda's hands. Compared to the last time, the number of students who came to look for Kang Ingda this time seemed to be less. It was obvious that some of the students' parents didn't know much about the current school of mathematics. Kang Ingda was really a little Spartan at this moment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. How could the fathers of these little bastards agree to their ridiculous request? No matter what angle he looked at it from, it was impossible for them to agree. Kang Ingda was in a daze for a long time before he was woken up by Sun Zifen. He sorted out his emotions and opened up the document that Sun Zifen gave him. He looked at it carefully and saw that the handwriting was horizontal and vertical, vigorous and powerful. This was indeed Sun Fujia's handwriting. Sun Zifen was still unable to imitate it. At this moment, the last trace of luck in Kang Ingda's heart was instantly shattered. He found it hard to understand why these people's fathers would agree to transfer their children to the school of mathematics. However, before he could think about it carefully, the surrounding students had started to urge him. It was still Sun Zifen who took the lead and said, Chancellor? Look, we have the document to change the school of mathematics. Can the students be transferred to the school of mathematics? That's right. Chancellor, you promised us before that as long as our fathers agree, you will let us transfer to the school of mathematics. That's right, that's right. Chancellor, your knowledge is the best in the world. You can't go back on your words. Chancellor, quickly tell us, can we do it or not? At this moment, Kang Ingda really felt that there were hundreds of flies buzzing around his ears. He waved his hand with an extreme headache and said in a deep voice, Quiet, quiet. What I said before naturally counts. After 2 days, your application to change the school of mathematics will be approved. Even though Kang Ingda was extremely unwilling, but as the Chancellor of the Directorate, how could he do something like going back on his words? Oh, Chancellor, that's great. Haha. Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor, then shall we return to class? There are still some fellows here pretending to be obedient. Just as Kang Ingda's voice fell, the surrounding students immediately cheered. Kang Ingda hurriedly waved his hand and said, All right, all right, all right. Quickly return to class. Chapter 205. Kang Ingda heaved a sigh of relief after sending the brats away. However, when he thought about the fact that he would have to switch schools for them, he felt a headache coming on. Sigh. What were the fathers of these students thinking? In the cafeteria. The food in front of teaching assistant Mao had already turned cold, but he didn't care at all. Ma Zhou's brilliant articles had completely captivated him. At this moment, he had truly entered a state of oblivion. He no longer cared about what was happening in the outside world. An interpretation of the law of Zhongguan states, man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Good, good, good. Ma Zhou's summary is so incisive. Qin Dynasty's political commentary states, looking at the previous generations, from the Xia, Yin, Zhou, and Han dynasties to the world, it has been passed down from one generation to the next. Some have been passed down for more than 800 years, while some have been passed down for less than 400 to 500 years. Since the Wei, Jin, Zhou, and Sui dynasties, most have been passed down for no more than 50 to 60 years. How thorough. I really want to drink and chat merrily with Ma Zhou and discuss his grand ambitions. I wonder if my articles can be published in this newspaper. When the time comes, I can discuss my political views with the world's literati. Teaching assistant Mao read several of Ma Zhou's political essays in a row. He was so excited that his hands were red from clapping. Of course, he was slapping the table. The servants next to him were scared witless. They were very worried that teaching assistant Mao would break the table. Most of the students and teachers who were eating in the cafeteria were scared away by teaching assistant Mao's crazy shouts from time to time. A few of the bolder teachers leaned forward to read the newspaper in teaching assistant Mao's hands. As soon as they read it, they were immediately immersed in Ma Zhou's literary feast. Gradually, 7 or 8 people surrounded teaching assistant Mao. However, teaching assistant Mao was completely unaware of it. He was still slapping the table and cheering. "Mr. Mao, Mr. Mao." Several urging voices interrupted teaching assistant Mao's wandering between the lines of the newspaper. He raised his head, only to be startled by the colleagues around him. Aya. Dr. Wang, Dr. Zheng, Dr. Su, teaching assistant Sun, teaching assistant Xiao, teaching assistant Yuan, teaching assistant Chen, why are you all here? The white-haired old man smiled gently and said, "Assistant Instructor Mao, such a masterpiece is like fine wine in a dark alley. For people like us who have been immersed in literature for years, it's extremely attractive." Another scholarly scholar also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Brother Yaluan's words are true." This Ma Zhou quotes from the classics, scrutinizes the past and present, and picks and delves into the complex. His essay is reasonable, not a word can be added, and not a word can be subtracted. Listening to it makes people feel comfortable and tireless. Even the ancient Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Zhong Jun, and Jia Yi were like this. "Gentlemen, it's past lunchtime for this cafeteria. It's time to close." The page boy at the side could not help but muster up his courage and ask. Oh, I'm sorry. "Gentlemen, please follow me out." Teaching assistant Mao only just noticed the errand boy in the cafeteria. He hurriedly said with an apologetic expression. Although they were teachers and were a cut above the rest, teaching assistant Mao had always been well educated. He could not bully the errand boys. That's great. Let's talk about this Datong daily together." Wang Yaluan nodded in agreement. With this old scholar's words, the other teachers did not dare to object. They all followed him out of the cafeteria. The page boy bowed and thanked them profusely. Eastern Palace. Illustrious Virtue Hall. Li Qingxian leaned against the couch, carefully reading the newspaper in his hand. Since he also had 20% shares in Chitsu culture, he knew a little about the newspaper. However, he did not know the details. Therefore, when he learned that the newspaper was officially released today, he specially sent someone to buy a copy and come back to read it. This Ma Zhou's ability to conduct affairs is impeccable. He's even better than some of the scholars in my Eastern Palace. It was no wonder that Li Zishuan had been so confident in Ma Zhou's abilities back in the workshop, sparing no effort to support Ma Zhou. Now, it seemed that Ma Zhou would be able to shock the world with a single feat, and he might even alarm Imperial Father. Should I recommend this person to my father? After reading Massachusetts Zhou's article, Li Qingxian fell into deep thought and could not help but murmur. After a while, he shook his head and decided to continue reading. Shocking. The culprit is actually so deranged as to exterminate an entire family. Oh, Great Tang's laws are strict. How can there be such an outlaw? Li Qingxian whispered doubtfully. After a while, he finished reading the article. Not bad. This county magistrate of Xinfeng County is quite quick-witted. The person who wrote this article is also not bad. The title is very attractive. Li Qingxian praised. But in an instant, he regretted what he had just said. Drunken scholar encounters brothel courtesan and actually does such unbearable things. Pfft! What kind of title is this? How could such vulgar and unbearable content be published in this newspaper? Let me take a look. Half an hour later. Damn, this was written by Ma Zhou? This is simply not right. It's not what I thought before. Even someone as calm as Li Qingxian could not help but curse after reading the content of this article. But when he read the other articles, he realized that he was too young. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman actually does such things in broad daylight. Shocking. Shocking. Men will be silent, women will cry. Pfft, is this still the Ma Zhou that I know? Is this still the Ma Zhou that wrote so many beautiful articles before? Li Qingxian was about to vomit blood at this moment after encountering headlines, one after another. But even though he knew that some of the headlines were a trap, Li Qingxian could not help but continue reading. He even had a faint trace of expectation in his heart. Perhaps this was, let him abuse you 1,000 times, but you still treat him as your first love. Wasn't this A Mortal's Journey to Immortality written by Xiao Xian? Why does it say, Leather Knight? Li Qingxian had previously read the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, so he was not very concerned about the latter part of the novel. He originally planned to put down the newspaper directly, but after inadvertently seeing the author's name under the title of the novel, he could not help but be stunned. He knew the author of this novel better than anyone else, but what the hell was this Leather Knight? After thinking for a long time, Li Qingxian could not figure out what Li Zixuan was up to. He put down the newspaper and prepared to take a lunch break. Chapter 206. Oh. We can finally transfer to the School of Mathematics. Brother Ziffin, it's all thanks to you this time. In the future, we can also take 2 days off every 5 days. Inside the School of Imperial College. Yu Dongkai patted Sun Ziffin's shoulder excitedly and laughed. Dongkai, do you think I went through so much trouble to transfer to the School of Mathematics just for this? Sun Ziffin laughed in a low voice. The little fatty's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He sneakily approached Sun Ziffin and asked, Oh? Brother Ziffin, do you have a deeper meaning? Haha. Sun Ziffin laughed proudly and then said mysteriously, Of course, Dongkai, think about it carefully. Dr. Li taught Assistant Master Mao and the others before. Strictly speaking, we have to call him Grandmaster, right? Yes, that's right. But after 2 days, when we are transferred to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics, Professor Li will become our master, and Assistant Lecturer Mao will become our senior brother. As for us, won't we become the other students' martial uncles? Aha! Sun Ziffin said with a cheeky smile. Yu Dongkai was stunned by his brother's strange way of thinking. But after thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed the case, so he quickly gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Yes, Brother Ziffin's words are reasonable, very reasonable. Haha. I didn't expect you and me to become martial uncles so soon, ha ha ha. This wild laughter immediately attracted the attention of the other students in the school. Slap. Sun Ziffin slapped him hard and said angrily, Are you stupid? Do you want everyone to hear you so loudly? Sorry. But why hasn't Assistant Master Mao come today? Yu Dongkai rubbed the back of his head and then asked doubtfully. Sun Ziffin rolled his eyes and said, How would I know? But I told you to buy a newspaper for me this afternoon. Did you buy it? Yu Dongkai hurriedly laughed and said, Brother Ziffin, don't worry. I've already sent my errand boy to the Strange Interest Pavilion to inquire about this newspaper. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to buy it. In the pine forest to the east of the Imperial College. The 9 teachers from different academies sat on the stone benches in the forest, drinking and chatting merrily. They sat down and discussed the Tao, feeling very comfortable. Assistant Teacher Mao, for this Ma Zhou to be able to write such a splendid essay, he must be a virtuous sage. Have you heard of him before? Wang Yaluan held a cup of wine and took the lead to ask. Dr. Wang, this person has always been unknown. I've never heard of him before. Now, this Ma Zhou has amazed everyone with a single brilliant feat. Assistant Master Mao hurriedly replied. Wang Yaluan nodded, stroked his beard and said, Well, I have a different opinion about some of this Ma Zhou's points of view. I just don't know if I can write an essay and publish it in the Datong Daily. When the time comes, I can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. The other assistant teachers and professors also echoed, Yes, it would be best if you can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. Yes. Assistant Master Mao replied, I also have the same idea, but I don't know how to publish it in the Datong Daily. Why don't we read it together? That's a good idea. A moment later. Shocking. The murderer is so deranged that he killed the whole family. Why did this essay start to use vernacular? There's no literary talent at all? Indeed, it's really disappointing, but the content of this essay is very interesting. Well, maybe this Majo deliberately used vernacular so that ordinary people can understand it. After the 9 teachers finished reading the first article, they couldn't help but discuss the huge change from classical to vernacular. Drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman did such a thing in broad daylight. However, the following 3 pieces of news left everyone dumbfounded. I thought this Majo was a refined person. I didn't expect him to be so vulgar. Yes, the titles of the following articles are exaggerated and vulgar. It's really a disgrace to the refined. As scholars, how can we be so shameless? It's really abominable. The voices were almost one-sided. Almost all of them condemned Majo. Majo had changed from a handsome and virtuous person to a refined scum that everyone condemned in speech and in writing. Only assistant coach Mao and Wang Yaluan didn't say anything. After the others finished criticizing, Wang Yaluan said with a smile, I don't think so. As the saying goes, great vulgarity is great elegance. The difference between vulgarity and elegance is just a matter of thought. It depends on how you look at it. The wording of these few articles is not flowery. The entire article is written in plain language. This old man guesses that this section is mainly written for those who are barely literate and have not studied the meaning of poetry. If that is the case, these topics are really not ordinary. This Majo is a true wise man. Why do you think so, Brother Yaluan? Yes, why are these titles extraordinary? Wang Yaluan looked at Assistant Coach Mao and said with a faint smile, Assistant Coach Mao, you seem to have some ideas. Why don't you tell us your opinion? Assistant Coach Mao straightened his back and said in a deep voice, I think Majo wrote these titles on purpose. Professor Wang had previously said that these articles were written for the common people to read. Hence, these titles were even more pleasing to the common people and would make them even more interested in reading them. I think this is Majo's cleverest part. He is elegant when he needs to be, and vulgar when he needs to be. Wang Yaluan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Assistant Coach Mao is right. I think so too. Let's continue reading. Wang Yaluan was the most experienced person here. The others couldn't refute his words, so they continued reading. Shocking. Shocking. Men will fall silent, women will cry. Everyone was gradually getting used to these exaggerated titles, so they didn't make a fuss this time. However, when they saw the content, they were all shocked. Huh? Datong Daily is collecting manuscripts from everyone? It's not limited to men or women, and the pay is very generous. This is a very novel idea. Dr. Wang, do you want to send your masterpiece to this strange culture to try? That's right. Professor Wang, your essay on the Confucian classics is flawless. Wang Yaluan was quite tempted when he heard this. He didn't care much about the pay from Kiki culture, but who didn't want their essays to be read by the world? My fellow colleagues are right. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll go write an article and debate with Ma Zhou. After that, he cupped his hands and left hurriedly with the others. Chapter 207. Ah. Excuse me for a moment. I almost forgot that I still have to teach the students. Assistant Lecturer Mao exclaimed when he saw the time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he hurried to the Imperial College. While he was in a hurry, an idea popped up in his mind. Since Datong Daily is offering a high price for everyone's essays, should I give it a try? Unlike Wang Yaluan, who was well off, Assistant Lecturer Mao's salary was relatively low. If his essay was accepted, he could become famous and earn money to support his family. Wouldn't that be perfect? With that in mind, Assistant Lecturer Mao quickened his pace. Good morning, sir. Assistant Lecturer Mao had almost doubled the usual 30-minute journey. He stood on the podium and coughed dryly. Ahem. Sir, I was delayed by something earlier. In the afternoon, everyone will study by themselves and revise what I explained this morning. Assistant Lecturer Mao's mind was elsewhere. He cleverly copied Li Zishuan's lazy trick and told the students to study by themselves. Although the students were puzzled, they did not ask too much and could only obey obediently. Assistant Lecturer Mao saw that everything was settled. He asked a few students to keep an eye on the situation and then hurried to his office. He remembered that Datong Daily had written that submissions should be submitted as early as possible. If he went back now and sent it to Chitsu Culture, it might be published tomorrow. In a restaurant in Dongshi City. Ah. So there was a massacre in Xinfeng County recently. No wonder I saw so many officials when I went to my child's second aunt's house last time. That's right. This family is so pitiful. Big Dog Wang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Huh, Zhao Lauer, didn't you read today's newspaper? What newspaper? Here. That's the one. This morning, there were children hawking this all over the capital. Didn't you buy one? Oh my, it's such a big piece of paper with so many words. I can't afford it. What's written on it? Is it as good as what you said? Huh, Zhao Lauer, you're wrong this time. This newspaper isn't expensive. It only costs 5 copper coins. How is it? Are you surprised? Huh, let me tell you, the things written in the newspaper are really King interesting. For example, let me read to you, drunken scholar encounters brothel's top courtesan and actually commits such a despicable act. What do you think? Do you want to see it? The eyes of the man named Zhao Er immediately lit up. He hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said with a lewd smile, yes, yes, yes. Brother Dago, quickly tell me what happened next. Seeing Zhao Lauer's anxious face, Wang Dago's vanity was greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, hee, then let me tell you. 2 days ago, a drunken scholar wandered into Peace Square. As Wang Dago spoke, more and more people gathered around the table. The newcomers didn't know what Wang Dago was talking about. After asking, they understood that it was an interesting story from Datong Daily. After getting to the bottom of it, they were naturally surprised by the low price of Datong Daily. They all secretly made up their minds that if they met a child selling newspapers tomorrow, they would definitely buy a copy. It would be stupid not to buy such an interesting and cheap newspaper. This interesting phenomenon was rapidly spreading to all parts of Chang'an. The novel thing called newspapers was also quietly entering the lives of the people of Tang Empire. Brother Ma, how's the sales of today's newspaper? Li Zishuan went straight to the workshop after class. He went to the back hall and found Ma Zhou. Lord Zhu, you're here. Ma Zhou first bowed to Li Zishuan. Then he said with a flushed face, this morning, the sales of the newspaper weren't good. After all, it was just launched. Many people still don't know what a newspaper is. Those who were willing to spend money to buy it at that time were mostly greedy for the cheap price of the newspaper, not because of the content of the newspaper. Therefore, in one morning, only less than 400 copies of the newspaper were sold. However, when it was close to noon, a few groups of people suddenly came. They all seemed to be from rich and powerful families. Each of them bought dozens of copies, and they seemed to already know the content of the newspaper. Before Lord Zhu came, all the newspapers today were sold out. The more Ma Zhou spoke, the more excited he became. He was indeed excited. First of all, the good sales of the newspaper were an affirmation of his hard work. Second of all, in the first edition of the newspaper, there were many proud works that he had been brewing for a long time. Now, they were widely praised in Chang'an. His political views and ambitions would be read by countless people. He was very likely to become famous in one fell swoop. Li Zishuan looked at the excited Ma Zhou and smiled meaningfully. Now that Brother Ma is going to become a big celebrity in Chang'an, it won't be long before the officials in the imperial court know that there is such a talented and virtuous person among the people. At that time, maybe His Majesty will also be alarmed. Brother Ma's day of meteoric success will not be far away. Haha. Li Zishuan was right. Gold would shine no matter where it was. If Li Er knew about Ma Zhou, this kind of genius, he would definitely spare no effort to recruit him. According to the historical records, in the 5th year of Zhongguan, Li Er requested that every official in the imperial court write an article about the gains and losses of the current political situation. At that time, Ma Zhou was only a follower of Chang He. This person was very important. He was a trusted aide of Taizong. That year, when the Xuanwu Gate was changed, Chang He was the one who guarded the Xuanwu Gate. Chang He was a military general and did not know how to write. When he saw that the emperor wanted him to write an article, he could not help but feel anxious. When Ma Zhou heard this news, he wanted to repay the emperor's kindness and took the initiative to write the article for Chang He. Chang He was very happy and let Ma Zhou write it for him. A few days later, Chang He presented the article that Ma Zhou had written about the current political situation to Li Er. After Li Er read it, he was shocked. He knew that Chang He was not good at writing. How could he write such a thorough article? He did not believe that this was written by Chang He and asked Chang He if he had written it. Chang He was an honest person and did not take credit for himself. He honestly told Li Er. When Li Er heard that there was such a genius under Chang He was very happy and immediately wanted to meet this genius. He did what he thought and ordered someone to call Ma Zhou over from Chang He's residence. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would be so arrogant. The attendant that was sent over came back alone. Not only was Li Er not angry, he sent someone to invite Ma Zhou again. After sending out 4 envoys, he finally managed to invite the arrogant Ma Zhou to the imperial palace. This was the famous story of Taizong's 4th invitation to Ma Zhou in history. Li Zishuan had heard their history teacher talk about it in his previous life. Therefore, he purposely said it today to see how Ma Zhou would respond. In fact, he was not confident that he could keep Ma Zhou. After all, the temple of Chitsu culture was still too small and could not accommodate a great god like Ma Zhou. Compared to Li Er's great temple, Chitsu culture did not have any attraction. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? Naturally, he could tell that there was another meaning in Li Zishuan's words. He was stunned. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "What are you talking about, Lord Zhu?" Ma Zhou was just a homeless scholar in Chang'an. I am indebted to Lord Zhu for not abandoning me and being willing to help me in a business together. That is how Ma Zhou is today. Now that Chitsu culture has just taken shape, I will definitely not leave. Chapter 208. Even if His Majesty summons me at this time, I will never do such a treacherous thing. I remember Lord Zhu once said that you want all the scholars in Tang to be able to read books. At least before this great wish is realized, I will not leave. In the back hall of the workshop, Ma Zhou looked at Li Zishuan and said sincerely. Li Zishuan was touched. Unlike modern people who chased after fame and fortune, ancient scholars had integrity. This was the first time he had experienced such a scholarly character. Brother Ma, you are a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I was right about you. But don't worry, Brother Ma, the scale of quirk culture will become bigger and bigger in the future. It will not bury your talent. Moreover, Brother Ma's future will not be bad if you work in quirk culture. Just like now, didn't you become famous in Chang, and because of the first issue of the newspaper? After listening to Ma Zhou's sincere words, Li Zishuan could not help but laugh happily. Ma Zhou nodded in agreement and said, Lord Zhu is right. Ma Zhou has been wandering around for so many years, and I am a little indifferent about the future. The most important thing for a person is self-cultivation. A talented person will get the future he deserves no matter where he is. That makes sense. Gold will shine no matter where it is. The two talked and laughed for a while. Unknowingly, their relationship became closer. Lord Zhu, the first batch of books has about 300 copies of each book, a total of 15 books. It is estimated that the printing will be completed in the next few days. How is the preparation of our bookstore? Ma Zhou took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan pondered and said, Brother Ma, don't worry about this matter. I have already bought a shop next to Quirk Pavilion. The interior has been renovated and it can be opened at any time. In the future, this shop will be used to sell new paper, books, and newspapers. The shop will be named after Quirk culture. What do you think, Brother Ma? Li Zishuan had already asked Wang Zhong to contact someone about the shop. Wang Zhong was in charge of paying for the shop and finding someone to decorate it. He had always been a good hands-off shopkeeper. Very good, very good. Since everything is under Lord Ju's control, I just need to do things with peace of mind. Steward Ma, there's a young man outside who insists on buying a newspaper. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, a manservant came over and said in a hurry. Tell him directly that today's newspaper has been sold out and that he will come back tomorrow. Ma Zhou waved his hand and said. The manservant said with a bitter face, I also told that person, but he said that he had to buy the newspaper today. Otherwise, he was afraid that his young master would not forgive him. Moreover, he came here today after inquiring about many places. The person asking for the newspaper outside was the errand boy sent by Yu Dongkai. After this unlucky fellow was sent out by his young master, he asked around and finally found the curious pavilion workshop. In the end, he was told that the newspaper was sold out. Thinking that she would definitely be punished by her young master if she went back like this, the little attendant made a scene at the entrance of the workshop, unwilling to leave. Li Zishuan saw an open newspaper on the table. Ma Zhou must have read it himself, so he said, Here, take this and send that person away. Yes, boss. The manservant took the newspaper and hurriedly left. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, Brother Ma, go and get someone to print more newspapers. From tomorrow onwards, the number of newspapers printed will gradually increase. I estimate that the demand for newspapers will increase. What Lord Ju said makes sense. I also have the same intention. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Well, Brother Ma, how are the preparations for the layout of the second issue of the newspaper? After all, the newspaper had just been published. Li Zishuan felt that there would be relatively few people submitting articles today, so he asked this question. Ma Zhou smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, Lord Ju. I have already prepared the content of the second issue. Even if no one comes to submit articles today, I will still be able to fill the newspaper. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. Ma Zhou's work was indeed reassuring. There were some things that he did not need to instruct at all. Ma Zhou had already taken the initiative to do it. Nan Feng, come here. In an old house in Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan called for the servant to come over. Hey, master, you called for me? A servant in green ran over quickly and bowed. Wang Yaluan handed over a stack of papers and said, Nan Feng, help me send these papers to the editorial department of Quirk Culture in the East City. Tell them that I want to submit articles. Yes, master. Nan Feng took the papers and was about to go out. Suddenly, he paused and hesitated carefully. Master, where is the editorial department of Quirk Culture? I have never heard of it. Wang Yaluan stroked his beard and smiled. According to the newspaper, it should be inside the workshop of Quirk Pavilion in Ani Lane. You should be able to find it if you look carefully. Although Nan Feng did not know what a newspaper was, he still knew about the workshop of Quirk Pavilion that had been popular in Chang and recently. Yes, master, don't worry. I will definitely send the papers. The Imperial College. Kong Yingda had gotten a newspaper from somewhere. He was sitting on a stool and reading it with great interest. From time to time, he would sigh. After an unknown period of time, Kong Yingda put down the newspaper and sighed, This Ma Zhou is really a refined person. The first few policy essays were written clearly and logically. The last few articles on current affairs, although straightforward and popular, did not lose their humor. Although the latter part of the novel is unrealistic, the imagination of a heavenly steed soaring across the skies is truly admirable. Moreover, this newspaper even intends to let scholars submit articles. I'm afraid its influence will only grow in the future. Kong Yingda took another look at the newspaper and shouted, Lu. A moment later, a young servant came in and bowed. Master. Ah, Lu, every morning, when you see a child selling newspapers, remember to buy a copy of this newspaper for me. Kong Ingda held the newspaper and instructed. Yes, master. Taiji Palace, Sweet Du Hall. Genius, this is a genius. Ma Zhou? Zhao Song, who is Ma Zhou? Li Er asked curiously as he leaned on his dragon throne and looked at the newspaper that he had gotten from God knows where. Your Majesty, Ma Zhou is a scholar in the workshop of Li County. According to the investigation, this newspaper was handled by Ma Zhou. Zhao Song was obviously prepared. When he heard Li Er's question, he quickly answered. Yes, go and investigate this Ma Zhou in detail. I am very interested in this person. Li Er nodded and ordered softly. Yes. A moment later, Li Er suddenly laughed. This Xinfen County magistrate is really good at solving cases. He deserves to be rewarded. Zhao Song, send someone to the Ministry of Personnel to pass on my orders. Xinfen County Magistrate Chang Qingyuan is conscientious, selfless, and able to solve cases like a god. He will be rewarded with 100 pieces of gold and silver and 10 pieces of silk. Chapter 209. In the Ganlu Palace. After about an hour, Li Er finally finished reading all the contents of the newspaper. He did not frown or criticize or scold the clickbait articles at the end and the novel at the end. He just smiled thoughtfully and said to Zhao Song, this newspaper that you found is quite interesting. I see that it says that there is a daily edition here. From now on, send me a daily edition of the newspaper. Zhao Song heard Li Er and smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, right, how much is the price of this newspaper? Li Er thought for a while and said. Your Majesty, the price of this newspaper is 5 coins per copy. It's so cheap. Doesn't that mean that ordinary people can also afford to buy newspapers? Li Er raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Unlike some fatuous emperors who did not know the ways of the people, Li Er was very familiar with the prices of the people. He knew how cheap a newspaper was at 5 coins per copy. Indeed, Your Majesty. I heard from the eunuch in the palace that there were people talking about the news in the newspaper in all the taverns in Chang and today. Every time Li Xianji comes up with something new, the people of Chang and will talk about it for a long time. Li Er thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. This kid still has a conscience this time. He did not set a high price for profit. I don't know what he's thinking. But this is also a good thing. It can let the people know about the Tang Empire's national policy. It's also beneficial to the imperial court. Moreover, this newspaper will encourage more people to learn how to read. It's quite a good education. Li Zishuan, this kid, I'm afraid he's up to something big. Steward Ma, 2 people came to the workshop to deliver manuscripts. They said that their master is coming over to submit a manuscript. In the backyard of the workshop, in the editorial department of Chitsu Culture. A servant knocked on the door and came in. He bowed to Ma Zhou and reported. Ma Zhou's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He got up and took the manuscripts and said, Okay, I got it. Song Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work. Song Xiaoxi trembled. He did not expect Ma Zhou, a big shot in the workshop, to remember his name. It's not hard at all. This is what I should do. Steward Ma, thank you for your hard work. Song Xiaoxi hurriedly said with a smile. Ma Zhou smiled and said, Well, if there are any submissions in the future, please send them to me as soon as possible. This is very important. Yes, I will remember. If Steward Ma has nothing else, I will take my leave. Ma Zhou smiled and nodded. After Song Xiaoxi left the room, he sat down and read the article seriously. After a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. Good article, good article. It seems that tomorrow's newspaper needs to be changed. With that, he took the manuscript and hurried out to the printing department of the workshop. The next morning. With the beating of the morning drum in the bell tower, the city of Chang'an, which had been asleep all night, was awakened. The pedestrians and peddlers who had woken up early also walked out of the shop and began a tiring day of running around. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. Fresh out of the Tang Dynasty Daily, today's headline was, "Blood-Wind Stockade is heartless enough to kidnap innocent girls." Li County's man is enraged by a beauty, draws his sword and challenges Baimang Mountain alone. If you want to know what will happen, you only need to pay 5 coins. Early in the morning, a newspaper boy on a skateboard wandered around the streets of Chang'an. The crisp sound of selling newspapers woke up the people who had just woken up and were still in a daze. The passers-by saw that these children were all neat and tidy and were very cute. Moreover, the story from the newspaper boy was really interesting. The most important thing was that the newspaper was not expensive. Many people had already bought the newspaper yesterday and the content was really interesting. Therefore, the passers-by who woke up early all took out 5 copper coins to buy the newspaper. "Hey, kid, wait, give me a copy of the newspaper." "Give me a copy too." "Give me a copy." Unlike the desolate sales situation yesterday morning, after a day of accumulation, many people knew that the content of the newspaper was really interesting. As soon as the newspaper boy came out, he was surrounded by many people. Don't worry, everyone has one." "Auntie, you haven't paid yet." "Uncle, don't worry, here's your change." "Don't push, everyone must have one." The newspaper boy had never experienced such a scene and was a little flustered. However, these people still had some quality. Under the advice of the newspaper boy's young voice, although they did not manage to be orderly, at least there was no stampede. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd in front of the newspaper boy finally dispersed. He breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly happy. According to today's situation, he would definitely be able to sell a lot of newspapers. When the time came, he would get a lot of money. According to Li Zishuan's suggestion, Ma Zhou set the daily salary for these newspaper boys according to the number of newspapers they sold every day. For every 5 newspapers sold, they would get a commission of 1 coin. It was not that Li Zishuan was stingy, but for these children, earning a dozen coins a day was really a lot. Moreover, with the current price of the newspaper, the workshop was not making money. Now, they were making a loss. First, they had to build the reputation of the newspaper and then think about making money. After Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he sat in the carriage on the way to the Imperial College. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard the newspaper boy's advertisement for selling newspapers. He almost vomited blood. Ma Zhou was the one who came up with the advertising message for the newsboy. The message was changed every day. Yesterday, he was only concerned about the progress of the layout of today's newspaper and did not look at the content. In his opinion, since he used Ma Zhou, he should not doubt the people he used and not use the people he suspected. He should try his best to delegate as much power as possible. Of course, one could also say that he was lazy. Who knew that he would put himself in the headlines by delegating power? This Ma Zhou was King up trouble. How could an employee mess with his boss like this? "San Bao, go and buy a newspaper for me." Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines as he shouted outside. "Yes, young master." San Bao stopped the carriage outside and quickly went to buy a newspaper and handed it in. Li Zishuan opened the newspaper and began to read it seriously. After a while, he touched his chin and muttered with a smug face, "Am I really that handsome? Not bad, not bad. This Ma Zhou's writing style is really good. TSK, this psychological description is so accurate. It deeply and vividly shows the anxiety of an infatuated man to save the woman he loves. TSK, this description of the action is so handsome. Huh, Ma Zhou, well done. When I go to the workshop, I will give you a raise." Li Zishuan was originally unhappy that his subordinate had made the headlines. However, when he saw Ma Zhou's wonderful description in the newspaper, the discomfort in his heart was immediately forgotten. Anyway, this news was not written by him, so there was no suspicion of him praising himself. At most, it could be considered as him praising himself. Iron Egg heard his master's shameless words and quickly lowered his head to cover his face. He could not help but snicker. Chapter 210. You brat, what are you laughing at? Am I not handsome and powerful? In the carriage, Li Zixuan saw Iron Egg covering his face with his hands, as if he was ashamed to be associated with him. Li Zixuan slapped the table and snorted. No, no, of course you are powerful. Iron Egg quickly waved his hand to deny it. Humph. Here, take a look at it. Actually, this newspaper is very well written. Iron Egg was speechless. Young master, the newspaper you wanted, I have bought it for you. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, a young boy in green held the latest newspaper and excitedly rushed to the front of a black carriage. A chubby little hand immediately stretched out from the carriage, and then a hurried voice was heard. Quick, 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 bring it to me. Under the urging of the carriage owner, the newspaper was quickly dragged into the carriage. The person in the carriage was Yu Dongkai. The little fatty was holding a piece of pastry in his hand a moment ago. After he received the newspaper, he immediately stuffed the pastry into his mouth, and then eagerly opened the newspaper and jumped directly to the novel section at the end. This guy was not interested in reading the previous articles. He bought the newspaper to read the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. Yu Dongkai did not directly look at the content. He first glanced at the few chapters that were available today. When he realized that it was still 3 chapters, he felt a little disappointed. However, these feelings of disappointment were quickly washed away by the wonderful plot. On the other streets, the hot sales of the newspaper continued. Many of the newspaper boys entered the more crowded streets and began to peddle their wares, but they were surrounded by people. Quick, give me a newspaper. Give me 5 copies. Why do you need so many? I am buying for my young master and young mistress. Why do you care? The newspaper boys happily sold the newspapers and received money while looking at the decreasing number of newspapers in their hands, secretly anxious. Before dawn, the newspaper boys everywhere had already sold out. At 4:45, the second issue of Datong Daily was sold out. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, I am very sorry. Today's newspaper is sold out. Please buy more tomorrow. A newspaper boy shouted when he saw that there were still 20 to 30 people in front of him who wanted to buy the newspaper. Ah. It sold out so quickly. Yeah, it was sold out as soon as I got here. It's over. I didn't manage to buy the newspaper. I'll be punished when I get home. Little kid, go back and ask your shopkeeper to print more newspapers. That's right. There were still some smart people in the crowd. The paperboy also felt that what they said was reasonable. He quickly excused himself and ran to the workshop on his scooter. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Steward Ma, bad news, bad news. Song Xiaoxi rushed over anxiously. Ma Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He quickly got up and asked, what's wrong? What happened? When Song Xiaoxi saw Ma Zhou's expression, he knew that Ma Zhou had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Steward Ma, it's not a bad thing. Today's newspapers have all been sold out. The newsboys have all returned. Ma Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, but then exclaimed, what? They were sold out so quickly? We printed 5,000 copies today. But they were indeed sold out. A lot of people didn't manage to buy them, but they were still clamoring to buy them. Steward Ma, what should we do now? Ma Zhou thought for a while and decisively said, print more. Ask the printing department to start printing more copies immediately. Print 3,000 copies first. Get ready to continue printing at any time. Yes, I'll go now. Imperial College. School of Mathematics. After the painful lesson of Wang Meng last time, no one dared to read novels during class this time. However, this didn't stop them from reading novels after class. Hey, Wang Meng, did you read the newspaper today? After class, Qing Chimo ran to Wang Meng's side and proudly said. Oh, I bought it when I came this morning, but I didn't have time to read it. Why? How many chapters did Leather Knight update today? Wang Meng took out a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. He pulled out the newspaper from under his seat and said in a muffled voice. Hee hee, it's still 3 chapters today. Speaking of which, Hanli has already become an in-name disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. Furthermore, Dr. Mo has taken a liking to him and accepted him into the God Hand Valley. Dr. Mo even passed on a nameless chant to Hanli. Woo woo woo. Hey, what are you doing? Ching Chimo hadn't finished bragging when Wang Meng covered his mouth. F***ck, can you stop talking? You've already said everything. What's the point of reading it? Wang Meng said hatefully. After spending so much time together, Ching Chimo, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, and the others had already become familiar with the others. When they were mischievous, they didn't care about each other's identities. Pei, did you not wash your hands? It stinks. Ching Chimo turned on his insulting mode again. Wang Meng angrily said, F***ck, you're the one who didn't wash your hands. I was just eating. Li Tai looked at the two with a look of superiority. He already knew the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. If it weren't for Li Zishuan's strict order not to reveal it to others, this little fatty would definitely run out to Ching Chimo and Wang Meng and spoil their faces. Hey, Wang Meng, I didn't buy the newspaper today. Let's read a novel together. After reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday, I almost couldn't sleep. Yes, me too. Let's read it together. Hearing that Wang Meng had a novel to read, 3 to 5 students immediately surrounded him. Kushirqing, you actually read the newspaper too? Ching Chimo saw that Wang Meng couldn't cause any more trouble and was preparing to return to his seat. Suddenly, he saw Kushirqing, the university tyrant, in everyone's eyes, flipping through the newspaper. Ching Chimo immediately approached him as if he had discovered a new continent. Why can't I read the newspaper? Many of the articles in this newspaper are very well written, and some of the current affairs are also well written. Just by reading this newspaper, you can know the world's affairs without going out. Kushirqing looked at Ching Chimo strangely and asked. So he was reading the newspaper to study. Ching Chimo was a little frustrated. He shook his head and said, It's okay, I'm just casually asking. After saying that, he was about to leave, but he still asked somewhat unwillingly, Then don't you want to read the latter part of the novel? It's very good. Kushirqing said matter-of-factly, Of course I read it. Although the writing of this novel is not good, the creativity is really novel. I usually read the first part of the novel before reading it. Oh. Ching Chimo nodded and turned to leave, feeling a little hurt. Suddenly, Meng Wenhao's voice came from behind him. Hey, Chimo, can you lend me your newspaper? Meng Wenhao said somewhat embarrassedly. 5 copper coins for a newspaper was very cheap for others, but for Meng Wenhao, he was still somewhat reluctant to buy it. Now that everyone was saying that the content in the newspaper was very interesting, he also couldn't help but want to read it. Ching Chimo looked at him and then nodded. Okay, no problem, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Imperial College Teaching Room. During the break between classes. Hey, Ziffin, did you read the newspaper today? Yes, I read it. It's very interesting, but it's a pity that there are only 3 chapters. I really want to catch this Leather Knight and make him write a few more chapters. Sun Ziffin's face first had a look of reminiscence, but then a look of hatred appeared on his face. Yeah, this person is really hateful. He only writes 3 chapters a day and always keeps people in suspense. Yu Dongkai also said with hatred. Chapter 211. Li Zishuan had no idea that he was being targeted by the 2 little bastards. He was taking advantage of the break between classes to rest on the sofa in the carriage in front of the classroom. It wasn't that he was lazy, but it was really tiring to stand and lecture for a long time. At this moment, he truly understood how difficult it was to be a teacher in his previous life. It was indeed a respectable profession. Outside the classroom of the Imperial College. Assistant Professor Mao also took advantage of the break between classes to come out. Unlike Li Zishuan, he didn't have a luxurious caravan. Assistant Professor Mao came to the grove and sat on a large rock. He hurriedly flipped open the newspaper to see if his article had been accepted. "Hey, Assistant Professor Mao, have you read the newspaper today?" At this moment, a white-robed scholar walked over and said with a smile. "Oh, Assistant Professor Tsen. I asked the servant to buy the newspaper today, but I haven't had the time to read it yet. I took advantage of the break between classes to have a look." The scholar was Assistant Professor Tsen from the Four Gates Academy, who had discussed Tao with him yesterday. At this moment, teaching assistant Tsen said with a smile, "Then Brother Mao, quickly take a look. Both your and Dr. Wang's articles have been published in today's newspapers. I've already read them. I didn't expect Brother Mao to still be so brilliant despite not writing for so many years." Assistant Professor Mao was pleasantly surprised. Really? He didn't care about modesty anymore. He hurriedly flipped open the newspaper to look for his article. "Yo! Brother Zheng, what are you doing here?" Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan's old house. There was a knock on the door. Wang Yaluan knew it was Professor Zheng, so he personally went out to welcome him. "Huh, Brother Yaluan, I'm here to congratulate you. Have you read the newspaper today?" Professor Zheng followed Wang Yaluan into the courtyard and laughed. "Yes, I have." "Huh, Brother Yaluan's policy paper was really brilliant. I'm itching to write one too." "Brother Zheng, you must be joking. Your policy paper is definitely better than mine. If you write, I won't dare to embarrass myself. Please come in and let's talk inside." In a restaurant in East City. Two men in their 30s were sitting opposite each other. There were 2 or 3 dishes on the table. The gray-clothed man took a sip of wine with satisfaction. Then, he looked at his companion and proudly said, "Hey, Wang Dachui, have you read today's newspaper?" Wang Dachui stuffed a mouthful of food into his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Not yet." "What's so nice about it?" "Hey, you're wrong. Do you know that the Blood Wind Stockade was wiped out by the Imperial Court's army a while ago?" "I know. I saw those bandits at Yenqing Gate that day." "Then do you know why these mountain bandits were suddenly exterminated after occupying Mount Mang for so many years?" "I don't know about that. I was also wondering earlier. Aren't those mountain bandits quite famous on the Greenwood Path? How did they get wiped out all of a sudden?" That's the headline of today's newspaper. It said that the Blood Wind Stockade abducted innocent girls. A man from Li County was so angry that he drew his sword and challenged Mount Mang alone. Let me tell you, the process was King brilliant. Wang Dachui's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. He hurriedly said, "Hey, then Brother Zhao, quickly tell me about it." "What's the point of talking about it? I'm not a storyteller. You might as well buy a newspaper. It's only 5 coins. Nowadays, how many people in Chang and City don't read newspapers?" The gray-clothed man looked disgusted. He was just short of saying, "You don't even read newspapers. You're already out." Wang Dachui was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that he couldn't chat happily with others just because he didn't read the newspaper. "Damn, I'll buy it. It's not like I can't afford it. Waiter, help me buy a newspaper. Here, the extra coin is your reward." The waiter was speechless. This situation was not unique. Today, it was happening everywhere in Chang and City. In this era where there was a general lack of entertainment, a trivial matter could be talked about for a long time. The news in the newspaper just happened to be the topic of many people's leisure conversations. People who had never read newspapers naturally felt that they couldn't chat well. Therefore, as long as their families were not particularly poor, they would buy a newspaper and read it. This was a new thing. Once it had a certain number of fans, it would become popular in the later stages without additional publicity. Because the initial fans would take the initiative to introduce this new thing to the people around them. Eventually, the fans would snowball and become larger and larger. After the morning class, Li Zixuan left the teaching house. When he was about to go home for lunch, he saw Kong Yingda walking towards him. Li Zixuan asked Iron Egg to get in the car first, and he went up to him. "Chancellor Kong, you're looking for me?" This old man usually didn't come over. Once he did, something must have happened. As for whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, Li Zixuan secretly calculated in his heart. It seemed that the probability of something bad happening was higher. It's not a big deal. Kong Yingda looked around, paused, and said in a low voice, "I've read today's newspaper. Generally speaking, it's not bad. However, I still want to say one more thing. Young people should be more humble. You must not be arrogant and boast about yourself." After Kong Yingda finished speaking, he patted Li Zixuan and left directly. He didn't give Li Zixuan a chance to explain. In his opinion, the facts were right in front of him. There was no need to explain. "Hey, it's not like that." Li Zixuan was stunned by Kong Yingda's strange words. When he came back to his senses, Kong Yingda had already disappeared. This old man, Li Zixuan grumbled under his breath for a while, then stopped caring about this matter. If others misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. Imperial Palace, West Court. "Your Majesty, is this the newspaper? I've heard many people talking about this newspaper these 2 days." Zhang Sun couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Er flipping through the newspaper while eating. It's the newspaper. Guanyin maid, come and take a look." Li Er put down his chopsticks and hugged Zhang Sun. He sniffed her body fragrance, then pointed at the newspaper headline and laughed. "Look, this newspaper was created by Li Zixuan. But now this brat is here boasting about himself. How shameless." Zhang Sun curiously leaned forward. After a moment, she covered her mouth and laughed. "This child, haha, isn't he shameless? Your Majesty, this style of writing, I'm afraid it doesn't match Li Zixuan's style." Zhang Sun had seen Li Zixuan's memorial before, so she had some doubts. Li Er laughed and said, "Of course this article wasn't written by that brat himself. If he really did that, wouldn't he be shameless to the extreme? I reckon that Li Zixuan must have forced Ma Zhou to write it." "That brat? Your Majesty, who is this Ma Zhou?" Li Er said warmly, "This Ma Zhou, he." Chapter 212. Han Village. "Yushi, this is the newspaper that I asked old Hu to bring back from Chang'an." Han Lijing walked in from outside and handed a newspaper to Han Yushi. Then, he smiled. Han Yushi quickly took it and said happily, "Thank you, father." Take a look. What's written in today's newspaper?" "Okay." Han Yushi responded softly and began to read the newspaper carefully. Today's headline came into view. Blood Wine Stockade abducted a good girl. Li County's man was furious for a beauty. He drew his sword and challenged Beimang Mountain alone. Han Yushi's expression couldn't help but be startled. The soul-stirring life and death rescue half a month ago reappeared in her mind once again. The corners of her eyes flashed with tears not long after. "Yushi, what's wrong with you?" Han Lijing saw that his daughter's expression was not right. She looked like she was about to cry, so he quickly asked. "No, nothing, father. Today's newspaper is very interesting. I want to take it back to my room and read it carefully." Han Yushi immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly wiped the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. Although Han Lijing felt that something was wrong, he was a father. He was always separated from his daughter's inner world. Some things were not good to ask in detail. He could only nod and say, "Okay, you go. Yushi, if you have anything unhappy, you can go to Qin's mansion in Cheng and to talk to your adoptive mother. Although you can't see Xiao Xian before you get married, you can still go to your adoptive mother's house." Ever since the marriage between the Han and Li families was confirmed, Han Lijing changed the way he addressed Li Zixuan from young master to little Xian. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was considering his daughter's life after marriage. If he continued to call Li Zixuan young master, it would unknowingly lower his daughter's status. "Okay, thank you, father. I'll go back to my room first. Han Yushi's heart was warm. She stood up and said. Han Lijing nodded. In the room, Han Yushi picked up the newspaper again and continued to read the headline. Although she had experienced all of this personally, she had experienced it from her own perspective. This news article was written entirely from Li Zishuan's perspective. One afternoon, Ma Zhou asked Li Zishuan about the details of what had happened in Blood Wind Stockade. At that time, Li Zishuan had nothing to do, so he told him about it. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would write it into a news report. Han Yushi's gaze flowed between the lines. At this moment, she truly understood the hardships Li Zishuan had gone through to rescue her. That kind of helplessness and despair, that kind of hysterical madness, once again touched Han Yushi's heart. In the eyes of others, these descriptions might be a little exaggerated, but to Han Yushi, who had personally experienced the kidnapping incident, everything was so real. The actual situation was even more dangerous than what was written on it. Young master. I'm afraid Yushi will never be able to repay what she owes you in this lifetime. As Han Yushi watched, she could not help but cover her mouth and cry bitterly. N.E. Lane, Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Steward Ma, those 3,000 copies of the newspaper have been sold out again. Do you want to continue to print more? Song Xiaoxi ran in with sweat all over his face and said anxiously. What? Ma Zhou was really shocked. He stood up and said, that's 3,000 copies of the newspaper. They were just sent out less than 4 hours ago. How could they be sold out so quickly? It's only 1:15 noon now. Go and ask the printing department to print another 2,000 copies of the newspaper. Even if they are sold out again, we won't print them today. Yes, I'll go right away. In a mansion in Chang'an. A 14 or 15-year-old child in brocade clothes was holding the second issue of Tang Daily and reading it with great interest. TSK, this A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, is really wonderful. But why are there only 4 to 5 chapters? Where are the first 3 chapters? The child in brocade clothes sighed with a little dissatisfaction after reading the first 3 chapters of this issue of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Brother, you're so stupid. The first 3 chapters are naturally in the last issue of Datong Daily. A little girl around the age of 10 giggled as she spoke from behind. Ayaya, Yen Er's words make sense. Ah Gui, come over here quickly. The child in brocade clothes was suddenly enlightened. He slapped his thigh and shouted loudly. Young master, why did you call for Agui? Go and buy me a copy of the last issue of Datong Daily. Agui had obviously heard of the newspaper before. When he heard his child's request, he immediately looked troubled. Young master, this newsboy only sells today's newspaper. I'm afraid there's no place to sell the last issue's newspaper. The little girl named Yen giggled and said, Gui, you're so stupid. Don't you know how to buy from someone who bought the last issue of the newspaper? Yes. You're so stupid. Yen is much smarter than you. The child in brocade clothes agreed. Gui wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed. Thank you for your advice, Mississippi young master. Gui will go and buy the newspaper now. Go. The child in brocade clothes waved his hand anxiously. West City, in the open space next to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A middle-aged scholar dressed in wrinkled white clothes was sitting in front of a long table. There were dozens of people of all shapes and sizes sitting in the open space. There were men and women, old and young. The middle-aged scholar slapped the table and loudly said, Let's go. That Hanli, who tried his best, did not pass the 7 Mysteries sex entrance trial. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the cliff. In front of him, there were 6 children sitting cross-legged and resting. Wu Yan was talking to an old man in his 50s, who was wearing a dark blue robe and had his hands clasped behind his back. Hall leader Yu and enforcer Wang were standing beside him. There were also several people standing beside them, the audience below was listening to the story with great interest while drinking the herbal tea bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. They were very satisfied. The crowd around them was also growing larger and larger. "Shopkeeper, do you want me to drive this poor scholar away?" The storyteller actually dared to talk about our Drunken Immortal restaurant. How hateful. In front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a young servant said to shopkeeper Lou, who was listening to the story. "Pa. Drive your ass." Shopkeeper Lou unhappily slapped the back of the young servant's head and angrily said, "Didn't you see how much tea this Hitizui brought to our Drunken Immortal restaurant? Although tea is not as expensive as wine, many a little makes a mickle. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat." Yes, yes, yes. Shopkeeper Lou is wise. Go, 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 go brew me another pot of tea. This story is quite interesting. Shopkeeper Lou waved his hand and comfortably sat back on the stool, leisurely listening to the story. Gradually, Hitizui's 6th chapter of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality came to an end. During Dr. Mo's time in the Seven Mysteries sect, although the disciples have never seen his skills and do not know the strength of his martial arts, he has used his brilliant medical skills to save the lives of many disciples. Therefore, although he is often expressionless and rarely speaks, he is still respected by the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect. Dear guests, today's story has come to an end. This Hitizui's life is not easy. If you have money, come and support me. If you don't have money, come and support me. That's it? That's right, it's too fast. I haven't heard enough yet. Be content. Today, Hitizui told 6 chapters in one go. The first 3 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality are already very difficult to read. Yesterday's newspaper didn't have much. That's right. I specifically came here to listen to the first 3 chapters. Hitizui. Well said. Here, this money is your reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 213. As night fell, the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion was still brightly lit. Ma Zhou bent over the table and was writing something. He had been eating and living in the workshop for the past 2 days. Although it was tough, Ma Zhou was excited. The first day of Datong Daily's sales volume was 1,000 copies. The second day's sales volume soared to 10,000 copies. Moreover, it was still in short supply. According to this, the sales volume in the next few days would increase at an amazing speed. This brilliant result showed that he had succeeded in running the newspaper. It was not only a success in his career, but also a real success. At this time, Ma Zhou could not help but think of the subtle changes in the attitude of the scholars who helped compile the dictionary in the workshop. In this world, strength spoke louder than words. If Li Zishuan had helped him that day, those scholars would not have been convinced and it would have seriously affected the progress of compiling the dictionary. It was much better to rely on his talent to convince people. Thinking of these pleasant things, Ma Zhou felt that his body was full of vitality again. The frequency of the vibration of the writing brush in his hand increased. The next day, as Ma Zhou expected, the sales of the newspaper were even better. Hey, kid, give me 2 copies of the newspaper. My young master and young lady are anxious to read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 1 copy. My young master is anxious to go to the Imperial College. Give me 10 copies. After 2 days of word-of-mouth accumulation, there were very few people in Chang and who did not know about the newspaper. Driven by the popularity of the newspaper, when it was sent out by the newsboy in the morning, it was snatched up. Fortunately, Ma Zhou was prepared and printed 35,000 copies. That was how he withstood the crazy rush in the morning. Master Ma, the 35,000 copies of the newspaper printed this morning are almost finished. Do you want to print more? Now in the workshop, who dared not to admire Ma Zhou when they saw him? Therefore, the people below called Ma Zhou Master Ma instead of Steward Ma. Ma Zhou pondered and said, print another 5,000 copies. The demand for the newspaper in the afternoon should not be as high as in the morning. Yes. Old Ma, there are two businessmen outside. They said that they want to buy a batch of newspapers from the workshop and send them to the counties near Chung and to sell. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi rushed in from outside and said, "Oh." Someone came so quickly. It seems like there are still smart merchants around. Ma Zhou stroked his chin. He was mentally prepared for this situation. Let's go and take a look. Brother Ma, how's the newspaper sales today? After lunch, Li Zishuan came to the workshop. After finding Ma Zhou, he asked directly. Ma Zhou smiled and gestured with his hand. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up as he happily said, 8,000? Li Zishuan didn't know about yesterday's newspaper sales. Otherwise, he wouldn't have guessed that it was 8,000 yuan. According to his estimation, it would be good if the sales volume increased from 1,000 to 8,000 in 3 days. Ma Zhou shook his head and smiled, Lord Zhu, it's 80,000. Yesterday's sales volume reached 10,000. Li Zishuan was shocked and exclaimed, 80,000? How can it be so many? The newspaper was launched less than 3 days ago and the population of Chang and was only a few 100,000. No matter how optimistic Li Zishuan was about the newspaper sales volume, it was impossible for it to reach 80,000. Ma Zhou smiled and explained, Lord Zhu, at noon, 2 calligraphy and painting businessmen came. They directly ordered 40,000 newspapers from the workshop. They plan to sell them in other counties in Chang'an. Now, the printing department of the workshop is working at full capacity. We're trying to print 40,000 copies before noon. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, I didn't expect someone to see the potential of this newspaper. Brother Ma, what price did you sell it to them at? I sold it at the original price. Our newspaper is already very cheap, so I didn't dare to lower the price privately. These businessmen will definitely sell it at a higher price in other counties. They won't lose money. Li Zishuan nodded and praised, not bad, not bad. Ma Zhou thought for a moment and said, Lord Zhu, since yesterday, some businessmen have been hoarding a batch of newspapers and selling them at a high price to other places. However, because the number of newspapers they can buy from the newsboys is limited, the scale is not big. The 2 calligraphy and painting businessmen who came today are the real big spenders. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly said, Brother Ma, since the other businessmen have smelled the business opportunity, why don't we take the opportunity to expand Datong Daily so that the newspaper's influence is not only limited to Chang'an? It's best if we can spread the newspaper's influence to the whole country. This, Ma Zhou was shocked by Li Zishuan's ambition. He hesitated and said, Lord Zhu, if we do this, we will need too much manpower and resources. With Chitsu Pavilion's current foundation, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Ma, of course, we won't do it ourselves. We can find someone we can cooperate with for a long time. For example, Wang Renbiao. The Wang family has ready-made channels in various places. We don't need to worry about it at all. Ma Zhou thought for a moment. If they cooperated with someone for this matter, there were indeed many benefits. He agreed and said, That's true. Then I don't have any more questions. Then I'll go find Wang Renbiao later and see if he's interested in cooperating with us. Li Zishuan stood up and suddenly remembered something. He said, Oh, by the way, Brother Ma, has the first batch of printed books been printed? Indeed. These books will probably all be sold at Chitsu Pavilion in the East City tomorrow. Ma Zhou heard and replied excitedly. Great. Brother Ma, remember to make a short advertisement for Chitsu Pavilion in tomorrow's newspaper. It's best if you can make a list and tell everyone how cheap our books are. Lord Zhu, what's an advertisement? Li Zishuan explained, It's an advertisement. The purpose is to let more people know about Chitsu Pavilion's cheap books. Oh, I see. Ma Zhou nodded in understanding. Then he thought for a moment and said, Then in the future, can we also put up some advertisements for the merchants and shops that have paid us? Li Zishuan was shocked. This Ma Zhou's thinking was really advanced. He even knows how to collect advertising fees now. What a genius. Theoretically, we can do that. This advertising revenue will be the newspaper's biggest source of income in the future. Now, the most important thing is to promote the newspaper. The more people know about it, the better. Also, Brother Ma, you have to take care of yourself. I see that you don't look too good. You should hurry up and find some assistance for you. Datang Daily can't rely on you all the time. You can't do it all by yourself. Lord Ju is right. I will hurry up. Chapter 214. Renbiao, what are you doing here? Li Zishuan had just come out of the workshop when he saw Wang Renbiao walking over with Leng Yuyao, the ice beauty. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Wang Renbiao smiled and cupped his hands. I just went to the Li residence to look for Lord Ju, but I was told that you were in the workshop. It just so happens that my business has something to do with the workshop, so Yuyao and I came over. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone sent him a pillow just as he was about to sleep? He quickly greeted without batting an eyelid. Since Renbiao has something to do, let's talk inside. Sanbao, get someone to make tea. Lord Ju, to be honest, I came here for Datang Daily. Now that this newspaper is popular in Chang'an, and we have a very good foundation for cooperation, why don't you ask the workshop to increase the printing volume and provide me with a batch of newspapers? I will introduce the newspapers to other states and counties. How about it? After they found a room and sat down, Wang Renbiao went straight to the point. Li Zishuan was delighted. His guess was right. This Wang Renbiao was really coincidental. However, he didn't show it on his face and only pretended to be puzzled. Oh. Renbiao is actually interested in newspapers? Wang Renbiao smiled. Of course, the potential value of newspapers is huge. I have read 3 issues of the newspaper, and the content is indeed very interesting. Li Zishuan said, Renbiao, how many copies do you want? To be honest, this morning, 2 Chang and traveling merchants bought 40,000 copies of newspapers from the workshop. Wang Renbiao didn't look surprised at all. He said, I have heard of these 2 traveling merchants, and I guess they just want to make a short profit. Lord Ju, what you need is a long-term cooperation, and I can satisfy that. I can buy 100,000 copies for the first batch, and then I can increase it according to the specific sales volume of each state and county. These newspapers will be sent to other states and counties through our Wang family's various business routes. Li Zishuan was taken aback. This was truly extravagant. He had asked for 100,000 servings, and this was only the first batch. Were all the children of aristocratic families so rich? Renbiao, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sell so many newspapers and that they will rot in your hands? The results of the newspaper have already been tested by the people of Chang'an. I don't believe that's something that can become popular in Chang'an and will not be popular in other provinces and counties. After we introduced the scooter and Drunken Immortal to other places, they became popular among many people. Li Zishuan liked working with Wang Renbiao because of his decisiveness, wisdom, and straightforwardness. Hearing Wang Renbiao's words, he smiled and said, Good. Since Renbiao is so straightforward, I will also be straightforward this time. The workshop will sell you at least 100,000 copies of the newspaper at the price of 9 copper coins per copy. Don't bargain with me. The 2 businessmen in the morning both bought it at the original price of 5 copper coins per copy. Wang Renbiao had a look of joy and said happily, All right, then this Wang will thank Lord Ju very much. But can Lord Ju start supplying me with the first issue of Datang Daily? The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality at the back of the newspaper is really interesting. If it is not complete, I am afraid that the people of other provinces and counties will not be satisfied. When Li Zishuan heard Wang Renbiao say this, he knew that this guy was most likely a fan of novels, so he nodded and said with a smile, Yes, no problem. Wang Renbiao suddenly said mysteriously, Lord Ju, do you know who Leather Knight is? Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, What's wrong? Are you looking for him? I just want him to write a few more chapters every day. Currently, there are only 3 chapters a day. As readers, it is really tiring to wait for him. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. What kind of rush was this to meet a reader who was urging him to update in person? Fortunately, he used a pen name when he was writing novels. Otherwise, when he went out in the future, would he be kidnapped by readers? The next day, early morning. Selling newspapers, the freshly printed Datang Daily, today's headlines, shocking strange case. The sealed mansion was heavily guarded. Why would a beautiful young woman mysteriously die in broad daylight? Gentlemen, if you want to know what happened after her death, you only need to spend 5 coins to read it. Now, every morning, the people of Chang'an had a new hobby, which was to buy newspapers and read them. As soon as the newspaper boy came out on his scooter, the people who woke up early enthusiastically surrounded him to buy the newspapers. Quick, give me 2 copies. I want to see how that beautiful young woman died. Give me 1 copy. My young master wants to read the latest Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 2 copies. My young master and young mistress want to read Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. After buying the newspapers so many times, everyone had learned how to queue up. This way, the efficiency increased. In a short while, dozens of people had received the newspapers. Not far away, a few scholars were reading the same newspaper as they walked. Brother Hua, quickly flip to the back and read Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes. I can't wait any longer. Don't. Look, today's newspaper seems a little different. Brother Hua, what's the difference? Why can't I see it? Look at the column in the middle of the newspaper. There are words. It says, Strange Culture opens today. There are 15 types of books on sale. De Shui is 110 coins per volume, Spring and Autumn Classic is 100 coins per volume, Analects of Confucius is 100 coins per volume, Mencius is 90 coins per volume. Hiss. How can it be so cheap? Is there a mistake? Yes. De Shui is 1,400 coins per volume in other bookstores. Brother Hua, let me see. You must be wrong. Scholar Hua was doubting his life after being criticized by his companions. He could only pass the newspaper to his companions and say, Here it is. Here, for you. Brother Meng, take a look for yourself. Scholar Meng quickly took the newspaper and looked at it carefully. Then, he exclaimed, It's true. It's really so cheap. Is this strange culture crazy? Could it be that they are just making up the numbers and selling books with poor printing quality at a cheap price? Let's go and see. Yes. Let's go together. But the East Market is not open yet. Not only these scholars, 80% of the people who received the newspaper saw the advertisement. Strange culture, which had not yet opened, became a hot topic in Chang'an. Countless people were discussing it in private. Some said that it was playing to the gallery, some said that the shopkeeper was crazy, and some said that the price was wrong on the newspaper. However, most people chose to take a look for themselves. What if it was true? If they bought a copy and sold it, wouldn't they be able to make a huge profit? No matter how the people discussed it, Strange Culture became the fastest-selling shop in Chang'an and even the whole Tang dynasty. Chapter 2:15. Clang. 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 As the gongs and drums sounded for the opening of the markets in the East and West markets, countless commoners who had been waiting outside the gates filed in. Unlike the past, the commoners today were especially anxious and seemed to be fighting to be the first. Even the officials who had just sounded the gongs and drums were pushed to the side. Hey, don't push. What's there to push? The official stretched out his hand and shouted at the crowd. However, he was alone. Before his shout could spread, it was drowned out by the sea of people. A quarter of an hour later, when the first wave of people had all entered the Eastern market, the official wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to his companion with lingering fear, Phew, why are these people so anxious today? Is there something new going on in East City today? Another official curled his lip and said carelessly, who cares? Wangda, you stay here for a while. I'll go check out the latest Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Hey, I just bought it this morning. Hey, why are you slacking off again? You call this slacking off? If worst comes to worst, I'll explain it to you after reading it. You won't be able to read it anyway. Hee, that's great. Dear friends, today is the official opening of Strange Culture. Today, all the books in the store will be 5% off for a limited time. Because the store has just opened, there are only 15 types of books. After a few days, there will be more and more books. I hope everyone can support us. The price of each book has been posted here. If there's anything you're not clear about, feel free to take a look. In the East Market, in front of a small vermilion building next to the Strange Interest Pavilion, Sun Huayuan said loudly to the crowd who had come because of his reputation. Since there was no suitable candidate for the time being, Li Zixuan sent Sun Huayuan over to act as the shopkeeper of the Strange Culture. Anyway, there was only an aisle between the Strange Culture Pavilion and the Strange Culture Pavilion. If anything happened there, Sun Huayuan would have enough time to deal with it. As soon as Sun Huayuan's voice fell, someone below went to look at the price list in front of the door. Then, there was a buzz of discussion in the crowd. Hey, the price is exactly the same as the one in the newspaper. The newspaper didn't lie. Yeah, it's incredible. Hey, isn't this shopkeeper Sun? Why aren't you staying at Strange Interest Pavilion? Why are you here? That's right, shopkeeper Sunday. What brings you here? Sun Huayuan gestured with his hands. After the crowd quieted down, he smiled and said, I'm indebted to the owner for thinking so highly of me. That's why I'm able to serve as the shopkeeper of 2 shops at the same time. As everyone can see, the price of the books in the Quirk Culture shop is less than 10% of the price of similar books in other bookstores. Our Quirk Culture shop's original intention is to allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books. Therefore, all the books in the shop are limited to 1 book per person within 3 months, and all the books must be signed and stamped. Please abide by the rules and don't buy too many books under false names. We will check regularly. Once we find a customer who violates the rules, you will forever be blacklisted by Chitsu Culture. You will never be able to buy any books published by Chitsu Culture. Sun Huayuan's words made everyone's blood boil. In this era, there weren't many people who could afford to buy books. A single book could even buy a pretty maid. Books were truly more precious than life. Thus, no matter how dynasties changed, books were always the most valuable items. They were a kind of inheritance, and also a kind of faith. It was somewhat similar to houses in modern society. No matter how quickly the value of the yuan depreciated, houses were still the most valuable and fastest appreciating commodity. In modern society, it was hard to find a house, and similarly, in ancient times, it was hard to find a book. Thus, when they heard Sun Huayuan say, allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books, many scholars who were usually refined and cultured began to shout the loudest. Well said, shopkeeper Sun. Good job, shopkeeper Sun. Support Strange Interest Culture. Allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books. Good. Thank you for your support. Strange Interest Culture is now officially open for business. Due to the limited space in the store, please follow your order in the queue and enter in batches to choose the books you want. Remember, each person can only buy 1 book of each type. Sun Huayuan clapped his hands and announced the official opening of Strange Interest Culture. The crowd below couldn't help but cheer loudly. The 10 or so lucky people at the front of the queue hurriedly rushed into the store in excitement. Among these 10 or so people were the scholars who had first discovered the advertisement in the newspaper in the morning. Wow, this book is actually made of high-quality Xian paper. Calculating it, how much is Strange Interest Culture going to lose with each book? After entering the store, these people hurriedly went to the bookshelves to find the books they wanted. One of the scholars picked up a book and flipped through it. When he touched the paper, he immediately exclaimed in disbelief. That's right. They actually use such high-quality paper. Just how high is the cost of this book? Isn't strange interest culture going to lose money? That's indeed the case. No matter how rich the owner of strange interest culture is, they can't possibly continue losing money like this, right? SSS. Quickly look at the words in this book. The horizontal and vertical lines are neat and tidy. It's even clearer and neater than the books in other bookstores. This printing quality requires a lot of engraving skills from the carving craftsman. Damn, I thought the reason why Strange Interest Culture's books were sold so cheaply was because they were crudely made. I didn't expect that whether it was the paper or the printing quality, it was so much better than other books. Moreover, it was sold so cheaply. Crazy. Crazy, this Strange Interest Culture is really crazy. Such good books at such a price, I really want to buy all of them. Unfortunately, I can only buy one of each. Shopkeeper, give me one of each of these 15 books. Shopkeeper, I also want one of each. Here, I'll give you the money. Sun Huayuan replied with a smile, okay, a total of 1,701. Hey, Brother Hua, I didn't bring enough money when I went out today. Can you lend me some? Don't worry, I'll return it as soon as I get back. A scholar touched his shriveled pockets and suddenly looked dejected. It was not easy to get to the front of the queue, but he did not bring any money. What a painful realization. He looked at his classmate and friend and quickly asked for help. No one could bear to give up such a good opportunity. If he could buy it, it would be a profit. Okay, here, for you. The scholar surnamed Hua thought for a moment, and then handed a golden bean to that person. Hey, Brother Hua, lend me some money too. I still need 500 won. If I don't buy such a good book today, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Yeah, Brother Hua, you can't leave us in the lurch. The other two scholars saw the situation and quickly went up to him. Such a good book, even if you have to borrow money, you have to buy it. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this. Chapter 216. The first batch of people who went in almost all bought a book of each kind. When they came out, they all carried a thick stack of books and were all grinning from ear to ear. The people who were queuing behind were secretly anxious when they saw this situation. The people in front had bought a lot, so it was very likely that they would have nothing when it was their turn. Sun Huayuan couldn't help but frown and say, everyone, please try your best to pick the books you need and leave some opportunities for others. In the future, the supply of books from Strange Culture will definitely increase. You don't have to rush to buy every book. Although he said that, not many people listened to him. The people who went in later still returned with a full load. If the supply of books today reached 100 types, these people might really buy 100 books. It was like a modern house. A house on a certain street was generally priced at around 8 million yuan. If a developer suddenly announced that his house in the same area would only cost 6 or 700,000 yuan, wouldn't many people go crazy just thinking about that scene? Even if the developer reminded them that there would be many houses at this price in the future and that they shouldn't rush, would people believe it? They only knew that this price was unique. If they could get it, they would make a profit. Who cared about whether they needed it or not? Who cared about the price in the future? Butcher Zhao, why did you buy so many books? Are you illiterate? A burly man at the back of the queue couldn't help but scold a fierce-looking man who had just come out of Strange Culture with books in his arms. Although I'm illiterate, these books are nice to look at home. Smell the fragrance of the books, look at the paper, tsk. It's so cheap, wouldn't it be a pity not to buy it? Besides, Blacksmith Feng, aren't you King illiterate as well? Why are you here to join in the fun? Butcher Zhao hugged the books he had just bought and scolded back with a look of superiority. Blacksmith Feng straightened his neck and said, although I'm illiterate, my son is literate. Can't I buy books for my Ahu? You're a butcher, isn't it a waste to buy so many books? Bah, you're the one who's wasting. Your Ahu is only 8 years old, how many words can he recognize? Stop bragging here. The two burly men began to argue with each other as they spoke. A disgrace to the educated, a disgrace to the educated. How can such books of sages be wantonly trampled by you? A young scholar dressed in coarse cloth saw this scene and couldn't help but rebuke angrily with a flushed face. That's right. All of you are illiterate. Why are you fighting with us for the sage books? That's right. These books are for us scholars. What are you guys doing here? The young scholar's words immediately resonated with many of the poor scholars. These people were the people who were in need of cheap books in strange culture. Usually, they couldn't afford to buy books, so they had to endure the supercilious looks of others and borrow here and there. Today, they finally heard that there were cheap books for sale here, but when they came to take a look, they saw that there were so many irrelevant people rushing to buy them. Wasn't this just causing trouble? People like Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng who were illiterate probably came to buy books with the intention of reselling them to others for a large sum of money. This was because these books could be easily sold for 10 times the profit. It was impossible for others not to be tempted. This was a bit like some of the property speculators in modern times. They didn't buy a house to live in, but to resell it for money. For the time being, people like Butcher Zhao could be called book speculators. Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng were still arguing with each other a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were denounced by dozens of scholars. Even though the Tang people revered martial arts, these scholars still had a very high status in the eyes of these common people. The two of them looked at each other and were a little scared. They planned to escape with their tails between their legs. Humph. Who said that only scholars can buy books? Can't I buy it for my child? Can't I buy it and learn it myself? Who was born knowing how to read? In any group, there were 2 or 3 daring people. Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng were scared, but it didn't mean that the other, book speculators, would be scared. Just look at them. Seeing that they were about to become street rats that everyone wanted to beat, a curly-bearded man couldn't help but refute. Big Brother Huang is right. Can't I buy books for my child? Did I violate any laws of the Tang dynasty? You're not convinced? Are you going to scold your mother when she buys books for you? This was the type of person who scolded the streets. Old Wang's wife is right. Besides, shopkeeper's son said that everyone in the Tang dynasty should be able to afford to read. What's wrong with us buying books and learning them ourselves? This was the type who secretly changed the concept. You're spouting nonsense. Shopkeeper's son clearly said that all the scholars in the Tang dynasty should be able to afford to read. You're not a scholar. Immediately, a quick-witted scholar reprimanded. Right. Shopkeeper's son already said that these books are prepared for scholars. What are you all doing here? Only scholars can buy books. All of you, go away. Why do you care if I buy books for my son? That's right. You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and beat me up. Pooey, such a shrew. You're simply unreasonable. Who are you calling a shrew? Husband, someone is scolding your wife. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Who? Who dares to scold my ruhua? You're asking for a beating. I-oh. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You dare to hit someone? So what if I hit you? As a scholar, your mouth isn't clean. You're not worthy of being called a scholar. Yes, hit him. You have no respect for the law. You all really have no respect for the law. The people on both sides blamed each other. The more they argued, the more chaotic they became. In the end, when one of them made a move, it was as if a spark had been thrown into a pile of gunpowder, causing an explosion. In the end, the argument escalated into a group brawl. Sun Huayuan, who was busy collecting money and maintaining order, was caught off guard. Stop, all of you stop. No more fighting. Whoever fights again is not allowed to buy books in the strange culture in the future. When Sun Huayuan heard the commotion outside, he came out to take a look. Immediately, his face turned pale with fright and he hurriedly shouted for them to stop. However, even though he had threatened them, it wasn't enough to calm them down. Sun Huayuan couldn't help but sweat profusely. As he shouted for them to stop, he directed the servants in the shop to pull apart the fighting crowd. But today, there were 700 to 800 people queuing up at the strange culture. His manpower was like a small boat in the sea. It was completely useless. In the end, the commotion alarmed a group of martial marquis who were patrolling the streets. The leader ordered his subordinates to call for reinforcements while he led the rest of the martial marquis into the battle. All of you stop. In broad daylight, you actually dare to fight on the streets. All of you stop immediately. Otherwise, we'll bring you back to the yamen for punishment. The leader of the martial marquis pulled out a large blade from his waist and shouted coldly. His voice was much louder than Sun Huayuan's voice. The noisy crowd immediately froze. Some of the more timid ones exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Not good, Martial Marquis is here. Quickly stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Martial Marquis is here. Master Martial Marquis, I didn't fight. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't fight either." A moment later, another large group of martial marquis rushed over and surrounded the fighting crowd. The two sides finally stopped fighting and the scene calmed down. "Don't move. Who is the shopkeeper of this shop? Come out and answer me." The leader of the young martial marquis saw that his companions had finally arrived. He felt a little more confident, so he stood out and said coldly. Chapter 217. Imperial College. In the mathematics school, Li Zixuan was teaching the students. There was a weekly exam tomorrow, so he was very serious in his lecture. The other students were listening even more seriously. Facing this binary linear equation, we must first observe its structure and find a way to eliminate the elements to reduce the number of unknowns. As for how to do this, let's look at an example. Cough, cough. Ching Chimo, pay attention. Tomorrow's weekly exam will definitely have a binary linear equation. Li Zixuan was about to turn his head to write an example on the blackboard when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Ching Chimo's little tricks. He could not help but scold him. Ching Chimo was greatly embarrassed. He quickly straightened his body and puffed out his chest, pretending to be a good student. However, in his heart, he was secretly criticizing Li Zixuan for being a bad brother. Bang bang. At this time, there was a sound of knocking on the door from outside the classroom. Li Zixuan looked up and saw Sanbao standing by the door. She was carefully looking at him as if she had something to say. Li Zixuan thought that something must have happened. Otherwise, Sanbao would not be so stupid as to disturb him during class time. Thus, he said to the students, "Wait a moment." Then he walked out of the door. At this time, he realized that behind Sanbao was a person in blue clothes and a gray hat. Li Zixuan recognized this attire at a glance. It was the staff attire of the Strange Interest Pavilion. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that something happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion? Sanbao, what happened? Li Zixuan brought the two of them to a cypress tree in the courtyard and hurriedly asked. "Young master, shopkeeper's son sent heir who to say that something happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion. He wants you to go there." Sanbao pulled out the servant behind her and said to her young master. "Heir who? What exactly happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion?" "Boss, in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion, many customers who bought books are fighting." Even Wu Ho was alarmed. "Shopkeeper's son sent me to ask you, what should we do?" "What?" Li Zixuan exclaimed with his eyes wide open. "Wait, I'll go to the dormitory to inform the students, and then I'll go there myself. You can tell me the details on the way there." On the other side, in front of the strange culture. "Young General, I am Sun Huayuan, the shopkeeper of this shop. Thank you for bringing your men here in time to prevent the situation from worsening." Sun Huayuan walked up to the leading Wu Ho and cupped his hands. The young martial marquis quickly stepped aside, not accepting his bow. He looked at Sun Huayuan, squinted his eyes, and said meaningfully, "I am only the right martial marquis Wei Si Gu, and am not worthy of the title of general. Since shopkeeper's son has opened a shop to do business, then you must restrain your customers. How can you gather people to cause trouble and disturb public order? Could it be that you think our Wuhou government's planks are vegetarians? The left and right Wuhou Wei of the Tang dynasty was a department that was responsible for the security of Chang'an. It was similar to the function of a modern police station. The left and right Wuhou Wei had one general each, and two generals each. Below them, there were different officials. Si Gu was only a minor 8th rank official, and indeed was not worthy of the title of general. Sun Huayuan had been a shopkeeper for such a long time, and naturally knew that the king of hell was easy to provoke, and the little demons were hard to deal with. He did not change his title, and quietly gave the Wuhou a few golden beans, and said with a smile, "Young general is right. Today's matter is indeed due to our strange culture's lack of consideration. I've troubled all of you to personally come here. This is just a small gift, and I'll treat all of you to tea." The Wuhou's eyes flashed, but his face did not show it. He pointed out, "Shopkeeper's son, this time, we have mobilized over 100 brothers." The meaning of these words was clearly saying that there were too many brothers here today, and the money you gave was not enough to divide. Sun Huayuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but he suppressed his anger, and waited for his young master to come quickly. "Then how much does young general think is appropriate?" The young Wuhou smiled proudly, and was about to speak, when he heard a voice full of energy from outside the crowd. "Who dares to cause trouble at the foot of the Son of Heaven?" The crowd automatically dispersed, and the young Wuhou saw the person who came, and was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and bowed. "This subordinate pays his respects to great General Yuqi." The person who came was Yuqi Jingda, the only great general of the right Wuhou Guard. For such a big shot to personally come, the young Wuhou could not help but be surprised. Get up. Tell me, what happened here?" Yuqi Jingda's face darkened, and he asked in a deep voice. Chang'an City's public security had always been good. Today, a brawl between hundreds of people had suddenly occurred, and as the head of the capital's public security bureau, he had lost a lot of face. "Uncle Yuqi." The young Wuhou was about to speak, when another voice came from outside the crowd. It was Li Zishuan who had finally rushed over. On the way, he listened to Erhu's detailed explanation of the ins and outs of the matter, and his heart could not help but feel a burst of irritation. Before this batch of books had been sold, he had already considered book speculators, like Butcher Zhao, so he had let Sun Huayuan introduce a limited purchase policy. However, he did not expect that it would still arouse the dissatisfaction of some people, and in the end, it had caused a big fight. He had originally wanted to do something good for the people of the Tang Empire, but in the end, a good thing had turned bad, and he had even alarmed the Wuhou. There might even be court officials impeaching him for disturbing public security tomorrow. This was really a thankless task for him. When he came to the door of the quirky culture, he happened to see Yuqi Gong. Although he did not know that Yuqi Gong was the right Wuhou Guard Great General, with this big shot in the military, wouldn't it be easier to send the Wuhou in front of him away? Otherwise, he would have to trouble himself to go up personally to show off and slap faces. How tiring would that be? Little Xian, why are you here?" Yuqi Jingda looked at Li Zishuan and asked curiously. Uncle Yuqi, this little nephew just opened this shop today. Now that something has happened, of course this little nephew has to come over." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. When the young Wuhou beside him heard this, his heart instantly turned cold, and he cursed inwardly. He had just asked for some benefits from the shopkeeper of this shop, and the owner of this shop was actually related to his superior. Wouldn't that mean that he was dead meat? Yuqi Jingda raised his eyes to look at the plaque behind him, and only then did he let out an "oh," and said, "Quirky culture. No wonder this old man only knew that the quirky pavilion was your business, but I didn't expect that you would open another quirky culture. Kid, just what kind of things are you selling in this shop? How did you cause such a big commotion? If the other court officials knew about this, they might impeach you again." Li Zishuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Uncle Yuqi is right. Today, it was just these people in front of me who started fighting because they wanted to buy books. This little nephew will pay attention in the future, and I guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen again. Uncle, please wait a moment and allow this little nephew to say a few words to these customers. Chapter 218. Yes, these people actually fought over a few books. It's indeed too outrageous. Little Xian, you have to make things clear with them, or else, if there's a next time, this old man will bring all of them back to the martial Marquis government for punishment. Hearing the reason for the fight, Yuqi Jingda could not help but frown. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. He walked to the front of the crowd and looked at the scholars and commoners who were surrounded by the Wuhou officials. Many of them had disheveled clothes, bruised noses and swollen faces. It was clear that they had been injured in the previous conflict. Li Zishuan could not help but feel speechless. Wasn't it just a few books? Did these people really need to fight? Shopkeeper's son, who started it? Li Zishuan coldly asked. Most of the people who opened a shop wanted to make money peacefully. No matter what the reason was, these people should not have fought in front of his shop. This was also slapping his face, so of course he would not be happy. Young master, I heard the people below say that it was this couple who started it. Sun Huayuan walked forward and pointed at the couple in the crowd. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the crowd. With a cold face, he loudly said, "Humph. Friends, the reason why I opened Shitsu culture was to solve the problem of the commoners of Great Tang having difficulty in studying and the problem of expensive books. My good intentions were treated as ill intent by some people, and they fought in front of my shop. Our Shitsu culture will not welcome such people in the future. Shopkeeper's son, let the people below remember the faces of these two people and investigate their families. In the future, no one from their family is allowed to take half a step into Shitsu culture." "Yes, young master." Shopkeeper's son hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Li Zishuan's words made the couple's face and ears turn red. The tall man could also see that Li Zishuan had a strong background and was not a person to be trifled with. He did not dare to refute and pulled his wife and prepared to leave. But the fierce woman was a little unhappy. She shook off her husband's hand and pointed at Li Zishuan with one hand on her waist. "Why? Mother, it's not like I'm shortchanging you by buying books in the shop. Why can't I buy books in the shop?" "Ruhua, don't say any more." The tall man hurriedly came over to pull his wife. "Let go of me, I insist on saying." "Ha! You ask me why? Just because I'm the owner of this shop, I can let whoever I want in. Just because I'm a baron personally conferred by the emperor, if I say you're not welcome here, you can only leave. You're not convinced?" Li Zishuan shouted loudly, carrying a bit of internal energy, shaking the eardrums of the dozen or so people relatively close to him until their eardrums buzzed. Yuqi Jingda couldn't help looking at him in astonishment. Li Zishuan didn't have a good impression of this shrew in front of him. He disdained to fight with women, but he didn't want to cause too much trouble. That was why he said those words to frighten the two of them, telling them to get out of here as soon as possible. "Lord Li is right, you are not welcome here." Could this Lord Li be the owner of Strange Interest Pavilion, the youth who invented the curved plow and was conferred a baron by the emperor? Someone heard Li Zishuan call himself a baron and recalled that the only newly conferred baron title was the Baron of Lantian County, so he couldn't help but guess. "You just realized it now. I've already seen Lord Li when Strange Interest Pavilion opened last time." Hiss. It really is Lord Li. If it weren't for the curved plow, my child's uncle's fields probably wouldn't have made it in time for the spring plowing this year. We have to thank Lord Li for this. That's right. This Lord Li is really a good person. He just helped so many farmers, and now he's helping the scholars. It's a pity that there are still people who don't know what's good for them and actually fight here. Isn't that right? These people who fight and cause trouble are really hateful. As word of mouth spread, more and more people recognized Li Zishuan's true identity. Thinking about the incident with the curved plow, most of them were indebted to Li Zishuan. Therefore, more and more people denounced the unscrupulous couple. "You are not welcome here, the two of you should leave quickly. Get out of here, you're not allowed to buy books." "That's right, how can the land of the saints be trampled on by these shrews? Come home with me, don't make a scene here. The woman still wanted to refute Lisa Schwan, but she was forcefully pulled away by her husband. Lisa Schwan asked his servant to pull up the scholar who was knocked to the ground by the couple. He looked at the unlucky scholar whose face was covered in blood and whose hair was disheveled. He couldn't help but frown. He was so focused on chasing the two people away that he forgot to ask them to pay for the medical expenses. What a pain in the ass. He quickly went to talk to Yu Qigong and asked him to send someone to bring the couple back to the yamen for questioning. He couldn't let them off so easily for beating people on the street. What's your name? After talking to Yu Qigong, Lisa Schwan looked at the scholar and asked. The unlucky scholar hurriedly tidied up his appearance. However, it would have been better if he didn't do it. After doing it, his hair became even more messy. He was afraid that Lisa Schwan would be anxious, so he hurriedly replied, in reply to Lord Ju, I'm Lin Zihao. I'm sorry. The ancient people valued their appearance much more than the modern people. This person's current appearance was really rude. Lisa Schwan shook his head and said with a pleasant expression, oh, although today's matter was caused by that couple, in the end, it was our strange culture that didn't consider it carefully. How about this, as an apology, our strange culture will pay for all your medical expenses. In addition, we'll give you a set of books that were sold today and a purple membership card of the strange culture. This membership card also has the same privileges in the strange culture. What do you think? Lin Zihao was instantly stunned. He never thought that there would be such benefits after being beaten up. He had heard before that a purple membership card of the Strange Culture Pavilion cost 100 strings of cash. This was really a blessing in disguise. This beating was King worth it. Thank you, Lord Ju. Thank you, Lord Ju. How could he not agree to such a good thing? Thus, he hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Li Zixuan waved his hand and asked Sun Huayuan to take him to see a doctor. The crowd below the stage sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all shocked by this huge gift. Oh my God, that's a purple membership card. Not only is this lordly kind to people, but he's also really generous. Yeah, if only I was the one who was beaten up by that couple. Li Zixuan looked at the people below. Compared to Lin Zihao's serious injuries, there were quite a few of them who had minor injuries. Thus, he said, I deeply apologize to the friends who were injured in front of the Strange Culture Pavilion today. This is our early work that was not done well. Later, the friends who were injured can line up to receive a green membership card of the Strange Culture Pavilion. In addition, I repeat, if anyone dares to cause trouble here again, this county's men will definitely not let you off so easily like today. I will make sure that you won't be able to stay in the entire Chang'an city. Oh. Thank you, Lord Li. I was injured just now. I was injured too. Bah. Go Sheng, your face was only scratched by a fingernail. How dare you say that? When the injured crowd saw Lin Zihao leave, they thought that they had nothing to do with it. After all, they had only suffered minor injuries. However, they were still a little disappointed. When they heard Li Zixuan's words, they immediately cheered loudly in surprise. They were glad that they had just been injured. This was probably the first time in their lives that they were glad that they had been injured. You're not allowed to deliberately create scars. Li Zixuan saw that there were two idiots behind him. They clenched their fists and gestured at each other's faces. They were eager to try. He couldn't help but shout out to stop them. Pfft, haha. Chapter 219. In front of the strange culture. After Li Zixuan comforted the injured, he thought for a while and said, Today, there may be many of you who don't need books at all. You came here purely because the books are cheap. Perhaps there are also some who want to resell and make a fortune. I don't care if you really need the books or want to make money. Since I'm open for business, there's no reason for me to refuse customers. But for those who really want to buy books, we'll make it convenient for you. In the future, no matter where you are from, as long as you have your student identification card, you can queue up at the Strange Culture. We'll give priority to the students and members. Good. This way, it'll be easier for us to buy books. Thank you, Lord Jew. The world's poor children will remember Lord Jew's kindness. Yes, thank you, Lord Jew. As soon as Lisa Schwann's voice fell, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. Most of them were the voices of the students. They came here today because of the fame and found that there were really such cheap books. They couldn't help but feel happy and worried. They were happy because they could afford the books, but they were worried because there would be a lot of people who would rush to buy such cheap books. Now that Lisa Schwann took the initiative to give priority to the students, it would greatly increase their chances of buying books. How could they not be happy? When the rest of the people heard this, their faces darkened, but no one raised any objections. Ever since they recognized that the young man in front of them was Lisa Schwann, who invented the curved plow, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Some of them even had some faint regret in their hearts. Compared to Lisa Schwann, who wholeheartedly did so much for the farmers and the students, their way of doing things seemed a little selfish. Therefore, many people began to regret that they came here with the intention of reselling the books to make money. But there were still many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Lisa Schwann couldn't do anything about these people, but he still advised, for those who want to make money by reselling books about strange culture, I only want to say that if you want to make money, you should sell the books in your hands as soon as possible. In the future, there will be more and more of these cheap books in our workshop, and their prices will be lower and lower. In less than 3 years, the majority of the people in Great Tang will be able to afford books. At that time, books will no longer be an expensive item that the common people can't afford. In the next 3 years, books will be as valuable as scallions. I, Lisa Schwann, am a man of my word. Lisa Schwann's words were powerful and resonant, but to the others, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Ever since Kai Luan invented papermaking in the Han Dynasty, for the past 600 years, the price of books had always been unattainable for ordinary people. Only those rich people could afford to buy some, but they usually kept them at home to show their noble status. Now that Lisa Schwann had said that within 3 years, these cheap and high-quality books would be sold all over Great Tang, and that the price of books would be as high as scallions, many people thought that it was a fantasy. How could the high and mighty prices of books suddenly fall from the sky? It was simply unbelievable. So, everyone can buy books about strange culture in the future? That's great. But Lord Li said that the price of books would be as high as scallions. Isn't that too exaggerated? I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it either. I believe it. Lord Li will definitely do what he says. Before the curved plow came out, who would have thought that there would be a divine plow that could be pulled by human power? But Lord Li did it. This time, I believe that Lord Li will be able to do it too, and by then, my children will be able to read and recognize words. Yes, that's right, I also believe in Lord Li. But this time, it's obviously more difficult than the last time. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some were doubtful, and some believed it. When Yuchi Jingda heard this, he was so shocked that his beard almost fell off. He pulled Lisa Schwann over and hurriedly said, "Little Xian, you can't say such things. Throughout the ages, it's not that the monarchs and ministers have never thought of lowering the price of books, but it's extremely difficult to do so. How can you do it with just your family's strength? Although I don't know where you got this batch of cheap books from and how much you lost, your scale is still small. If you want to completely lower the price of books in Great Tang, you're far from enough." Lisa Schwann smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Yuchi, don't worry. Since this nephew dares to say such words, I'm sure that I can do it. Let me tell you a secret. Now, our workshop has already reduced the cost of paper to less than 10% of other workshops. That's why there are such cheap books being sold today." Yuchi Jingdo was shocked. He stared at him and said, "There's such a thing? How's the production of paper in your workshop? Is it possible to supply it?" Lisa Schwann nodded and said, "This is our workshop's newest paper-making technology. His Majesty has already seen it. As for the production, the current production is obviously insufficient. But as our workshop further expands its production, it will definitely be able to supply it. Yuchi was completely shocked. He stood on the spot and muttered to himself, "You brat, you really have some ability. Luckily, I didn't hoard too many books at home. Otherwise, when I see the price of books being as cheap as scallions, wouldn't I die of discomfort? Sigh, if there's really a day like what you said, where everyone can read books, then my great Tang will become an unprecedented flourishing age. Even the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era can't compare." Haha. What's your name? After Yuchi sighed with emotion for a while, he suddenly asked the Wuhou government's Si Gu. He was the right Wuhou Wei government's great general. How could he know this kind of minor 8th rank official? Replying to the great general, "This general is Pang Feiji." That Si Gu hurriedly cupped his fist and answered. However, from the corner of his eye, he still carefully glanced at Sun Huayuan. In his heart, he kept praying that shopkeeper's son wouldn't complain to Yuchi. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. When Li Zishuan heard this person's name, he almost burst out laughing. Pang Feiji, or perhaps Pang Feiji. Brat, your name has a lot of meaning. Yuchi didn't have as many messy thoughts as Li Zishuan. He calmly grunted and then said, "Pang Feiji, from now on, you will be responsible for the security of this strange culture. You will bring people to patrol this place every day. You will not allow anyone to fight, cause trouble, or do anything illegal here. You will also be responsible for the safety of the books in this shop. You will prevent thieves from stealing or destroying books. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you responsible." Yuchi said the last sentence with a stern expression. Pang Feiji was so frightened that his body trembled. He hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. This general obeys. There definitely won't be any mistakes. Chapter 220. Hearing Pang Feiji's straightforward reply, Yuchi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Little Xian, Pang Feiji will be given to you in the future. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just let him go. If it doesn't work, there's still me and His Majesty. As for the Wu Marquis government and the Ministry of War, I will personally report to them. You don't have to worry about that." "Thank you, Uncle Yuchi, but wouldn't this be too much of a fuss? After all, Strange Culture is just a bookstore." Li Zishuan expressed his gratitude towards Yuchi good intentions, but to let Pang Feiji, the head of the local police station, be the head of security for his store, wasn't it a bit too pretentious? Yuchi laughed coldly and said, "You really don't know what to fear. Do you know how many people's benefits have been harmed by your cheap books? Including many aristocratic families, courtiers, bookstores, and rich merchants. It's not like I haven't experienced this deception before. I know the faces of those people better than you. So what? Do they dare to do anything illegal under the feet of the emperor?" Yuchi shook his head and said, If you can't do it openly, you can do it secretly. Anyway, you can't go wrong by being more careful." Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. East Market, South Main Street. Virtuous Bookstore. In the past, this place was really filled with scholars chatting and laughing, and there were no unskilled people coming and going. But today, it was really deserted. Not only were there no scholars, there weren't even any unskilled people. 2 servants in the store sat in front of the door in boredom, looking at the few people on the street. Occasionally, they would slap away a few mosquitoes on the table. Inside sat a middle-aged man in purple. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the empty bookstore. He was silent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. "Oh, this guest, what book do you need?" At this moment, a white-clothed scholar suddenly came in. The 2 servants quickly stood up and greeted him. The middle-aged man in purple quickly hid the worry on his face and stood up to greet the scholar. The scholar nodded and didn't say anything. He went straight to the bookshelf to look for a book. A moment later, he came out with a book called Zhuan. "Shopkeeper, how much is this Zhuan?" The middle-aged man in purple hurriedly replied with a smile, "Sir, this Zhuan is sold for 1,700 copper coins. If you are sincere, I can sell it to you for 1,600 copper coins. He saw that the business today was too bad, so he decided to lower the price at the last minute, hoping to keep this customer. The young scholar frowned and said unhappily, although my family doesn't lack money, I don't want to be cheated by you for no reason. I heard that there's a culture not far from here that sells Wajuan for 110 copper coins. It's fine if you sold it at such a high price before, but how can you cheat your customers like this? I'm not buying any more. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Hey! Dear customer, it's not what you think. Sigh. The shopkeeper hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him, but to no avail. He could only sigh. Shopkeeper, this is already the 5th customer today who has said so. A manservant couldn't help but complain. Shut up. I sent AFA to scout for news, why isn't this kid back yet? The shopkeeper scolded angrily, then anxiously looked outside the door. Shopkeeper, I'm back. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, and then a manservant in a navy blue robe ran in. The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled him over and asked, Fa, how is it? Did you get any news? Huff. Huff. Fa continuously patted his chest a few times, panted a few times, then said, Shopkeeper, there's a long queue over at Chitsu Culture. Their books are really cheap, the price is not even 10% of ours. Many people are fighting over the books. Even the people from Wuhou government are alarmed. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed. After a while, he asked word by word, then how many of these books do they have? Fa scratched his head and said, shouldn't be many, about 300 to 400 books, or else there wouldn't be so many people fighting over them. The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief. Another manservant beside him asked, Shopkeeper, should we also reduce the price? Or else no one will buy books. Pa. The shopkeeper angrily patted the manservant's head, and said unhappily, Reduce, how do we reduce? If we reduce to the same price as them, we'll be losing money. Quickly go to work, wipe the bookshelves. I don't believe that Chitsu Culture has so many cheap books. Furthermore, since they're selling them so cheap, the quality of the books must be shoddy. In the future, when those cheap people wake up, they'll still come here to buy books. Shopkeeper is right, you're wise. The manservant rubbed his head, and quickly brought the other two to wipe the bookshelves. This situation was common in other bookstores in Chang'an City. The impact of Chitsu Culture's books on the entire book market was starting to show. Taiji Palace, Suite Du Hall. Li Er had just finished the morning court and was about to change into his regular clothes. At this moment, Zhao Song hurried over and bowed, Your Majesty, we just received news that there was a large-scale brawl in the East Market. Old General Yuchi has personally led the right marquee guards to quell the chaos. Li Er paused, and then said with an ugly expression, Chang'an. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, the imperial court has put in a lot of effort to improve the security of Chang'an City. These years, there has been a great improvement. Why are there so many people causing trouble today? Zhao Song, have you found out the reason? Your Majesty, it's said that Chitsu Culture, which is opened by Li Er, is selling a large number of cheap books today. The price is less than 10% of other bookstores, so it attracted many people in Chang'an City to fight over them. In the process, some people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get the books, so they couldn't help but quarrel and even fight. This caused a large-scale brawl. Zhao Song explained everything in detail. I didn't expect this brat to be so fast. He just came up with the paper machine a while ago, and he's printing so many books in just a few days. Not bad. Li Er exclaimed in surprise. Then, he frowned and said, Zhao Song, immediately draft a decree to reprimand Lantian County's Li Zishuan for not doing his job properly, opening a store without permission, failing to restrain his customers, causing a brawl and disrupting public order. He shall be locked up for 7 days and be paid a salary for 3 months as punishment. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song cupped his hands and accepted the order. However, he was puzzled. Li Er didn't seem to be angry about this, so why did he have to issue a decree to reprimand Li Zishuan? Although he had doubts in his heart, Zhao Song didn't ask. He knew his duty. After Zhao Song left, Li Er leaned on the couch and muttered, "Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. You better know what's good for you." Chapter 221. What a scandal. What a scandal. Tomorrow, I will impeach this kid for disrupting public order. Wei Jing returned to his residence after the morning court. When he heard about the incident that happened in front of the Strange Culture store in the East Market, he was so angry that he slammed the table. Pei Shi glared at Wei Zheng and said angrily, "How dare you? You don't know how many poor children have benefited from this kid's actions. If you impeach him, let's see if the poor scholars in the world will be happy." Wei Zheng glared at her and said, "But this commotion was caused by Li Zishuan's lack of consideration. If we don't punish him severely, what will happen to the laws of the Tang Empire?" Pei Shi was speechless at her husband's stubbornness. After a while, she said, "Old master, you are also from a poor family. You should know how much the poor children crave books. Why do you still want to make things difficult for this kid?" When Wei Zheng heard this, he frowned and hesitated. After a long time, he said firmly, "Merit is a crime. Mistakes are mistakes. Li Zishuan's printing of books to benefit the poor children is a merit. But his carelessness caused the customers in the store to fight and disrupt public order. That is a mistake. He should be rewarded for his merits and punished for his mistakes. I will write a letter to ask for his merits. But I will also write a letter to impeach him for his mistakes." This old thing's stubbornness truly angered Pei Shi. She angrily snorted and turned around to leave, leaving behind only one sentence, "Humph. Impeach him if you want. You will sleep in the study tonight." "Hey. Madam, listen to your husband's reasoning." "Old master, this is what happened. Once the cheap books of the Strange Culture were released, all the big and small bookstores in Cheng and City were unable to resist. We can't compete with them in terms of price." Chongren Square, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. The shopkeeper of the Mingde bookstore was complaining to Zhangsun Wuji. From his tone, the Mingde bookstore should belong to the Zhangsun family. Zhangsun Wuji's expression didn't change much. It was as if the bookstore's poor business had nothing to do with him. He slowly took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Wu Mengyang, why are you in such a hurry? Calm down when something happens." Although Zhangsun Wuji's tone was calm, Wu Mengyang shuddered when he heard it. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Old master is right." Zhangsun Wuji waved his hand. "Have a seat. Do you know how many books there are in this batch of Strange Culture? And why were their books so cheap? As far as I know, if all the books are sold at such a price, I'm afraid that no bookstore in Cheng and City will not lose money. Li Zishuan dares to sell like this. Is he planning to make a loss?" It had to be said that there were many people in history who called Zhangsun Wuji an old fox, and there was a certain logic to it. No matter what situation he was in, he could always use the calmest thinking to find the most crucial point of the problem. This was the most terrifying aspect of him. Replying to Master, this lowly one has already investigated. There are a total of 15 types of books in this batch of books from Strange Culture. There are about 300 books of each type. All of them have been sold out today. As for whether there will be such books in the future, this lowly one does not know. Also, their books are all printed from Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop. This lowly one also does not know what their cost is and whether they will lose money by selling like this. Wu Mengyang replied seriously. Zhangsun Wuji frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's wait and see." In the afternoon, Li Er sent someone to the Li residence to pass down a decree, carrying out a round of criticism and education for Li Zishuan. The others in the family were frightened by this decree, but after Li Zishuan heard the decree, his heart bloomed with joy. Being grounded at home might be a kind of torture to others, but to a homebody like Li Zishuan, it was a kind of great enjoyment. As for the 3 months of salary that was deducted by Li Er, Li Zishuan expressed that he did not care at all. Going to the Imperial College to teach was not his original intention. If he could stay at home and be a rich second generation, Li Zishuan was willing to give Li Er 100 million instead. Xian, I feel that it's better if you don't open this bookstore. Our family is so rich, why do you need to open a bookstore? If you cause so much trouble for no reason and lose the emperor's favor, then the losses will outweigh the gains. When old man Li heard Li Er's decree, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He wanted to give Li Zishuan a punishment to make a filial son package, but he was intimidated by his wife's power. He could only try his best to suppress his anger and persuade him calmly. Father, the opening of strange culture has nothing to do with money, but it carries the beliefs and dreams of many people. The Tang dynasty needs strange culture, and the poor children of the world also need strange culture. This bookstore is not something that I can easily give up. His Majesty's decree today has no intention of punishing me. Otherwise, the punishment would not be so light. Moreover, His Majesty has given a lot of support behind this strange culture. It is not something that I can shut down just because I want to. His father was against his business, so Li Zishuan naturally had to think of a way to persuade him. Otherwise, the family would not get along well, and the gains would not make up for the losses. When Li Jingma heard his son's last sentence, he was shocked. He knew that he could not persuade him anymore. He could only sigh, shake his head, and leave. Now that his son was becoming more and more capable, he was more and more worried. Indeed, the more you gain, the more you lose. I'm on vacation. I don't know how to spend the money. I'll buy a Nokia in my left hand and a Motorola in my right. I sang wrong. Li Zishuan had given himself a long vacation, and he had just persuaded his father. Li Zishuan was in an extremely good mood. When he returned to the western courtyard, he could not help but forget himself and start humming a song. Pfft! Young master, why is the tune of your song so weird? She heard the weird song from afar. She went up and wiped Li Zishuan's face with a cold towel while laughing. Yes. Young master, your song is really bad. You sound like a hooligan when you sing. He also came over to join in the fun. Li Zishuan smiled lecherously and said, Hee, since you said that I am a hooligan, then you can come over tonight and serve me. Ah. No. Young mistress is about to marry into the family. Young master, how can you think about these things? He quickly hugged her chest and jumped away as she exclaimed. This is what you get for your mouth. Li Zishuan took a pear and laughed. Then, he said while eating, come in and help me grind it. The students of the School of Mathematics would have their weekly exam tomorrow. However, the exam papers were not out yet. Although he was grounded, the progress of the students could not be delayed. As for the lessons for the next few days, he would let Su Hongji replace him to teach them. Anyway, with his help, Su Hongji had almost completely understood the first volume of mathematics. He could openly slack off. Chapter 222. Shwa. The study room was silent, only the sound of the brush tip rubbing against the paper could be heard. The paper was of course the new paper produced by the Chi Chu Pavilion, and the brush was made from superfine weasel hair. After all, Li Zishuan was writing questions and not practicing calligraphy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful if he could only write a few words on a piece of paper? 2 hours later. Phew. Li Zishuan rubbed his wrist and let out a long breath. This kind of brush had a high requirement for the strength of the wrist, and it was tiring to write for a long time. Fill in the blanks, multiple choice, calculation, application, perfect. Li Zishuan looked at the test paper in his hand and praised narcissistically. He had been practicing calligraphy for the past few months, and now he had some success in calligraphy. After all, he was a martial artist and had experience in controlling his strength. Speaking of martial arts, this guy rarely practiced martial arts ever since he went to the Imperial College to teach. He probably forgot that he was a martial arts expert. Young master, you're done. Drink some water. Shi, who was grinding ink, quickly put down the ink stick in her hand and went to pour some water for Li Zishuan. Now, the servants in the Lee residence knew that their young master did not like to drink tea, no matter how good the tea was. Thus, Xiaoxi said water and not tea. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded, then took the test paper and started to check it. After a while, Xiaoxi held a cup of water and slowly walked over. Young master, here's your water. Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan suddenly slapped the table like a lunatic and exclaimed, No, there should be an additional question. I was wondering why it didn't taste good. Xiaoxi, help me grind more ink. Oh. Right away. Xiaoxi was helpless, she could only pout and reply, then continued to grind. 15 minutes later, the test paper was finally completed. Li Zishuan picked up his cup of water and happily drank a few mouthfuls. He smiled and said, Xiaoxi, tell San Bao to send this test paper to the workshop and ask the printing department to print 46 copies. Then send it to the Imperial College and give it to Mr. Su. Oh, yes, young master. Xiaoxi agreed weakly. She took the test papers and was about to go out to look for San Bao when she suddenly thought of something. She asked curiously, Young master, didn't you only print 38 copies of the test papers last time? Why are you printing 8 more copies this time? In the beginning, there were 32 students in the Imperial College of Mathematics. Later, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin came. Including Li Zishuan and Su Hongji, there were 38 students in total. Li Zishuan smiled mischievously and said, Heh. Because there would be new students coming to the School of Mathematics tomorrow. Xiaoxi, go quickly. Remember to keep the test papers a secret. Kong Yingda had already informed him yesterday that Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the other rich second generations were going to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. As there were some procedures to complete, the official transfer to the School of Mathematics was delayed until tomorrow. Li Zishuan really didn't want to teach these little bastards. They were all rich second generations and little rascals. They were the type of troublemakers who were difficult to manage. If they were transferred over, it would definitely affect the learning style of the School of Mathematics. Although the learning style of the School of Mathematics had already been changed by Qing Chumo, it was still within his control. Li Zishuan originally planned to wait for these little rascals to come to the School of Mathematics tomorrow to show them who was the boss. This was to prevent them from being dishonest and causing trouble in the future. Who knew that he would be grounded by Li Er when he came back? He didn't expect this, but this didn't mean that he couldn't teach them a lesson. Everyone knew the reason why Sun Zifan and the other rascals wanted to come to the School of Mathematics. It definitely wasn't because they admired Li Zishuan's new mathematics. Since you guys are here because of the holidays, then I'll let you guys have a taste of the School of Mathematics demonic exam. Li Zishuan laughed sinisterly in his heart. The question he set this time was on the more difficult side. He estimated that it would be difficult to find a student who scored more than 80 points in the class. Therefore, he kindly added an additional question to give the students some benefits and add some extra material. Yes, young master, don't worry. Xiaoxi definitely won't leak the questions. Xiaoxi agreed and ran out quickly. However, she left a sentence in the air, Young master, your smile is so sinister. Li Zishuan. The next day. Newspapers are sold. Newspapers are sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. Today's headlines, Lantian County man says books will be expensive for the next 3 years. Friends who want to read, quickly buy the newspapers. What? Books are expensive? Give me a copy. Let me see. Give me a copy, I want to read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 2 copies. Chitsu Culture, good job. I support Chitsu Culture to lower the prices of their books. The popularity of the newspaper that had been trending for 4 days did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more popular among the people of Chang'an. There were even many people who went around to buy the previous newspapers just to read the first few issues of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course, the people who paid attention to the newspaper were not just ordinary readers. There were also many businessmen. In the past 2 days, with the popularity of the newspaper and the bombardment of advertisements, Chitsu Culture's newly opened shop also became very popular. Other than the low prices of their books, the effect of the advertisements in the newspaper could not be ignored. Otherwise, it would not have become so popular so quickly. As a matter of fact, there were already many businessmen who were eager to show their faces in the newspaper. Shi City, a certain Huji tavern, back hall. The Huji tavern was a place where the waitresses were all women from the West. They were known as Huji. They were an important factor behind the popularity of Huji wine in the Tang dynasty cities. In ancient times, there were not many young women who were Huji. These Huji taverns opened up a new era for the Tang dynasty Chang and food market. Master, do you want to look for Datong daily and ask them to promote our tavern? A tall, blonde beauty with blue eyes was wearing a thin veil that exposed her small waist. Her breasts were also faintly discernible. At this moment, she was sitting on the lap of a slightly plump, bearded middle-aged man who was dressed in extremely luxurious clothes. Her arms were wrapped around the middle-aged man's neck as she spoke. Hee, why would my snow cherry say that? The bearded man closed his eyes in satisfaction. His right hand kept sliding around the woman's waist. Master, didn't you read the newspaper these past 2 days? Chitsu Culture is such a small, unknown shop. After being in the newspaper, everyone knows about it. Our Yunlai Tavern has been in business for so many years. If we were to be in the newspaper, wouldn't our business be even better? The woman twisted her slender waist and said coquettishly. The middle-aged man's hands suddenly paused. He laughed out loud and said, why didn't I think of that? Snow Cherry, I'm so lucky to have married you. I'll go to their workshop now and ask them to help us promote it. Chapter 223. This Chitsu Culture is so kind. They actually lowered the price of books so low. This is all thanks to Lord Li. Do you think books will be as cheap as scallions in the next 3 years? In the Jinyu Academy in the south of Chang and City, 2 plainly dressed scholars were squatting on a rock and reading the same newspaper without a care for their image. They sighed. In the early Tang dynasty, academies were private places. A few scholars who were familiar with each other would discuss Tao, read, and study here. At this time, academies were often surrounded by Taoist temples and Buddhist temples, so naturally, the styles of these schools were combined. For example, the Buddhist temple, the Taoist temple, and the Confucian Academy were mixed together. Since then, these 3 brothers had kowtowed to each other. This was also the beginning of the integration of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. However, the real integration was in the Song dynasty. Brother Tianhua, Brother Feichen, what are you guys talking about? At this time, a handsome young man walked out and looked at his 2 classmates on the rock and asked curiously. Brother Hong Yi, Tianhua and I are talking about today's newspaper. Come and take a look too. The young man on the rock stood up and greeted with a smile. Oh. Then I'll take a look too. A moment later. The Lantian County man says that books will be as cheap as scallions in the next 3 years. Chitsu Culture will provide another 27 types of books today, 350 copies of each type, all sold at a low price. Hiss. To think that the 3 of us went to Chitsu Culture to buy books yesterday. Looks like Lord Li is going to do what he said. Chitsu Culture has already started to increase the supply of such high-quality and cheap books. Maybe books will really be as cheap as scallions in the future. The handsome scholar slapped his thigh and exclaimed after reading the headlines. Brother Hong Yi is right. I just hope that Chitsu Culture's supply of books will increase. Yes, this Lord Li first invented the curved plow to benefit the people. Now, he's releasing so many cheap books to help the poor. This is really the gospel of us scholars. Hua Hongyi, used to respect no one, but now I respect Lord Li. It would be great if Chitsu Culture sells Lord Li's new mathematics teaching materials. Hua Hongyi echoed. What? Brother Hong Yi wants to learn Lord Li's new arithmetic? Hua Hongyi nodded and said, of course. I heard that this new type of arithmetic is self-contained. It's convenient and fast to calculate. I've admired it for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to enter the Imperial College. This is one of the biggest regrets of my life. Sigh, Brother Hong-yi, don't take it too hard. It's indeed not easy for us commoners to enter the Imperial College. Your Majesty, I impeached the man from Li County. Yesterday, he condoned the customers of his shop to fight and disturb the public order, causing chaos in the Easter market. According to the law, he should be severely punished. Taiji Palace, Morning Assembly. As expected, Wei Zheng, the big troll, immediately attacked Li Zishuan. He didn't know if this old guy slept in the study room last night, but he did have dark circles under his eyes. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. When this old demon got angry, he didn't care about the occasion. At this moment, Qing Yaojin was about to walk out and scold Wei Zheng, but he was stopped by Qin Shubao. Jijia, don't be impatient. Let's see what your Majesty has to say. Qin Shubao said softly. Humph. Qing Yaojin glared at Wei Zheng unwillingly and retreated angrily. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was so obedient. After helping the farmers, he started to help the poor scholars. He even helped the Qing family earn so much money. What a good child. How could he be as bad as Wei Zheng said? Zhang Sun Wuji, who was sitting in the front row, heard Wei Zheng's accusation. His eyes flashed, but he quickly returned to normal. No one knew what he was thinking. Cough. Li Er raised his spirits and coughed lightly. He pretended to be serious and said, Minister Wei, I already knew about what you said yesterday. I also issued a decree to reprimand Li Zishuan. He is grounded for 7 days and his salary will be deducted for 3 months. Let's forget about this matter. Li Er was laughing in his heart. Wei Xuancheng, do you think you're the only one who knows how to scold? I am already prepared this time. I will let you have a taste of being speechless. Wei Zheng frowned deeply. He didn't expect Li Er to issue a decree so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so favored by the emperor. This punishment was really nothing to him. Your Majesty, isn't this punishment a little? Wei Zheng felt that Li Er was playing favoritism and wasn't fair. Thus, he couldn't help but speak out. A little what? Li Er raised his eyebrows and smiled maliciously. Minister Wei, do you think that this punishment is a little light? That's great. In order to show my concern for the officials of the imperial court, if there are any officials who commit such a small mistake in the future, they will be grounded for 7 days and their salary will be deducted for 3 months as punishment. Wei Zheng was dumbfounded. His jaw almost fell off. How could it be played like this? If that was the case, wouldn't all the officials hate Wei Zheng to death? 3 months of salary forfeiture was nothing to Li Zishuan, but to many of the ministers who relied on their salaries to survive, it was fatal. For example, Wei Zheng was one of them. The other officials were also in an uproar. The entire Taiji Palace was buzzing with noise. Your Majesty, this old official definitely didn't mean that. This old official feels that Your Majesty's punishment of Li Xiannan is just right. It can show Your Majesty's benevolence and also show the majesty of the Tang dynasty's laws. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was no other way. At this moment, Wei Zheng had already realized that he had fallen into the pit dug by Li Er. At this time, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, when the time came, not only would his salary be gone, but the other ministers would also gang up on him. No matter how awesome Wei Zheng was, no matter how good he was at talking, he wouldn't dare to be enemies with all the officials at the same time. Oh. Li Er smiled and nodded. Then, he said, since Minister Wei has taken the initiative to say so, then this matter won't be mentioned again. Does Minister Wei have anything else to report? This old official doesn't have anything else. Wei Zheng had originally planned to impeach Li Zishuan before asking for a reward for Li Zishuan. However, after his impeachment, Li Zishuan wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, he had almost been cheated. So why should he ask for a reward for Li Zishuan? He wasn't in such a good mood right now. However, just because he wasn't willing didn't mean that the others weren't willing. At this moment, Kang Yingda stepped forward and clasped his hands to Li Er. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan has recently created pinyin, pushed the newspaper, and lowered the price of books. In addition, he created the blackboard, chalk, and new mathematics. All of these have made significant contributions to the education of our great Tang. This old official feels that all wrongdoings should be punished and meritorious deeds should be rewarded. If such great deeds aren't rewarded, it will be difficult to convince the masses. Right. Your Majesty, Chancellor Kong is extremely right. This old official agrees. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. He quickly jumped out and shouted. At the same time, he thought to himself, why is this old man Kong so cute today? His words are exactly what I, Qing Yaojin, am thinking. Chapter 224. Taiji Palace. Qing Yaojin jumped out so casually, causing Kang Yingda to be dumbfounded. After a moment, he frowned and moved to the side, maintaining a distance between him and Qing Yaojin. The reason why he requested for Li Zishuan to be praised was because he wanted to promote the younger generation. Unlike Qing Yaojin, who did it based on his personal preferences. Li Zishuan's achievements in the Imperial College were obvious to all. The things that he did outside the Imperial College that were beneficial to the scholars were also known to the world. If he, as his superior, remained indifferent, then it would be too unreasonable. Li Er did not reprimand Qing Yaojin for his rudeness. He was already used to it. At this moment, he pondered for a moment and nodded. Beloved official Kong's words are not without reason. Education has always been the most important matter in every dynasty. Li Zishuan has indeed contributed a lot to the education of our great Tang. We wish to promote Li Zishuan to the position of Secretary of the Imperial College and confer him the title of Rank 4 Imperial Physician. What do the officials think? Unlike the emperors of the Song and Ming dynasties, who would seek the opinions of the officials before making a decision, Li Er was a very strong and opinionated monarch. He would always state his decision first before asking for the opinions of the officials. Of course, most of the time, this kind of inquiry was just a formality. As long as it wasn't too overboard, no one would object. This old official thinks it's fine. Kang Yingda was the first to express his approval. His original intention was to let Li Er promote Li Zishuan to the position of Secretary of the Imperial College. After all, he was already old and the Imperial College needed a successor. Although Li Zishuan was a little lazy, his teaching ability was unquestionable. Kang Yingda hoped that Li Zishuan would be able to shoulder the burden in the end. As for Li Er conferring him the title of Imperial Physician, this was out of Kang Yingda's expectations. The Minister of Education of the Imperial College was equivalent to the Vice President of the Imperial College. It was a position below the fourth rank of the Imperial College. The Grand Physician was a minor official above the fourth rank of the Imperial College. It wasn't that there weren't people with more nominal positions than actual positions, but they were relatively rare. This old official agrees. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other civil officials cupped their hands in agreement. Zhang Sun Wuji had no choice but to follow the crowd. As for the formation of generals, with Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and Li Jing taking the lead, who would be so bored to raise objections? Just like that, Li Zishuan, who had just been reprimanded by the emperor yesterday, was immediately promoted by 3 ranks today, jumping from the dean of the Faculty of Science to the vice principal of the university. It was true that there were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. The Imperial College. Today's School of Mathematics was a little different. 5 new students had come early in the morning. This was something new. Their School of Mathematics had always been at the bottom of the Imperial College. Other than Li Zishuan, who had attracted Li Tai and Qing Chimo with his personal charm, no one would be willing to come here. Sun Zifen, Yu Dongkai, Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Jiang Wenchang, Bai Hongyuan, Guang Gaohan, Duan Wenba? Why are the few of you here? Ching Chumo, who was sitting in the classroom, couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim when he saw Sun Zifen and the others carrying tables in. These people had all been with him before, and they were all people in the circle. Although their fathers weren't first-rank officials, they were still considered the mainstays of the imperial court. Of course, Ching Chumo would recognize them. However, after these people entered the imperial college, Ching Chumo couldn't be bothered to enter them, so they separated. Brother Cho Nyo, I heard that you entered the School of Mathematics, so I went to find Chancellor Kong and requested to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Aren't I here to accompany you? Sun Zifen was lying through his teeth. He looked like he was deeply in love with her and laughed loudly. That's right. Brother Zifen is right. We are all here because of Brother Cho Nyo, Brother Huayu, Brother Bao Lin, and His Highness King Wei. As Sun Zifen's loyal follower, Yu Dongkai followed suit and said shamelessly. Tisk. Do you think I don't know you bastards? You must be coveting the long holidays in our School of Mathematics, so you transferred here. Li Tai had also noticed these little bastards long ago. When he heard Yu Dongkai's words, he couldn't help but mock them. Cough, cough. Yu Dongkai was embarrassed when his lie was exposed. How can His Highness King Wei say that? It hurts our feelings. Sun Zifen was quite thick-skinned. He didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard that. Instead, he chuckled and said. The little fatty was young and looked quite comical, so no one bothered to argue with him. Compared to him, Li Tai was a big fatty. Li Tai rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. You bastards are only thinking about the long holidays in the School of Mathematics, but you don't know about other things, right? You will be crying when the time comes. Zifen, Dongkai, Tianyu, you guys came just in time. Ching Chumo also reacted. He immediately looked at Sun Zifen fervently as if he was looking at a living Lei Feng. Although this guy didn't know who Lei Feng was, his fervent gaze still made Sun Zifen, Yu Dongkai, and the others feel a chill down their spines. It was almost the monthly examination, and Ching Chumo was worried about how to get out of the last 5 places. He had just dozed off when someone sent him a pillow. How could he not be happy? No matter how bad Ching Chumo was at school, he should be better than Sun Zifen and the others, right? The way Sun Zifen and the others helped him without hesitation really touched Ching Chumo. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there something we don't know? Prince Wei, Brother Cho Nyo, tell us quickly. Sun Zifen wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very clever. He immediately noticed that something was wrong from the reactions of Li Tai and Ching Chumo, so he asked hurriedly. Li Tai waved his hand mischievously and said, Don't call me Prince Wei. There are only classmates in the School of Mathematics, there is no prince. Ching Chumo laughed and said, Don't worry, you two will know in a while. Sun Zifen and the others were speechless. They moved the table nervously and found a place to sit down, waiting for the judgment of fate. On the other side of the school building, Meng Wenhao, Kusher Qing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yan, and the others were gathered together and didn't join in the fun. Now, the School of Mathematics was faintly divided into 2 factions, the poor children and the noble children. Usually, these ordinary children who came from different places and went through many rounds of selection could often talk together. Although some noble children didn't discriminate against them, for example, when Meng Wenhao asked Ching Chumo to borrow a newspaper to read, Ching Chumo immediately lent it to him. Although this was the case, their living environment was different since they were young, so the topics they talked about were naturally different. If they were forced to talk together, there would always be a feeling that they couldn't talk together. Brother Ku, are you going to get full marks in this weekly examination again? Zheng Ziren smiled kindly. They were talking about the holidays, but here they were talking about studying. This was the difference. Chapter 225. Brother Ziren, you must be joking. No one dares to say that they can get full marks on the questions set by Mr. Wang. Kusher Qing smiled modestly. He then looked at Meng Wenhao and said, Brother Wenhao, you lost a point last time because of your carelessness. You've been studying so hard recently. You must be determined to get full marks this time, right? Meng Wenhao scratched his head and said awkwardly, well. Brother Ku, you said it yourself. No one knows what questions Mr. Wang set. He was indeed upset about his mistake in the last exam for a long time. In the past 5 days, he had been studying harder than before. Every night, he had to work overtime until midnight. If it wasn't for the money for oil, he might have studied until midnight every night. Although he was thinking about getting full marks for this exam, he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He had to be humble when he had to be. Lu Yan interrupted, sigh, I just want to get 90 points. Why are the three of you arguing about who can get full marks? Haha. The three of them smiled kindly. Quiet. Quiet. At this moment, Su Hongji walked in with the test papers in his arms. The students suddenly quieted down and looked at Su Hongji in confusion. They didn't see Li Zishuan come in. Su Hongji also saw the confusion in the students' eyes. He said with a serious face, Professor Li is busy recently and can't teach in the Institute of Mathematics. I'll be your substitute for the next few days. All the lessons will be done according to the previous schedule. As soon as Su Hongji finished speaking, there was an uproar. Although Li Zishuan hadn't been in the directorate for long, all the students had a good impression and respect for this knowledgeable teacher. Now that Li Zishuan suddenly didn't come, they were a little confused. What happened to Mr. Wang? Why did he suddenly stop coming? I don't know. Yesterday, when it was close to noon, Sir suddenly left in a hurry. Did something happen at that time? What should we do? Who can help Mr. Wang? Meng Wenhao also frowned. He looked at Ku Shiqing and asked worriedly, Shiqing, do you know what happened to Mr. Wang? Ku Shiqing shook his head with a solemn expression. I don't know either. Have you read yesterday's and today's newspapers? Tseng Ziren suddenly asked. What's wrong? Ziren, what does this have to do with the newspaper? Ku Shiqing asked doubtfully. It has a lot to do with it. Brother Ku, you may not know, but the headlines of the newspapers these past 2 days have been related to the Strange Culture, a new shop in the East City. Furthermore, this shop is Mister's property. Yesterday, there was a large-scale brawl at the Strange Culture, which alarmed a large number of Wuho to suppress it. Only then was the riot quelled. Sigh. Sir didn't come today. I'm afraid he was implicated by this matter. Tseng Ziren made a detailed analysis and then sighed with a worried expression. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but ask, will Sir be okay? Ku Shiqing pondered for a moment and said, it shouldn't be a big deal. Sir didn't participate in the brawl. At most, he'll be punished for his poor supervision. In the front row, Li Tai's expression didn't change. He already knew that Li Zishuan was grounded yesterday, and he also guessed Li Zishuan's intentions. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Li Zishuan's situation at all. Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin still didn't know that Li Zishuan was grounded. At this time, they heard the discussions of the surrounding students and couldn't help but be extremely worried. Qin Huayu asked, Chou Niu, don't you know what happened to Xiao Xian? How would I know? Let's wait until noon when I go home and ask my father. It should be fine. Otherwise, my father would definitely tell me in advance. Yes, I hope so. When I go back, I'll also ask my father. If there's anything we can help with, our Qin family will definitely do our best to help. Qin Huayu nodded and said. Qin Huayu had always remembered Li Zishuan's kindness in saving his father's life. However, he couldn't thank him with words. He had always been thinking of how to repay him with practical actions. Brother Huayu, Brother Chou Niu, wait for me to go back. I'll also ask my father. He's in charge of Wu Ho Wei. He definitely knows what happened. Yuqi Baolin, who never knew what worry was, revealed a rare look of worry on her face. Bang bang bang. Quiet. Quiet. Su Hongji looked at the chaotic situation of the students below, hurriedly patted the lectern and shouted loudly. But in his eyes, there was a trace of gratification. This group of students really valued the relationship between teacher and student. After the students quieted down, Su Hongji continued, "You don't have to worry. Professor Lee is fine. Nothing happened to him. We'll start the exam now. The exam time is 4 hours. Everyone, hurry up." After saying that, Su Hongji began to distribute the exam papers. However, when he looked at the students, there was a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. He had obviously looked at the exam papers in advance. When the students heard that Li Zixuan was fine, their hearts calmed down. When they saw the exam papers being distributed, they didn't have time to care about anything else. Time was limited. If they didn't hurry up, they would be the last in the exam. Only Sun Zifan and the rest looked at the exam papers with a face of confusion. They didn't know what to do and looked around. Puzzled, they asked each other, "Exam? What exam? We haven't learned anything yet. How can we take the exam?" Silence. Silence. Don't whisper to each other. Otherwise, you'll be given 0 marks. Su Hongji slapped the table and imitated Li Zixuan's lines when he was invigilating the exam and shouted angrily. Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the rest shrunk their necks. They didn't dare to be rash and began to look at the exam papers. But when they looked, they were completely dumbfounded. What were these tadpole-like words? Damn, what was this plus, dash, x, divided by? They couldn't even understand the questions. How were they going to take the exam? F***ck your exam. Sun Zifan couldn't help but look at his companions with a tragic face. He realized that they were all at a loss. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. When he first came in, he didn't choose his seat well. All around him were scammers who didn't know anything. He couldn't even copy. If this went on, wouldn't he be the last in the exam and get 0 marks? If his father, who was the top scholar, knew about this, wouldn't he kill him? After all, as the son of the top scholar, it would be embarrassing to get 0 marks. F***ck, I don't believe that all the questions in this exam paper have these tadpole-like words. I'll definitely find a question that doesn't have tadpole-like words. Sun Zifan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get a few questions right. He definitely couldn't be the last in the exam. Although he wasn't a student of the School of Mathematics, he knew a little about mathematics. As long as he could understand the questions, he believed that he could solve some of them. Chapter 226. Damn, the title should be, "Where Did That Copper Coin Go?" Sorry, I can change the content if it's wrong, but I can't change the title if it's wrong. In the classroom. Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the other 8 new students were not the only ones having headaches. The rest of the students were having headaches when they saw the first question. In a division equation, the sum of the dividend, divisor, quotient, and remainder is 75. It is known that the quotient is 8, the remainder is 2, the dividend is underscore underscore underscore, and the divisor is underscore underscore underscore. In the previous exams, the first question was usually very simple. But this time, the first question was a linear equation with 2 variables, which made many people dumbfounded. Many students were quickly calculating on the draft paper while cursing in their hearts. Although Li Zixuan had explained this linear equation with 1 variable to them, it would take a lot of effort to solve it. They could only pray that the following questions would not be so perverted. Who knew that some people who had solved the first question with great difficulty would be dumbfounded when they saw the second question? It was written, "There is a well that is 7 feet deep. A snail crawls up from the bottom of the well. During the day, it climbs 3 feet and falls 2 feet at night. Can the snail climb out of the well in underscore 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 days? F***ck. F***ck. Teacher is not giving us a chance to live. What kind of question is this? Why have I never seen it before? Someone is going to die. It can't be that the following questions are all perverted questions like this, right?" The students roared in their hearts, complaining that Li Zixuan's questions were too perverted. Even Li Tai, Kushirqing, Zhang Ziren, Meng Wenhao, Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and the others who had the best grades were deeply frowning. Meng Wenhao's eyes were fixed on this question. If his eyes had energy, this test paper would probably be instantly penetrated by this majestic energy, right? Climbing 3 feet a day and falling 2 feet is equivalent to climbing 1 foot a day. A total of 7 feet. Could it be that I have to climb for 7 days? No, this question is definitely not that simple. Meng Wenhao's mind raced as various ideas flashed through his mind. His hands didn't stop either. He was constantly writing and drawing on the draft paper, looking for a way to solve the problem. The rest of the students were all under great pressure. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. The atmosphere of the entire building suddenly became extremely heavy. Su Hongji sat on the podium and looked at the group of miserable children below. He also sighed helplessly. After he received the test questions yesterday, he tried to do them. In the end, if he tried his best to do every question, he wouldn't be able to finish them in 4 hours. Li Zishuan's test papers had a lot of questions. After all, the exam time was 4 hours. The number of questions he set was basically twice as many as the test papers in his previous life. In the previous exam, because the questions were simple, many people did not feel that time was tight. However, it was different this time. There was not a single question on the entire exam paper that could be answered at a glance. He believed that it would not be long before the students realized that they did not have enough time. Li Tai was also a little overwhelmed by the second novel question. However, how could he, Li Tai, be someone who would admit defeat? This question was not unsolvable. If he thought about it carefully, he would definitely be able to find the answer. The snail actually only moves 1 foot a day. Most people would definitely think that if it climbed 1 foot a day, it would naturally reach the mouth of the well in 7 days. However, the problem is definitely not that simple. If the snail had already reached the mouth of the well, it wouldn't have continued to fall. This should be the most confusing part of this question. Then the snail climbed 4 feet in the first 4 days. On the 5th day, it climbed 3 feet and directly climbed out of the well. Therefore, the snail actually climbed out of the well in 5 days. Perfect. I, Li Tai, am indeed the smartest, hee. A proud smile appeared on Li Tai's face. He quickly wrote down the answers. However, he inadvertently glanced at the hourglass on the podium and was immediately shocked. He had used almost 15 minutes to answer the 2 questions. How could this be? Li Tai glanced at the vast sea of questions behind him. The proud look on his face disappeared. He took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in the battle. Dang. Just as all the students were still immersed in the sea of questions, the gong and drum of the first class of the Imperial College had already sounded. The students were all shocked. They did not expect time to pass so quickly. At this time, many people had not even finished the fill-in-the-blank questions. It was not difficult to imagine how crazy Li Zishuan's questions were this time. Oh no. It seems that some of the questions are too difficult. I have to give up. Iron Egg had also just finished the last fill-in-the-blank question. He estimated the time needed for the remaining questions and realized that it was not enough. He secretly made a decision. The smart students all had similar thoughts. Easy first and difficult later. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to get a high score. Along the way, they were defeated many times. However, many students finally finished the last question and answer. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, and Kusher Qing were among them. Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and felt relieved. He began to answer the questions. A quarter of an hour later, he finally came up with an idea. He spent some time writing down the answers step by step on the test paper. Then, he was about to flip back to the questions that he hadn't answered before, but he saw that there was a big question at the back. F***CK, what kind of medicine did Li Zishuan take? This is too much. Li Tai's heart was about to be driven crazy. However, when he saw the words in the brackets behind the additional questions, his heart moved and he immediately stopped cursing. The total score will be increased by 20 points if the answer is correct. No points will be deducted if the answer is wrong. Li Tai turned back to the test paper and found that there were 4 or 5 questions that he had not answered before. The total score added up to about 10 points. Now that he had less than half an hour left, even if he used all of his time, he might not be able to answer all of the questions correctly. After all, those questions were the most difficult questions. It was better to concentrate on the last additional question. If he got it right, he would get 20 points. Li Tai immediately made a decision and began to look at the last additional question with all his heart. There were 3 people who went to the hotel for 30 copper coins a night. Each of them paid 10 copper coins and gave the 30 copper coins to the innkeeper. Later, the innkeeper said that the discount today was only 25 copper coins. He took out 5 copper coins and ordered the innkeeper to return it to them. The innkeeper secretly hid 2 copper coins and then gave the remaining 3 copper coins to the 3 people. Each person received 1 copper coin, which is equivalent to each person paying 9 copper coins. This 3 multiplied by 9 equals 27 copper coins. Plus the 2 copper coins hidden by the innkeeper, it equals 29 copper coins. Please explain the reason. This question is very reasonable, but according to this calculation, where did the 1 copper coin go? Li Tai was not the only one who discovered the advantage of the additional question. Sun Zifan also discovered that in the entire test paper, there were only a dozen questions that did not include Arabic numerals and operation symbols. One of them was this question, and the bonus points were very high. Sun Zifan took a fancy to this question at first glance. However, this question had already confused him. He did not know where the 1 copper coin went. Chapter 227. Calm down, calm down. Meng Wenhao also tackled the additional question. The previous questions he gave up added up to 10 points. If he could answer this additional question correctly, there was still hope for him to get a high score. Thinking of the last time he lost his footing and carelessly lost a point and missed the first place, Meng Wenhao clenched his teeth and encouraged himself in his heart. This time, he must take back the first place. Calm down, calm down, calm down. There must be a problem with the calculation in the question. Otherwise, there would not be a penny missing. I must calm down and find the loophole in the question. Meng Wenhao quickly read the question 7 or 8 times, then closed his eyes and concentrated all his attention on the question, word by word. At this moment, his brain was like a huge sieve, constantly filtering the most important information in the question. Time passed little by little, Meng Wenhao's eyebrows became tighter and tighter. At this time, the atmosphere in the classroom became more and more serious and quiet. It was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. The serious and tense atmosphere made everyone feel the pressure multiplied. But for some people, pressure meant motivation, such as Meng Wenhao. After a quarter of an hour of deliberation, and thinking, Meng Wenhao finally opened his eyes. If one looked carefully, one could see a trace of joy and confidence in his eyes. Found it. I found the loophole in the question. These 20 points, Meng Wenhao, will take them. At this moment, Meng Wenhao was really like a god. The pen in his hand trembled rapidly, and even shook out a series of afterimages. In a few breaths, Meng Wenhao wrote down the answer that he had been thinking about for a long time on the test paper. At this time, he had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. With these 20 points in hand, I feel much more at ease. Let's look at the previous questions. Maybe I can find some inspiration. Although there was less than a quarter of an hour left, Meng Wenhao still wanted to try his luck and see if he could answer the questions that he gave up before. After all, no one would complain about having a high score. Dang dang dang. After a while, the sound of gongs and drums was heard. Stop writing. Stop writing. Quickly stop writing. Students in the last row, get up and collect the test papers. Su Hongji's spirit was lifted, and he immediately stood up and shouted. Hey! Sun Zifan, stop writing, or you'll get 0 marks. Sun Zifan had just arrived at the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. He did not know the rules and wanted to write for a while more, but he was warned by Su Hongji. Feeling helpless, he could only put down the pen in his hand and stand up to collect the papers. In the past, it was Ching Chumo who collected the papers in this row. Now that he was sitting at the back, according to the rules, it was his turn to collect the papers. A moment later, all the test papers were sent to Su Hongji. Su Hongji checked the test papers. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he coughed twice and said, according to Professor Li's instructions, everyone will have a break in the afternoon. Today's questions are a little difficult. Everyone must have worked very hard. Go back and have a good rest. Oh. I got another half day off. The students who had just been tortured to death immediately roared when they heard this. Among them, Sun Zifan's roar was the loudest. This little bastard had just transferred here today, and he was almost tortured to death. He had been depressed for the whole morning. Previously, when he was in the School of Imperial Studies, although his results were not the best, they were still above average. After experiencing this exam in the morning, he felt that he was going to be the last. He could not stand it. No matter how naughty a child was, he still had a sense of shame. He did not want to be the last. Therefore, he had been depressed for the whole morning. Now that he heard that he was going to have a break, he was finally happy. This was the most important reason why he came to the School of Mathematics. He could finally enjoy the 2-day break every 5 days in the future. Brother Ku, how did you do in the exam? On the other side, Tsing Ziran looked at Kushirqing and asked while packing up. Kushirqing paused, frowned and said, I didn't feel too good. The questions this time are too flexible. Although I've studied the knowledge points, I still feel that every question is weird and full of traps. I really can't get used to these kinds of questions. I can't even answer a few questions in the middle. Tsing Ziran sighed and said, Sigh, yes, I think so too. Oh, by the way, Wenhao, how did you do? Meng Wenhao forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He turned his head and said calmly, So. The questions this time were indeed a bit difficult. In fact, he did well in the exam this time, but to avoid being a topic of ridicule, he still said it modestly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he actually solved 3 of the 5 questions that he had previously given up in a good state after solving the additional question. It was really a miracle. Most of the time, especially during exams, although the final results depended on the hard work they put in during the exam, their state of mind during the exam was also very important. If their state of mind was good, it was very possible for them to surpass all the difficulties and perform exceptionally well. This was the conversation between the top students after the exam. Of course, the underachievers had their own topics. Hey! Sun Zifan, how was it? You must have helped old Ching to be the bottom this time, right? Ching Chumo said with a smirk and winked in front of Sun Zifan. F***ck, you have studied mathematics for so long, and you still have the nerve to compare yourself with me, a student who just transferred over? Sun Zifan cursed in his heart. His face was extremely gloomy, but he still said stubbornly, That's not necessarily true. I solved the last additional question. Maybe my score will be higher than Brother Cho Nyo's. Oh. Ching Chumo was shocked. He quickly asked, Hey, then tell me quickly, where did the missing 1 cent go? Old Ching pondered for an hour and still couldn't figure it out. I'm so worried. I can't say. I can't say. Sun Zifan laughed and walked away pretentiously with his hands behind his back. Actually, he was bitter. Although he found the loophole in the additional question and solved it, there were too many questions that he didn't know. He estimated that even with the additional questions 20 points, his score would still be lower than Ching Chumo's. Thinking of this, he didn't have the face to continue bragging. Ching Chumo's status as an underachiever was recognized in Cheng and city. If his father, Sun Fujia, knew that his son couldn't even beat Ching Chumo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it made him feel terrible. Hey! Ching Chumo stretched out his hand and wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Sun Zifen had already run away. In fact, he was thinking about the same thing as Sun Zifen. If he could beat Sun Zifen in this exam, then wouldn't he, Ching Chumo, be awesome? If he could beat the son of the top scholar, he would feel proud. Chapter 228. The commotion outside had nothing to do with Li Zixuan. It was rare for him to have a Golden Week holiday. If he didn't sleep in, how could he be worthy of Li Er's painstaking efforts? Of course, if Li Er knew that his intentions would be misunderstood by Li Zixuan like this, he would definitely vomit blood. He got up late in the morning. After eating breakfast and resting for a while, Li Zixuan returned to his small courtyard and began to practice his swordsmanship. Yes, practicing swordsmanship, not practicing swordplay. It had been a long time since he practiced his swordsmanship. When he suddenly picked up the wind-chasing sword, he actually felt a little awkward. Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, it's all Li Er's fault for forcing me to do things. My martial arts aptitude is so high, yet he wants me to be a teacher. It's simply a waste of talent. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Li Zixuan forced himself to practice the 9 Taishian swords a few times. It should only be 5 swords now. When the awkwardness disappeared, he put away the wind-chasing sword and took a deep breath. Young master, the way you practiced your swordsmanship just now was really nice. Xiao Shi excitedly ran over and wiped Li Zixuan's sweat with a wet towel as she said happily. Yes, it looked like a sword immortal. Xiao He was so excited that her face turned red. She also ran over and echoed. Although Li Zixuan's swordsmanship had slightly declined compared to last month, this small gap could not be seen unless one was an expert. The 2 little girls were easily captivated by Li Zixuan's graceful movements when he was practicing his swordsmanship. Of course, it was also because Li Zixuan was handsome to begin with. In any case, the worship and fanaticism in their eyes greatly satisfied Li Zixuan's vanity. She should be considered as this young master's little fangirl. Li Zixuan was proud in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He took the towel from Xiao Shi's hand and casually wiped himself. He looked at Xiao He and joked, Xiao He, do you know what a sword immortal looks like? Xiao He raised her chin proudly, shook her little head, and said, of course I know. The storyteller said it before. 3 parts of the sword: chi, chivalrous and gentle heart, a sword immortal banished to the world, valiant and formidable. Xiao He feels that these are all describing young master. The little girl's mouth is so sweet today. Did you put honey on it? Let me have a taste. Li Zixuan laughed to his heart's content. He looked like he was about to pounce. Xiao He was so scared that she screamed and quickly ran away. Young master, why are you like this? Xiao He doesn't want to talk to you anymore, humph. With that, she blushed and ran away. This little girl. Li Zixuan looked at the fleeing figure of Xiao He and shook his head with a smile. He had nothing to do at home, so it was quite interesting to tease a little maid. Hee, young master, you're scaring little He again. Xiao Shi covered her mouth and chuckled. After getting along with him for so long, she could tell what kind of temperament her young master had. Just now, it was obvious that he was deliberately teasing Xiao He. He didn't mean to take advantage of her at all. Hey! Li Zixuan passed the towel to Xiao Shi and changed the topic. He asked, where's Lan? Did she go out to play again? Young miss went out early in the morning. Xiao Shi replied. Ever since Li Zixuan was conferred the title of nobility, the Li family's status had also risen. They were considered a large family in Yongla Lane. Li Jingma and his wife were not too worried about their daughter's safety. Adding on to the fact that Li Zixuan pampered her too much, Lan had the chance to run out and play with her other friends. This little girl had the support of the Strange Interest Pavilion and could always get a lot of new toys. Those brats in Yongla Lane were also happy to play with her. Now, this little girl had already become the big sister of the Yongla Lane. There were quite a lot of underlings who hung around with her. This little girl is really carefree. But those little fellows over there must be having a hard time, right? Haha. Li Zishuan looked towards the direction of the Imperial College in the northwest and laughed. He guessed that many students would curse him when they saw the perverted questions he gave. Young master, who is having a hard time? Xiao Shi asked curiously. Li Zishuan waved his hand and was about to explain when he saw Sanbao running towards them. She shouted as she ran, young master, the Imperial Edict is here. Old master wants you to quickly go to the front yard to receive the edict. When Li Zishuan heard this, his head was full of question marks. Didn't he just receive an Imperial Edict yesterday? Why did it come again today? Could it be that Li Er felt that the punishment was not severe enough and wanted to mess with him again? Although he was full of questions, it was useless to ask the two people in front of him. Li Zishuan quickly went to change his clothes. He always wore casual clothes when he practiced martial arts. If he went to receive the edict dressed like this, he might be picked on by others. The official robes of the Tang dynasty emphasized on yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Green, red, white, black, and yellow were the 5 cardinal colors. They were green in the east, red in the south, white in the west, black in the north, and yellow in the center. Yellow represented the center and also represented the foundation. The emperor's robes were yellow. The other officials' robes were also differentiated by colors and patterns. Purple robes of the 3rd rank and above were worn with a gold fish pouch. Purple robes of the 5th rank and above were worn with a silver fish pouch. Green robes of the 6th rank and below were worn with no silver fish pouch. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan wore a 5th rank robe and a silver fish pouch. Just like this, he came to the front yard. When the eunuch saw that the main character had arrived, he did not waste any time and said, Lord Li, receive the Imperial Edict. He then opened the Imperial Edict and began to read it out loud. Different from the Imperial Edict before, the Imperial Edict today was much simpler. Li Zishuan listened for a while and understood. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Er was giving him a promotion. Are you kidding me? I was just criticized yesterday and I'm being promoted today? How can you do this? But this Li Er was still a little stingy. For the sake of the great Tang's education, Wang Chong had poured his heart and soul into it, working day and night, but he had only given him the post of Imperial Directorate, not a marquis. How stingy! Li Zishuan was a little dissatisfied with his current title. How can a baron sound as domineering as a marquis? It seems like I have to find a way to become a marquis. Li Zishuan's mind was spinning. When the eunuch finished reading the Imperial Edict, he pretended to be grateful and went to accept the edict. The old eunuch laughed and said, County Li, you're really capable. You're already a minister in the Imperial College at such a young age. You're really young and accomplished. It's rare to see someone like you in this world. Li Zishuan was a little disdainful. What's so good about being a minister in the Imperial College? The name doesn't sound good. Minister in the Imperial College, 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 Minister in the Imperial College. How depressing. I don't want to be a minister in the Imperial College. But he only dared to say this in his mind. If he really said it out loud, Li Er would kill him and his father would be furious. Didn't you see that Father Li was smiling like a chrysanthemum after hearing the Imperial Edict? Li Zishuan pretended to be modest and said, You flatter me, Lord Chamberlain. Please come in and have some tea. At this time, Li Jingma took a plate of gold leaves and quietly put it in the hands of the Chamberlain. He smiled and said, My son is right. Lord Chamberlain, please come in and have some tea with me. The old eunuch skillfully put away the gold and shook his head, No, I have to go back to the palace to report. With that, he took his leave. Chapter 229. How is it? Father? Didn't I tell you yesterday that His Majesty wasn't really going to punish me? Look, didn't he just give me a slap and now he's giving me a sweet date? Inside the room, Li Zishuan leaned against the door frame and showed off to his father, who was happily hugging the Imperial Edict. When this guy started to boast, he really didn't have any self-awareness at all. In fact, when Li Er's imperial edict came yesterday, he was a little flustered in his heart. The words he said to his father were completely guesswork, used to comfort the two elders. In the end, by a stroke of luck, Li Er sent someone to deliver the imperial edict for his promotion today. Xian, you're right, you're right. My son, you're now a minister of the directorate. Father is very gratified. Li Jingma didn't care if his son was bragging or not. In any case, his son had been promoted and the result was good. That was enough. Isn't it because I was born well? Madame Li snatched the imperial edict from her husband's hands and said proudly. Cough cough, yes, Madame is right. Li Jingma was helpless and could only follow his wife's words. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat from his heart and thought to himself, Father really doesn't have any status in the family. I hope that after my precious Yushi marries over, she won't learn bad from me. Xian, you're now a minister of the directorate. In the future, you have to be more steady when doing things. Look at Chancellor Kong, that's the style of a great scholar. You have to learn more from Chancellor Kong. Li Jingma came to his senses and began to exhort his son again. Li Zishuan curled his lips. If he was like old man Kong, he would be sullen to death every day. It was proper to be free and unrestrained. Moreover, he wasn't interested in the minister of the directorate. Father, isn't it just a minister of the directorate? It's not like it's a high official. Is there a need for you to be like this? Nonsense. Father Li, who was still amiable just now, was instantly enraged when he heard this bastard's words. He said sternly, the position of Secretary of the Treasury is of great importance. This is the Deputy Chief of the Treasury, assisting the Chancellor in overseeing the affairs of the Treasury. Xian, you mustn't treat him so sloppily. As far as I know, in the history of the Imperial College, there has never been a Minister of Education as young as you. His Majesty thinks so highly of you. Don't let him down. Li Zishuan listened to his father's popular science and realized that the position of Minister of Industry was actually so awesome. Wasn't it equivalent to the position of Vice President of a university? And it was the best university in the country. Being able to become a vice principal at such a young age was indeed impressive. Thinking about it this way, Li Zishuan was more satisfied with this position. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and hurriedly said, Father is right, I will work hard and not disappoint your Majesty's expectations. Iron Egg, you're back. At noon, Li Zishuan saw Iron Egg, who had just come back from school, in the front yard and said with a smile. Yes, Master. This is the test paper that Mr. Su asked me to bring to you. He said that you can give it to him after you mark it. As Iron Egg spoke, he took out a stack of sealed test papers from his backpack. Yes, it was a backpack that Li Zishuan had asked someone to sew for him. Iron Egg and Lan both had backpacks. When Lan had cried and begged to go to school with them, Li Zishuan had asked someone to sew a backpack for her. After all, the ancient examination boxes used by scholars were too cumbersome. Why didn't Mr. Su mark it himself? Looking at the test papers in front of him, Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't expect that he would still have work when he was on vacation. This was unreasonable. Iron Egg scratched his head awkwardly. He knew that his master was lazy, but he didn't expect him to be this lazy. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Su said that he didn't know the standard answers for some of the questions, so he could only let you mark them yourself. F***ck, Li Zishuan really wanted to chop off his hands. He asked you to set such a difficult test paper. Did you dig your own grave? Well, you can take the test papers to the west courtyard. Come to the front courtyard to eat later. Li Zishuan waved his hand helplessly and said gloomily. Yes, master. How, come here quickly. Gi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. Meng Wenhao's mother waved to her son and said with a smile. Mother, what's the matter? Meng Wenhao ran over and asked curiously. Meng Wenhao's mother carefully took out a brand new book and handed it to her son. She happily said, look, This is what I was waiting for this morning. I think it's called Shitsu culture. It took me a lot of effort to get this. When it was my turn, there was only this book left. I saw that this book was so cheap, so I bought it. How, your father and I don't have the ability to buy new books for you. In the past, you either borrowed books from others or bought old books from others. This is the first new book I bought for you. Take it quickly. Meng Wenhao looked at the brand new Analects of Confucius in front of him and saw his mother's right hand full of calluses. His nose twitched and he almost cried. He took the Analects of Confucius with both hands, sniffed, and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, mother." Why are you still so polite to me? Actually, I have to thank the owner of Chitsu Culture for setting the price so low. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. This person is really a living Buddha for us poor people. Meng Wenhao's mother said with a sigh. Mother, actually, the owner of Chitsu Culture is our master. Ah. It's actually Li Xianji? Yes, I heard that there were many people fighting in front of Chitsu Culture for the book yesterday. It seems that our master was implicated. He didn't come to the school today. Meng Wenhao frowned and said worriedly. Then will Mr. Li be fine? He's the benefactor of many of us. Nothing can happen to him. Meng Wenhao's mother opened her mouth in shock. Meng Wenhao comforted her, "Mother, don't worry. Teaching assistant Su told us that Mr. Li is fine. There should be news in a few days." Meng Wenhao's mother looked at her son, thought for a moment, and said, why don't you go to Mr. Li's house to visit? As his student, you should pay him a visit. There are about 10 eggs at home. You can bring them to Mr. Li, mother. Mr. Li's house doesn't lack these. You can leave these eggs for Yaya to nourish her body. Meng Wenhao looked at his skinny little sister who was playing with grasshoppers outside and said with heartache. What do you know? You're a student. How can you visit Mr. Li's house empty-handed? Listen to me. Didn't you say that you have the afternoon off? Then you can go in the afternoon. You can't be ungrateful. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my son. Meng Wenhao's mother patted her son's hand and said earnestly. Meng Wenhao had no choice but to agree. After a moment, he suddenly remembered the newspaper he read today, so he said, Mother, don't go to Chitsu Culture to buy books in the future. There are too many people there. I'm afraid you'll be crowded. Meng Wenhao's mother interrupted, Hey, it's okay. I'm not that delicate. Meng Wenhao explained, No, mother. Mr. Li said that in less than 3 years, the price of books will be as cheap as Chitsu Culture books now. You don't have to fight for them at all. Also, I don't lack books to read now. The teaching materials we use are all printed by Mr. Li himself. Meng Wenhao's mother exclaimed, There's such a thing? Then how, you should go visit your Mr. Li in the afternoon. Why don't I catch the chicken in the backyard and give it to Mr. Li as well? Meng Wenhao quickly waved his hand and said, No, mother. It's enough to bring some eggs. Go do your work. Chapter 230. In the afternoon. Li Zixuan was lying on the recliner and reading the latest issue of the newspaper. Other than the slightly hot weather, everything else was perfect. Hey, Ma Zhou actually wrote about me in the newspaper. TSK, this is the first time I'm in the newspaper. It feels pretty good. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up when he saw the headline. He was overjoyed. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary student. How could he have the chance to be in the newspaper? Not even the school newspaper. He didn't expect that he would be in the news after just giving a speech. He felt a sense of accomplishment. After being narcissistic for a while, Li Zixuan started to read other news out of boredom. There was no other way. In this era, there were no computers or televisions. He didn't like the novels sold in the East Market. For an otaku like him, in his spare time, he could only tease the servant girls and read the news in the newspapers. At this time, if he was given a computer and allowed to play single-player games, he would never get tired of it. What? You said he could go to the brothel? Sorry, with Han Yushi, a beautiful wife who was as beautiful as a fairy, Li Zixuan was not interested in those vulgar women. Moreover, although he was a loser in his previous life, he still had a trace of mental cleanliness. You could say that he was pretentious, but this was the truth. Moreover, the brothel was often a place where all kinds of conflicts occurred. Didn't you see that in all kinds of transmigration novels, when the main character went to the brothel, he would encounter all kinds of pretentious and face-slapping situations? The main character was in the mood for poetry and had all kinds of famous poems at his fingertips to win the heart of the top beauty. Then, it was a night of love. There was also a second generation in the brothel who bullied a beauty. The main character was furious and punched the second generation, the hero saved the beauty, and so on. There were countless similar situations. Whether it was in the modern or ancient times, the brothel was a place where all kinds of disputes occurred. Although Li Zixuan was not afraid of trouble, he didn't like to attract trouble for no reason. Therefore, unlike the other second generation in Chang'an, Li Zixuan didn't know where the brothel's door was even though he had transmigrated for so long. It wasn't that he wasn't lustful, but he didn't like to attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, what was the point of that kind of emotionless XX00? Young master, Butler Fu is here. He's in the front hall. Xiao He walked over and said softly. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and asked curiously, why is Faubert here? He should be here to deliver the car, right? Xiao He saw a lot of horse carriages in the front yard. It looks like theirs. Xiao He said excitedly. Then, she suddenly couldn't find the right adjective and was stuck for a while. Yes, it's imposing, right? Li Zixuan chuckled. So many luxurious limousines were put together. It was no wonder that Xiao He was so excited. However, if Faubert was just here to deliver the car, he could have just asked his subordinates to deliver it. Why did he have to come here in person? Yes, it's very imposing. Young master is really knowledgeable. Xiao He hurriedly nodded. Li Zixuan was speechless. Was this little girl about to become his fangirl? Come on, let's go to the front yard. When they came to the front yard, they saw 2 rows of luxurious limousines. There were about 20 of them, lined up neatly. More than 20 fine horses stood in front of the cars, looking hale and hearty. With such extravagance and imposing manner, if there was also an orchestra, it would be simply amazing. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Old Man Li and Mrs. Li. When Li Zixuan came to the front hall, his parents were talking to Faubert. Why did you get so many horse carriages? Seeing his son come in, Old Man Li couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Li Zixuan didn't ask his family for the money to build these limousines. The profits of the winery and the strange interest pavilion in the past few months were all in his hands. It was completely enough to build dozens of such luxurious limousines. Therefore, Old Man Li had no idea about the construction of so many horse carriages in the yard. This was the benefit of Li Zixuan's proposal to start a business on his own. With financial autonomy, he could do whatever he wanted. Although his family was rich, every time he asked his parents for money, not only would it be troublesome, but he would also feel embarrassed. Dad, these are the horse carriages I prepared for my wedding. Look, so many horse carriages, how grand it is to put them together. When the time comes, we can use these horse carriages to form a caravan to pick up the bride from the Han Manor. Not only will it be dignified, but it will also show the importance our family places on this marriage. Li Zixuan turned on his bragging mode again as he lied to Old Man Li. Li Jingma seriously thought about the scene described by his son and found that it was indeed quite grand. More importantly, Old Man Li thought that since his son had been conferred a title at such a young age and held such an important position, it was necessary to have the extravagance of a wedding. These horse carriages were indeed necessary. Thinking of this, Old Man Li couldn't help but nod. You've thought it through quite thoroughly. Mother says that it should be like this. That girl from the Han family is truly beautiful and is also the adopted daughter of Duke Yi. If she marries over, we can't treat her unfairly. Madame Li also smiled and agreed. Hee hee. Seeing that his parents were so easily convinced, Li Zishuan proudly laughed. Oh, that's right. Xian, how much did these horse carriages cost? Do you still have enough money? Li Jingmo raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked. Not expensive, not expensive. The cost of one horse carriage is less than 500 strings of coins. In total, it's only 10,000 strings of coins. Your son has enough money. Li Zishuan chuckled. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Faubert heard this and their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Rich and imposing, this was truly rich and imposing. Although Li Jingma was a tycoon in the capital, he wouldn't casually throw out 10,000 strings of coins for such a senseless matter. Furthermore, the reason why he had so much money was because he had worked hard for half his life to earn it. Li Zishuan had only opened his shop for a short period of time, but he was already so rich? How was he going to let others live? What kind of horse carriage is this? It's actually so expensive? Li Jingma frowned and asked. Although he didn't go in to take a look, in Father Li's eyes, all horse carriages were the same. Even if the horse carriage in the courtyard was a bit bigger, the cost was at most a few dozen strings of coins more expensive than other horse carriages. How could it be so expensive? It's just like the horse carriage I usually use. Father, have you never sat in one before? Oh, it seems like you really haven't sat in one before. Then father, you can pick one from this batch of horse carriages and try it out later. Your son guarantees that once you sit in it, you won't be willing to come down. Li Zishuan patted his head and said bewitchingly. Ever since his horse carriage was made, it had become his and Iron Egg's special carriage to go to school. His parents really didn't have the chance to sit in it. Go away. What kind of horse carriage have your father not sat in before? Why would I care about your horse carriage? From what I see, other than the fact that your horse carriage looks a bit bigger from the outside, it's no different from an ordinary horse carriage. Father Li said in disbelief, but a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. Now that his son knew how to show filial piety to him, of course he would feel happy. It's not that simple. Father, listen to me and pick one. With this horse carriage, when you have nothing to do, you can go sightseeing and have a honeymoon with my mother. Li Zishuan said shamelessly. Ahem. Mrs. Li's face was slightly red as she glared at her son. Father Li's old face was also red. Although he didn't know what a honeymoon was, he could roughly guess what it was. Xian, you can talk to Steward Fu. He's looking for you. I'll talk to you first.